Hello and welcome to our coverage of the 2020 election. Today is November 3rd, and we're beginning our long-anticipated coverage with poll closings in Indiana and Kentucky. Tonight we'll be following the results for the presidency of the United States. The first candidate to 270 wins, and we'll bring you live returns in all 50 states. This stream will be running at the current schedule till 3 a.m., so you can stick with us all night, come on, come off, and get election results for all the key races for the presidency, the Senate, the House, and our nation's important gubernatorial contests. Tonight we have Eric Cunningham, who you all know, the founder of Elections Daily. We also have Joe Szymanski, who's with us, and Kraz Grenitz will be mapping results. He is with Joe, and he will be mapping results as well. We're also going to have multiple different panelists on who will be alternating over the course of the night. So we're going to be bringing you live results as we get them. To be full disclosure, we are getting results from DDHQ, New York Times, and CNN, and our live map results are coming from the Decision Desk API. We are grateful for the people at Decision Desk for their support of our content. And with that, I will be welcoming Eric and Joe and Kraz. Hello, guys. Are you guys excited?
Very excited.
Yeah, I think everyone's excited, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for a treat. I think we all hope tonight that we are in for a treat tonight. Election night in America, the election that I feel like we've been talking about for 3 years, basically, since 2017. It is here, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. Who could have expected that, right? It feels like most people probably did, but here we are. It's time. We're going to have results coming in soon, hopefully, as through Indiana and Kentucky. Not many key races there, of course. We expect both to go to Donald Trump. Only thing we're really watching to see is how the Kentucky Senate race is doing. Most people, including us, expect Mitch McConnell to coast to re-election, but he is facing, of course, Amy McGrath, a well-known and well-funded opponent.
Yep, and we're also going to be following two House races tonight that we have in the competitive category in Indiana's 5th congressional district, which is a suburban district, including Marion and Hamilton County, as well as some more Republican rural counties. It's been trending towards the Democrats. It was won by Joe Donnelly in his 2018 Senate bid. And this is an open Republican seat. The race is between Christina Hale, the Democrat, and Victoria Spartz, the Republican. We currently have it as leans Democratic, meaning we believe it's favored to flip to the Democrats. We view it as one of their better targets, and in a way, one of their must-win targets in the House tonight. Another race not as competitive, but another one we'll be following because it was close in 2018, is the race in Kentucky's 6th congressional district between Andy Barr and Democrat Josh Hicks. We have this race rated as likely Republican, but depending on how Biden does in the district and depending on how much Hicks can outrun Biden by, this race also stands to be competitive. So those are the two House races we'll be following. And Joe and I will all be following all the races, but I care the most about the House, so I'll have constant House updates tonight for you guys. Eric, what do you think about tonight?
It's very interesting. We've got there seems to be an interesting number of competitive states or states that are projected to be somewhat competitive. Florida in particular seems to be getting a lot of attention, but obviously there's a ton of other swing states we're paying attention to. We're going to lots of things to pay attention to. If you looked at our most recent ratings forecast, we projected Joe Biden to have a fairly comfortable electoral college victory, and for Democrats to win 50 Senate seats or Republicans 49 Senate seats, with two of those seats, one of them that we have as leaning Republican and one of them we have as a safe runoff because we're not sure what the state of the race is in Georgia. So we could very well be looking at, the end of the night, 50 Democratic senators and 48 Republican ones if everything goes as how we're predicting. But obviously it's an election and nothing will go exactly as predicted.
Yep, and we're going to be, again, we have poll closings coming in 2 states, Indiana and Kentucky. These are always the first states to close in the U.S. presidential contests. Indiana's worth 11 electoral votes. Kentucky's worth 8 electoral votes. Obviously, these states have both been rather safely in the Republican column for the last few elections. Indiana hasn't gone Democratic for president since 2008, when Barack Obama became the first Democrat since Lyndon B. Johnson to carry Indiana. in a narrow victory. Wasn't close in 2012 or 2016, but it is a state where the Biden campaign has at least thinks that they can somewhat claw back some of the territory lost by Hillary Clinton in the last election. And then obviously Kentucky is somewhat favorable to Democrats down ballot. They have a Democratic governor in Andy Beshear. And the 6th congressional district is close this time, was close last time. But in terms of being competitive on the presidential level, Kentucky is no longer that kind of state. Bill Clinton won it in 1996, and that's the last time it went Democratic. So what we see here are two states that we would argue are safe for the president. We have them rated as safe Republican in our ratings.
And we just got some news out of Georgia that Spalding County, this is a strongly Republican county in the exurbs of Atlanta, is polls will be kept open 2 hours today after a poll closing due to technical difficulties this morning. We saw a similar issue in North Carolina at several precincts, which are remaining open later than expected, which means North Carolina's results will be coming in later than expected. So for this one county in Georgia, I don't know if they'll do the rest of the state or if they'll just wait to report this, Georgia as a whole. But this is a fairly big deal. Spalding is a very, very Republican county. It's not like, for example, Gwinnett or Forsyth counties that that switched their vote totals. It's a pretty small county. And it voted for Donald Trump with around 61% of the vote last time. So a fairly strong county for Republicans overall.
Yeah. I mean, this is, again, that's the thing with these two states is that we aren't expecting these to be really all that competitive. There is going to be a lot of fun stuff. It's not going to really be, we think, from these two states. Obviously, Indiana 5 is something to watch. And I really did get a great chance to speak with the candidate, Victoria Spartz, who's the Republican candidate there for about 3 weeks ago. And after interviewing her, I understand why Republicans are concerned. Spartz led her local Tea Party when that movement came up in 2010. We've seen this district change rapidly. Joe Donnelly won it while he lost a state by 6 in 2018 to Senator Mike Braun. Indiana 05 is really going to be what was supposed to be 2018's Kentucky 6th district. If Republicans win this seat, obviously it's not what happened in the end, but potentially they could be seeing a better night in the House than what we originally expected them to do. If they lose, then Democrats are on target to flip double-digit seats, not just in Indiana, but we're going to say Missouri 2nd district, Pennsylvania, Colorado, California might have a couple flip back. Texas is going to be the big one, of course. We talk about Florida a lot. And I just want to give a shout out here. I see my good old friend from high school, Ryan Minnick, is watching me tonight. Ryan, it's great to see you on the call. And I think I agree with you. I hope we're in for a high turnout from the 18 to 25-year-olds too.
And I just want to talk about as well, just real quick, a thank you to all of our viewers so far, the 31 people watching us. We appreciate you. If you're a new user, make sure to subscribe to Elections Daily and follow us on Twitter at elections_daily. You'll like our content tonight. This is the premium. It's never been better than this. We're all very happy to be here. But just to talk about what Joe said about Indiana 5, it really is one of those more of the must-win pickups for Democrats in terms of seats that they expect to flip from the Republicans. We consider this to be similar to Missouri 2, another seat. Obviously, this one's open. That one's against Jill Shoup against incumbent Republican Ann Wagner. But the 5th district is definitely the type of seat that, like Joe said, would be indicative of a good night for Democrats if they flip it. If they don't flip it, the Democrats may perform a little bit worse than we would have expected them to in the House. Obviously, nothing's certain. Kentucky 6, in a way, last time was seen as a sort of bellwether for Democratic House performance, and they still netted 40 seats after losing it. So, again, although at this moment, as we've said, we have Indiana 5 as leans Democratic, Hale is favored, and we would be somewhat surprised if Hale lost to Victoria Spartz. Also, go check out Joe's interview with Victoria Spartz at our website. It's also on YouTube, Anchor, and Apple Podcasts.
And I'll pull a link up for that interview shortly. One other thing I wanted to mention about Hamilton County, which is the anchor of the 5th Congressional District, is it's the only county in Indiana that's trended Democratic in the presidential level from 2008 to 2016. Every other county in the state, even Marion County, home to Indianapolis, has reverted more Republican than it was back when Obama won the state. Hamilton is the one county that has shifted leftward, and that I think is pretty significant and a reason why this district is more competitive this cycle than in previous ones. And I'm just going to post a link right here in the chat for you for the interview. You can read the text of the interview as there, and it may be easier to understand. that way than listening to our podcast and that at the same time. So if you want to read it, it's there. I just posted it there. So enjoy.
Real quick, we're getting some messages in the comments asking when we're going to get results from Indiana 5. So the polls have been closed in Indiana and Kentucky for 10 minutes, which means we should be getting results within the next few minutes here. I would be very surprised if we didn't have at least some results before 7 o'clock or before 6:45. So I would say be patient. We need to wait. That's the nature of this election night. But as far as I know, Indiana and Kentucky should be getting out their election results shortly, the first wave of their election results.
And also very important to realize here, these should be legitimate election results. These should be results that, they're going to count absentees, they're going to count these mail-ins. And like Harrison said, it's kind of the nature of this election. The mail-ins, the absentees, we don't always necessarily know how much of those are going to be counted. But in Indiana and Kentucky, we do expect those to be part of the results that we are going to see tonight. That's going to be really important. That means we can actively make predictions. We can make calls. Obviously, again, in these two states, we're not going to have a lot of competitive races. But as we get closer and closer to 7, that's when we're going to really start to see stuff pick up. Races in Virginia, areas like that. North Carolina, Florida is going to start hopefully predicting results. From what we've heard, it sounds like Florida is going to be another tight night. But Harrison, I'm kind of really interested to hear what you have to say because you're a big guy focused on the mail-in ballots. You're from New Jersey. You're having your own struggles there right now. So I kind of want to hear what you have to think about with all this.
Yeah, I'll get to that in 1 second. And I also, after that, want to get back to Joe because I think your friend asked about Pennsylvania, and I want you to talk about Pennsylvania for the viewers. But first, I want to just let our viewers know our system for how we would call races tonight, how we're reporting results, and from where and what classifications we use. So between the three of us, we're using New York Times and Decision Desk. Our results that Kraz is going to be mapping later are coming straight from Decision Desk, and Decision Desk, as you know, uses its own independent vote counting system to verify that totals are accurate and correct. We love Decision Desk. We appreciate their work, and they have a long history of providing accurate election returns to the election community. So there's no doubt about that. When a race is too close to call, it's going to be too close to call, and that's the classification we'll use. A lot of those races, particularly these House races where a couple thousand votes can make a much bigger difference than they can statewide, don't expect projections in these races. Instead, we're going to use a classification system composed of 3 parts. The first part is having to do with leader. So if one House candidate, let's say Christina Hale is leading on election night, but we don't have all the ballots counted, then Christina Hale, if she's only leading by 1%, clearly that's not enough to make a call, so she would only be the leader. If there's a likely winner, meaning over 95% of the vote is in, but it's not fully certified, and we're pretty certain someone's going to win, we'll declare them a likely winner. A projection is decided by our full election team and approved by our staff. And in order to make a projection, a candidate must have a significant lead over 95% of the vote or a narrow lead with all ballots at least fully counted. And the odds of that tonight are not full. So I predict tonight we're going to have a lot of leaders and some likely winners, not a ton of projections. Second point, again, this ties into it because of the nature of this election, the nature of counting mail-in ballots, and the fact that we'll have to balance this with counting in-person ballots. We really won't know in a lot of these races tonight. We'll have a good idea. We're getting results. There's a fallacy that we won't have results. I promise you we're going to get results. We're going to get the puzzle pieces we need to make decisions. But what I can tell you is I'm not saying anything definitive yet. We're just going to have to wait. But I'll toss it back to Joe to answer a question about Pennsylvania, which some people are arguing could be the state that decides this year's election. So, Joe, can you tell us about Pennsylvania, the voting system, and how it's going?
You know what, Harrison? That's something I would agree with you exactly on. If we see a slight polling error to Donald Trump tonight, from what we've seen these last 2 weeks, that would probably mean that the states of Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and Iowa have all gone towards the president, and possibly Arizona as well. If the president wins those states, it is going to come down to Pennsylvania. From what I've heard, Democrats are increasingly confident in flipping back Wisconsin and Michigan, 2 of the 3 Rust Belt states that Trump flipped in 2016. Pennsylvania is going to be the closest of those 3. We are not going back to Obama 2008 margins in Pennsylvania. What I'm thinking and what I'm hearing right now, there's a combination of the mail-ins, it's a combination of the absentees, but there was certainly decent amounts of in-person voting across the state today. And I want to bring up something from Ben Forstate. Most of the counties in Pennsylvania are making preparations for absentee ballots today. all except for 5 Pennsylvania counties, we are expected to see a combination of mail-in votes and today votes in the results. That is going to be crucial. And even more crucial is the fact that they're going to be coming from counties like Philadelphia, Montgomery, Chester, Bucks, Delaware, Allegheny, races that if Joe Biden hits those margins that he needs to do, he is going to win Pennsylvania. Honestly, in my opinion, I see Pennsylvania, my home state, going to the vice president by about 5 points. That's how I see it right now. Because tonight, here's why. In out west, we are going to see good margin. The margins from 2016 are going to hold from the president. Where he's getting hurt right now is in the northeast of the state. He's not going to get the margins he got in Lackawanna. He's not going to get the margins he got in the Lehigh Valley in 2016 and in the collar counties. Chester County only went for Hillary Clinton by about 7 points in 2016. It could go for 20 by Joe Biden tonight, and that is a heavily, heavily populous state. And that is a state that could flip the election. But also, I have to say, because, ladies and gentlemen, the first results are in from Indiana.
All right, and we're going to be taking a look at those results, and we'll come back to Pennsylvania later because I know we're going to have updates there because the counties all have different voting systems. But Joe, would you like to take us through those results? Okay,
so thanks. New York Times is the first one to give us results tonight. They come from Greene County, Indiana. New York Times reporting 52% of the estimated votes reporting. Donald Trump leads Joe Biden there 68-30. Greene is a heavily Republican area. So this is to be expected. But these are the first results, ladies and gentlemen. We are in. We have numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, election night is officially a go.
And just to let you guys know for Greene County, and I'm going to go back to Eric in 1 second, Greene County was a 74-21 Trump County last time, so obviously heavily Republican. It'll be interesting to see how much Trump underperforms in counties like these, or if he does underperform, and whether or not that can be a metric for the Rust Belt as a whole. We're going to have to see. Eric, real quick, what do you think about these early results, and what are you expecting in Indiana?
Yeah, this is an interesting result right here. Obviously, we're waiting for more results from the county and from other counties. This is one that has rocketed to the right. This is a county that Barack Obama managed to win 42% of the vote in. And Democrats were able to hold around 40% of the vote in many elections, with the exception of 2004. Donald Trump winning 74% of the vote here was unusual, but he did very well in Indiana, and part of this could have been the presence of Mike Pence on the ticket or his strong performance with white working-class voters. Obviously, if he's underperforming in a county like this, although, again, we don't know the exact margins, we don't know the details, that wouldn't be necessarily a good thing for him. So that's one thing definitely to look at for sure with that county. I did want to mention real quick something about the importance of Pennsylvania. And I want to bring this up because I can show this real quick with a screen share. The reason Pennsylvania is so important is that if our election goes exactly as we say it will, Donald Trump needs to win 4 states, or he needs to win 3.5 states. And what do I mean by that? So he needs to win Florida, assuming he wins everything else that we have listed. He wins Florida and he wins North Carolina. Then he wins Pennsylvania. He needs to win, basically, to force a tie in the Electoral College, he needs to win these 2 electoral votes in Nebraska and Maine. That's probably the easiest path he has, if you look at this map overall, to at least a tie in the Electoral College. But if Pennsylvania is Democratic, all of a sudden he has to win states like Wisconsin isn't even enough. He needs to win Arizona or states like Nevada, Michigan, those ones. That's kind of the importance of Pennsylvania here. It's such a heavily populated state that its electoral votes are very important overall.
And I want to actually bring this back to Joe from Pennsylvania, because obviously the number one way to impact the results is by voting. And Ben Forstrate, who's our Pennsylvania expert on Twitter, posted this as well today. And Joe, I just thought, can you tell us a little bit about this? Explain it to the viewers looking at this map of which counties are using which voting system, and how will it impact the way we perceive election results tonight and over the rest of this week as Pennsylvania finishes counting its votes?
Yeah. So, of course, here, as you can see, we have 3 things. Vote reporting. This is the results that we are going to know tonight. So the blue counties, you see, again, those collar counties I talked about, Erie, Allegheny, Sumter counties, and you see all across the state here, those blue counties will be, we know for definitively sure, will be reporting both mail and in-person numbers tonight. In the red, I think this number has decreased a little bit in the last number of counties, but I know the big one is Cumberland. That's the one that's going to be reporting in-person results only. And that is very important because Cumberland is part of one of the premier swing seats tonight in the House in Pennsylvania's 10th district between current Pennsylvania State Auditor, a Democrat, and Eugene D. Pasquale, and incumbent Republican Scott Perry, who has come under heavy fire for very right-wing views in his own right. So it's going to be really crucial here right now to see what's going on, what's happening here. But in the yellow is we don't really know how much of it in these yellow counties is going to be in person and how much of it is going to be vote by mail numbers. Hopefully, I believe and I hope that we are going to get good numbers from my home state of Pennsylvania tonight. I am in some ways confident in that we will be able to make at least a decent eyes projection of what's happening in the state tonight. And honestly, if we can call this state, we've called the presidency, folks. Because if Joe Biden or Donald Trump win the state, they have probably won the presidential election.
Mm-hmm. And Eric, what do you think about Pennsylvania's significance this election as well? Do you have any other things to add to the analysis you had previously?
Not beyond that. Obviously, it's a very interesting state, and that
we're getting our first results in from Kentucky. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Eric, but we have our first results in. According to Decision Desk, estimated 64.8 to 76% in Jessamine County, Kentucky. Currently, Donald Trump is leading Joe Biden 59.8 to 38.4. Just for a little bit of a reference, this county in 2016, Trump won 66% here to Clinton's 26%. So obviously it's still early, but if it really is that big of an underperformance, that is quite significant for Joe Biden, who would have had a 12% overperformance. Again, that's according to Decision Desk. If it's not correct, Joe can verify it on New York Times. But again, Jessamine County reportedly having results in for president.
And it's worth noting this is a county that trended Democratic from 2012 to 2016. So that's an interesting something to look at there.
Yes. So in Kentucky, New York Times has 3 counties actually reporting that from Kentucky: Greenup, Elliott, and Casey County. Casey County, we are seeing South American dictatorship-like levels of support for Donald Trump right now. If these results numbers from New York Times, he is leading Joe Biden 86 to 13% right now in Greene County. He is also up 66 to 33 in Elliott County, according to New York Times, 47 of the estimated votes reported. In Greenup County, he leads Joe Biden 68 to 31%, with 67% of estimated votes in there too. And that does mean I am going to take a look at the Senate race, all we have right now, and we do see a slight underperformance for Mitch McConnell compared to Donald Trump. Trump has about 86%. McConnell only has about 81% there. So we are seeing a slight underperformance for Mitch McConnell right now. But it isn't anything significant that I would say he's in trouble. But this is interesting right now. Anderson County, just outside of Lexington, with 18% of the reported vote in from New York Times, shows Joe Biden winning there 58 to 39.
It is very interesting. And looking at our third source, CNN, right now, they have one Democratic county in Kentucky right now, and it's Anderson County, 18% in, and Joe Biden is leading President Trump there 58 to 39. In the last election, Anderson County obviously solidly Republican, 72% of the vote. These are just early results. I would wait, obviously, on counties like these to see how things pan out. But again, it's early, and we have that new county there in Anderson.
Mm-hmm. And for any ancestral Democrats who are watching, you'll probably want to close your eyes or cover your ears at this point. At the moment, Mitch McConnell appears to be leading in Elliott County by 21 points. This would be fairly substantial, as Elliott County does not like any Republicans traditionally that are not named Donald Trump. So him winning in this county would be a bit unfortunate for a lot of conservative Democrats out there.
And obviously, as we would expect, Mitch McConnell is currently underperforming Donald Trump statewide and in Elliott County. Statewide, he's down by about 3 points from Trump's margin, more like 2.2 points. But Elliott County, as Eric said, obviously polarization seems to be helping McConnell here. McConnell's at 58% of the vote there. Trump's at 66%, so an 8% overperformance as we expect. But again, that's an important win for McConnell that he's leading there. It's definitely a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, these are the type of results, though, that Joe Biden does want to see, though, in my opinion. He is knocking down these numbers. He is taking them down. He is bringing down what Trump's numbers were in 2016 in these rural counties. The thing is, it will not let him win these states, but it's important that those results they're going to be out there worldwide, to be totally honest with you folks. They're going to be out there nationwide. This type of stuff happening is really, really important. And it's important to understand why they're so important.
Quick update for you guys in the House race I'm following. As we mentioned earlier, our top House races so far, Indiana 5 and Kentucky 6. In Kentucky's 6th district, currently Andy Barr has just taken the lead over Josh Hicks, presumably from that Elliott County vote. Barr is currently leading Hicks by a 60-38 margin with 4% of the vote in, according to CNN. That's about a 3,500 vote lead at the moment. And that has dropped Hicks down into second place right now. So we're going to see how this election continues to go. But that's definitely one of the more interesting House districts that we currently have up on our board with results in. In Indiana 5, we don't have results yet, but I promise I'll get them to you as soon as we do.
Yeah, if Democrats take Kentucky's 6th district, then this is going to be a really, really bad night for Republicans, folks, in the House in general. This is a seat that was better funded and much paid attention to, much for in 2018. And Andy Barr held on by about 3 points. If he loses tonight, this is I'm not going to lie to you, folks, this is a really bad sign for Republicans tonight.
I hate to interrupt, but we have more updates, and we have an update out of Fayette County, which is one of Kentucky's Democratic counties. According to Decision Desk election headquarters, Joe Biden has now received numbers in from Fayette. Between 49 and 58% of the votes are estimated to be in, unless that is a mistake. And Joe Biden currently has 73% of the vote in Fayette County. This was a county that Clinton received 51% of the vote in back in 2016.
Yeah, Fayette. That's one that we would expect because that is Lexington proper. That is certainly one that we would expect to go for the Democrats. But those are the type of numbers in. Also, that is a very African American heavy area in Lexington. So the fact that he's winning there big, again, those are the numbers that Joe Biden wants to see replicated in those important states: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Iowa, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. He's like what he's seeing right now. And
if Biden can maintain that kind of margin in the upper 60s, I mean, he's at 71 right now, but since Clinton won this county 51-41, so Biden would love to be in the upper 60s here because that could be a good sign for a nice solid uniform swing around the country for the Biden campaign. So those, as you said, Joe, those are the numbers that the Biden campaign really is looking for tonight.
Yeah, and officially now we also have this is Kentucky is the first state that we will have results in for every single House district as well. So this is very interesting to see here. Obviously, again, the only one we're really paying attention to is District 6. New York Times is reporting that Andy Barr is up 60-38 with about 4% of the estimated vote reporting right now in the 6th district.
Yep, those numbers line up with CNN. I think that Decision Desk accidentally has the numbers flipped around. They currently have Hicks up with 61% of the vote, but I think it's supposed to be the other way around. We're going to have to see. But again, currently CNN does have Barr with a nice consistent 60-38 lead as the first votes are counted in Kentucky's most competitive House district. And again, this is a race we rated as likely Republican, meaning we expect Barr to win by a decent margin, whereas if it was a leans Republican race or a leans Democratic race like Indiana's 5th district, that party has a narrow advantage in that district, and we consider them a narrow favorite to win the district. But as it's rated leans, it's not out of the possibility that it flips. But again, this is rated likely, which means the advantage for the respective party is considered even greater. And therefore, it would be more of an upset if a seat like this did happen to flip.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And, Eric, what are your thoughts so far on these results out of Kentucky and Indiana?
Yeah, they're definitely interesting so far, and they're showing a little bit of an underperformance for Trump in a lot of these rural areas, which is definitely interesting to see.
Mm-hmm. And it's almost 6:30, which means we're halfway through the first hour of poll closings. And with that, it means bringing on our great friend Kraz Grenitz, who's going to be doing live mapping for us. And we're going to have Kraz go over the results right now. He's going to be following the presidential and Senate races for the whole country. We're going to have him go through Indiana and Kentucky. So welcome, Kraz. Thank you for coming on.
Hi, yeah, thanks for having me. As you said, I'm going to be live mapping the results tonight. Currently, we don't quite have any Senate results yet. Obviously, only the Senate race in Kentucky has results right now. But we do have presidential results. So I'm going to share my screen and the viewers can see what the state of play is right now. It's obviously very limited. Here we go. So right here you can see that we have some results in from Indiana, Kentucky. Obviously, some very red counties in Indiana, as well as partial results from Lexington over in Kentucky. Now, obviously, these results are kind of hard to parse without context. So what I'm going to be doing all night is I'm also going to be showing our viewers the shift between 2016 and 2020. So as you can see, I'm going to open up the shift right now. It's a blue shift right now. Obviously, we don't know what results are in. These could be mail ballots. These could be in-person early votes. These could be election day votes. But it is worth noting that in both Indiana and Kentucky, election officials are not allowed to begin counting mail ballots until the day of the election. And in Kentucky, officials are not allowed to begin verifying and accepting, in other words, processing mail ballots until the day of the election. So on balance, these results look very promising for Biden right now. But obviously, we don't want to draw too many conclusions. The very limited set of counties, and it could be a very unrepresentative set of votes.
Mm-hmm. And again, I mean, I do want to ask you, Kraz, what do you think of that, at least according to Decision Desk, that very strong Fayette margin right now for Joe Biden? He's currently pretty much ahead of where Hillary Clinton was by around 20 points. And do you think that lead's going to hold? How significant do you think that is? He's dropped a little bit now. I think he's at 73 right now, actually, which is
that's what I have it as. So that's a very good question. I think his lead's going to drop. Fayette is a heavily Democratic, fairly urban county. We know that counties like this across the country have been putting in double time, working overtime to count their mail-in votes as quickly as humanly possible. It is likely that, on balance, the results reported right now are mail-in votes or otherwise much more favorable to Biden than the final results. Obviously, we can't know for sure until we see, but that would be my guess. However, Joe Biden would rather be up than down right now compared to Hillary Clinton's margin. And as you can see, it's a big shift right now. But really what I am paying attention to is those rural counties in Indiana. These are counties that likely are going to be dropping batches of votes all at once, making no distinction between early person, election day, and mail. And so the fact that these counties are also shifting to Biden is a very promising sign for him.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely not the numbers the Trump campaign would want to see. Again, it's still early. We're not even through the first hour of our closings at this point in Indiana and Kentucky. And obviously at 7 p.m. when we get big closings like Virginia, Georgia, and Florida, more competitive races for the House, the Senate, and the presidency, our shift is we're going to shift away from here. As I said earlier, I'm going to be following House races mostly tonight. So I'll be bringing you all the updates about House races that you would need in case you forget about them. And we're all going to be collectively following this stuff. But again, at the moment, if these numbers seem to cross state lines and I mean, Kraz, do you think there's a chance that we just have a uniform swing like this everywhere? And these are the numbers the Biden campaign would want to see?
I'm not going to say uniform swing. I think that's a strong term. In elections, there is no such thing as a uniform swing, even in the biggest of blowouts. But that being said, we know that the suburbs of America have, by and large, rebelled against Donald Trump. And we know that if he's going to win, he needs to juice turnout in heavily white working class counties. And he needs to run up his margins there, or at the very least be matching his margins in those counties. So if he's not doing that, that's a major red flag for him. Now, granted, I want to be clear, these are very, very, very early results. So, don't read too much into these. But again, it's not a great sign.
And again, we're at 6:34 p.m. right now. We're still waiting on results from Indiana's 5th district, which is one of our key House races. We have it rated as leans Democratic, and we expect Christina Hale to beat Victoria Sparks in a close race there, flipping the seat to the Democrats from the Republicans. It's considered a must-win race for the Democrats, according to our metrics. And we're waiting on results from that race. Obviously, our other race, Kentucky 6th. Barr currently has a lead, quite a formidable lead, but it could remain to be competitive. It could be competitive later. We're going to have to wait and see how the votes go as they're counted. In the meantime, though, we're waiting till 7 o'clock, and I'll show you the polls closing at 7 o'clock. This is from the New York Times. At 7 o'clock, we're going to have polls closing in Vermont. We're also going to have polls closing in Georgia, Virginia, Florida, and South Carolina. We've got 3 competitive Senate races, if you count the 2 races in Georgia and the race in South Carolina between Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham. We've got quite a few competitive House races in these states as well. We've got Florida's 26th and 27th districts, as well as the 15th district to a lesser extent. We've got Georgia's 6th and 7th districts. We've got South Carolina's 1st district as well, and we've got Virginia's 5th, 7th, and 2nd districts that we're watching in the House tonight. So not just president. Obviously, the presidency will likely be the focus of most people, but we've got some very important down-ballot congressional races as well that we're all going to be watching. So, guys, looking at these results, looking forward to the top of the hour, what are you expecting at 7 p.m. tonight?
I'm not sure I know what to expect at this point. What I will...
Yeah, Eric, I know you wanted to make a mention of something here about the Indiana governor.
Yeah, so people had thought, or some on election Twitter and Twitter in general had noted a trend where third-party candidate Donald Rainwater was getting double-digit support. The argument was this could impact the election so far. It seems to be impacting it a little bit, but not in the way one would think. It's actually impacting mainly Woody Myers' vote total. Woody Myers is, as the polls have predicted, polling pretty poorly. Holcomb right now, according to CNN, has a lead of 67 percentage points. He's basically polling exactly what Donald Trump is. And then there's an additional 11% of voters who, rather than voting for Woody Myers or perhaps voting for Donald Trump, are voting for this third-party candidate, Donald Rainwater. This is consistent with the only quality poll we've had of Indiana, which is that Rainwater was indeed getting portions of votes, but a large number of Democrats were actually voting for Holcomb. So if this holds up throughout the state, you may see scenarios and you may see Rainwater be getting above, 10, 15% of the vote, but that vote total not ultimately matter because of strong crossover support for Eric Holcomb, the governor of Indiana, from Democratic voters.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a race where Woody Myers is consistently below 30% in the polls. There has only been one poll with him above 30%. And I think people are just underestimating the popularity of Governor Holcomb. I would say he's pretty safe for re-election. We have the race rated as safe R. And at the end of the day, obviously, I mean, I think it's pretty clear just looking at the results we have right now, and also some general conjecture as well, that Joe Biden will outrun Woody Myers, probably by a significant amount. I mean, polling is the evidence we have for that. Biden's come closer in Indiana than Woody Myers has, because Biden's been at 40% in some of the Indiana polls I've seen or more, whereas Woody Myers has barely cracked 30 in the last few polls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it also helps that Eric Holcomb has obviously had a large war chest, and his efforts in coronavirus handling have generally been considered to be quite strong. So that's definitely something to look for.
Yeah, for sure, everyone. I mean, we're going to be watching it here. Right now, it does show Joe Biden and Amy McGrath with small leads in Kentucky. That is because, though, all those results dropped in from Fayette and Lexington, those huge margins in Fayette and Lexington, way, way bigger than what we saw in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. This is a ginormous jump for the Democrats in this election. And it's really interesting because we actually see Amy McGrath doing worse in Lexington than what Joe Biden is doing. With the results we've got reported there right now from the New York Times, Biden is about doing 2 points better in Lexington than McGrath, which is really interesting to me. And you've got basically a matchup right now, too, where Mitch McConnell is doing about 2 points better than the president in the Lexington in Fayette County. So that's another thing. And obviously right now, because of that heavy vote total, you're going to see both McGrath and McConnell and Biden up in Kentucky right now. Obviously, once we start seeing, especially the Western Kentucky counties come in, we're going to see that change. We're going to see it go back to Trump and McConnell. But again, Joe Biden wants to see these margins that he's seeing in Fayette everywhere right now. That's what he wants to see. That's what he needs to see, and that's what I think he's going to see very soon, I think.
We have another important update, actually, that I want to bring up, and it's from Kenton County, according to Decision Desk. And Kenton County is one of the Strip, along with Campbell, Boone, Kenton, and Campbell County. They were all counties that were pretty critical to Andy Beshear's election as governor last time. Boone County's fairly Republican. It's the one on the far left. Kenton County actually voted for Andy Beshear by about a point. And Campbell County voted for Andy Beshear by 5 points in that governor's race where he won it. Again, looking at in that gubernatorial election, Kenton County, Decision Desk currently has Kenton County reporting results. They believe it's between 28 and 34% of the vote in. And Joe Biden currently leads Donald Trump 65 to 33 in that county. And this is a county that Matt Bevin won by 18 points in 2015. Andy Beshear won it by just a single point in his 2019 gubernatorial victory. And looking back to that 2016 presidential result in the state of Kentucky, if we look at the way Kenton voted then, it was obviously, it was not competitive. Trump won it 59 to 33 over Clinton. So if Biden can win Kenton County tonight, and it's still early, again, this is still a traditionally Republican county, I don't really see it happening since Beshear only narrowly won it and won Kentucky, and we do not expect Biden to win Kentucky. But still, I mean, a significant swing here would be something to watch.
Yeah, I want to mention, though, real quick, is something that's, I think, really important to get here is that there may be massive swings between the early vote and the election day vote. And what I want to point to is this tweet from Taniel, Taniel on Twitter, is that early on in Oklahoma, if you looked at the early results that were almost entirely mail-in voting, Medicaid expansion was up 80 to 20. We saw this happen live. And then gradually over the night, as those election day votes came in, it ultimately only won narrowly by a percentage point. So I would caution drawing anything from these counties until they're more completely in, or until you have election day votes. It would be interesting if Biden pulls off these margins in Fayette and Kenton counties, but we can't really say this when this is entirely almost what it seems like early voting, mail-in votes, which are predicted to go Democratic by a large margin.
And again, this is why we really won't be making any projections tonight. You're not going to see very many projections. It's really going to be results reporting and analysis. So with that, I'm going to go over to Kraz. Kraz, do you have any updates to our magic wall, as we'd call it, of results tonight? Any new updates?
So in a minute, I'll be able to show some updated results. I just want to echo what people are saying. We're getting more and more results. We have a couple counties that are almost completely reporting in Kentucky, according to Decision Desk, and they look to be strong shifts for Joe Biden. So again, to echo what Eric said, we really, really, really need to be careful about extrapolating too much information from what could be a very unrepresentative sample of this. However, that being said, if you're Joe Biden, you have to like these numbers right now. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it'll have some updated shift maps for our viewers. But yeah, in the meantime, I just want to make that clear. And yeah, things are looking good in these very early reporting states.
And one thing I'm hearing from, I want to mention we have a source within Michigan. Apparently, there's very high turnout in Michigan as a whole and the country in the 8th congressional district, which is one of the more important ones to watch. We put out an article earlier today which posited if there were to be a Republican win of the House, which we think is an infinitesimally small chance, the seat that would get them over the line would be Michigan 8th congressional district. But we have the seat, I think it likely Democratic, and high turnout in the district would what I think lends towards it staying in the Democratic column. But we have seen very high turnout nationwide. In fact, I think some are projecting this to be a turnout of around 67%, 66%, which would be very, very high. One of the higher turnout elections we've had in recent memory. So there's a lot of votes that are going to be coming in tonight throughout the night. So we're going to be in for a long one, especially with these mail-in vote and the split between mail-in and election day.
And there's still a discrepancy looking at the 6th district. Decision Desk currently has Josh Hicks leading with 61% of the vote. CNN, though, on the other hand, has the race also back into Hicks's favor at the moment. A lot of that comes from Fayette, which includes Lexington proper, as Joe said, and this has essentially helped lead to Democrat Josh Hicks taking back the lead. So Josh Hicks has about 60% of the vote at the moment over incumbent Andy Barr. And again, Fayette numbers are early. we still have that likely discrepancy between the early vote numbers and the final total. So we're going to be waiting. But currently, Hicks has a lead over Andy Barr. We do expect this seat to be Republican when all is said and done. We have it rated as likely Republican. And as Joe said, if Democrats do manage to flip the seat or even come close, it's definitely a bad sign for congressional Republicans, considering the Republicans or the Democrats couldn't even win it in 2018 when it was definitely a much greater target for them.
We've got some results in from Allen County, which is one of the larger counties in Indiana. Do we want to go over some of those according to CNN?
Yes, let's go through those.
So Allen County is home of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and this was a county that was surprisingly close in the the Senate election in 2018, if I recall right. Right now, according to CNN, Trump has a 56-42 lead in Allen County. Last time this advantage was 57 to 37. Although again, keep in mind this is probably predominantly early voting, and we'll see more votes in as the nights go on. But this is a little bit closer in terms of his actual vote total than some of these other counties we're talking about.
Yeah, that's maybe one of the first good results from counties that we've seen tonight for Donald Trump. That's a margin that in some other areas that he would hope to protect. That's good news for him in Indiana. In my opinion, that's the good news he wants to see. Again, no one really expected this state to be competitive, and it certainly does look like it will stay that way. If he is winning Allen County by similar margins that he is, we don't expect him to. Obviously, the Obama 2008 upset happened when we were kind of in what people feel is a similar national environment. That doesn't look like it's going to happen today, folks. It certainly looks like that we are going to get a Donald Trump win in Indiana. Obviously, can't call it yet, but with that, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, the Wayne result is definitely one of the first results in the city in Indiana, and Trump did get 56% of the vote there last time, so he's holding that margin, although Joe Biden has come up from Clinton's 37% to around 42%. But I'll throw it off to Eric, and then after that, I want to get it back to Kraz, if Kraz has any updates.
And for comparison here in Allen County, Eric Holcomb, the Republican governor, who we have at safe Republican, like the election itself, is around 60%, with Woody Myers only at 32%, and then Rainwater taking in another 9%. So again, pretty solid result for Eric Holcomb there, and we expect both of these states, but looking at the margins will be interesting to see how these compare down ballot and up ballot to how President Trump is doing.
Mm-hmm. And Kraz, do you have any updates? I think you're on mute, Kraz.
Yeah, Kraz, you're on mute, it appears.
Sorry, that's my bad. Still getting used to the format. So I'm putting the finishing touches on an update for our viewers. If obviously, I appreciate everybody's patience. It's the first run through with the first couple states. From what I can tell, what I've seen on Decision Desk informally before I actually show our viewers, it does seem like the results are still looking pretty good for Joe Biden. Obviously, it's tough to gauge exactly what kind of votes are coming in, but he's seeing the kinds of shifts that I think he would hope for. Again, these are very small counties and might not be representative. But okay, if I can share my screen, we have a few more results in right now. So from Indiana, Kentucky, let's see. So I should be sharing a screen now. If you guys can see it now. There we go. Perfect. So here are the preliminary results we have. So obviously, we've got some results in from the Bluegrass region of Kentucky. That's the area that's covered by Kentucky's 6th congressional district. And then we've got some scattered results around from Indiana. I do want to update you guys on some shifts. You're going to get to see under the hood a little bit because I have to do the update manually. But we're going to take a look at how the margin is shifting between 2016 and 2020. So bear with me. And now that should show us the shift. There we go. So as you can see, again, Biden putting up very impressive shift margins versus Hillary Clinton. again, very early. Allen is a more urban county, so we think those are probably more heavily mail-in votes. But we'll wait to see. But that's where we're at right now. So far, underrunning Hillary Clinton in any county.
And I think it's interesting looking at the swing. Obviously, Trump's doing fairly well in that Fort Wayne area in Indiana and Allen County. He's pretty much holding his 56% margin. So, Kraz, how do you think that's going to end up going as we get more ballots in? And do you think this is an area where Trump can maintain a similar victory margin to his 2016 win in the county?
Yeah, so I think it's definitely possible. I don't know what kind of ballots are in or where these votes are from, if they are in person or early in-person votes. But that being said, this is a positive sign for him, and it seems like it could be an area where he can actually hold his margin. So, yeah, I think this is a positive result for him. I would agree with that assessment. He can improve here.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, it's just going to be really interesting to see as we come in now. But, folks, we are 9 minutes away from some major poll closings in states. The big ones, of course, is Georgia. We are 9 minutes away from polls closing in Georgia, at least, I mean, as long as we believe as they are kept right now. But we are 9 minutes away from Georgia. We should also be getting results in from South Carolina and Virginia. Now, in Virginia, there are two big things I want to put people's attentions to. Number one, the Virginia 5th District congressional race. This race was one that is not one that should be big for the Republicans right now. It should not be competitive. But Republicans took out incumbent congressman who was a more libertarian-esque style congressman in Denver Riggleman. He was knocked out in convention by Bob Good, who is a heavy far-right Christian conservative from Liberty University. He is facing off against Cameron Webb and Good. Bob Good has become Bob Bad, if we want to put it that way. He has shown himself to be down in polling, even when the president is winning the district in those pollings. He's shown to be continually underperforming the president. That's really a key race number one you want to watch tonight. Number two, Virginia has constitutional amendment number 1 on the ballot. This is a huge amendment for the state. It is focused on creating a new independent commission for the state to draw their maps. It's really interesting, actually, because Democrats are against it because they feel it disproportionately gives power to white voters and takes power away from blacks and minorities. But Republicans are all for this, and all polling so far has shown this amendment getting a majority in the state of Virginia. I'll be very interested to see how that map comes in. I will try and keep everyone updated on that. I am very interested in seeing how that goes. But those are the two races you're really going to watch in Virginia. And Eric, I'm going to pass it over to you for some explanation on how it's going to go in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm. So South Carolina is definitely an interesting state to look at. We have the Senate race there as likely Republican. Jamie Harrison, the Democratic candidate, has gotten a lot of national attention. He spent over $100 million to try and flip this seat. And while polls have shown a relatively close race, a substantial outwinning of Joe Biden, who was expected to lose the state by around 5 to 10 percentage points, depending on the poll. Some show more 7 to 12. For Jamie Harrison to win, what he'll probably need, and what he's admitted that he needs, is a substantial undervote of Republicans who are not happy with Lindsey Graham. He spent extensively trying to prop up a Constitution Party candidate, Bill Bledsoe, who has dropped out of the race and endorsed Graham. And so if there's going to be an upset in this election, we'll have to see how much of that undervote there is, and specifically pay attention to places like Greenville, Columbia, and Charleston, some of the larger metro areas in the state. I know Horry County, home of Myrtle Beach, has seen tremendous numbers in early voting, and this is a state that is extraordinarily Republican. So that's definitely some things we're going to be looking at when the time comes to be focusing on South Carolina.
And I have
the presidential race we have. Oh, sorry.
I have a quick update for the viewers out of one of the key House districts we're watching in Indiana 5. We don't have DDHQ county breakdowns yet, but according to new results reported from CNN, there's around 4% of the vote in. Victoria Sparks currently leads by about 1,200 votes, or 53 to 45% over Christina Hale. So we're going to wait and see on that race. Obviously, for Hale to win, Hale has to get around 45% of the vote in Hamilton County, which is the blue and suburban county to the north of Marion County, which is Indianapolis. And Not only would she have to meet Donnelly margins there, she'd also have to do extremely well in the Marion County portion of northern Marion there, which is the Democratic bastion of that district. So this is a race we're going to be watching heavily tonight as we get more results in, and we're waiting for decision desks to report these numbers. But currently, again, a narrow lead for Victoria Sparks, an early lead with just a few ballots counted. And Kraz has headed off. He's going to be back later on at 7:30 with more updates. We're getting close to our 7 p.m. poll closings tonight, and which come in Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And we're going to have new panelists on to discuss everything with you guys.
Yeah, so here we go, folks. We're going to start to see results in for some really key states. Another big key state that I forgot to mention, Florida. We are going to start to see some early results from Florida when polls close. This is maybe one of the most crucial states in the election. Florida, when Donald Trump won Florida in 2016, it gave him his pathway to 270. If he does not get Florida, he will not get his pathway to he will not have a good pathway to 260. That is just the truth. So it's going to be really interesting to see how and where he gets these numbers and where this, where the votes are coming from, how it's going for the president. That's what's going to be really interesting to watch as we get into this next hour. And boy, folks, am I excited. I know Eric and Harrison are excited too. I know we have some more panelists coming on, hopefully at the top of the hour. I know we're all excited, but folks, we are 3 minutes away from the 7 o'clock poll closing, and this is when it really gets real, folks.
And just a quick update before we get there, and this is something the Trump campaign might be a bit worried about, but some people are beginning to expect potentially that Joe Biden could at least somewhat get close to Donnelly numbers here, which would be a significant improvement from Hillary Clinton's total in the state back in 2016. Obviously, back in that election in 2016, if we go back, let me check again for the exact margin here so I get it right. Donald Trump won by 19 points in Indiana. So, I mean, it's definitely going to be a closer race given the swings we're seeing in some of these counties from 2016 to now. But again, still early on. There still could be a discrepancy between the mail-in votes and the total counts. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah. So here we are, folks. We are getting ready to go here. Just some quick updates in Kentucky. Donald Trump currently leads, according to NYT. Mitch McConnell is still down, but New York Times is not reporting Campbell County for the Senate race, while they are reporting it for the presidential race. The president has a big lead in some of these states. And as I say that, Mitch McConnell is about to take the lead in this Senate race. As the election day vote and the non-early day vote has started to come in, we're starting to see where the victory for the Biden, for the McConnell and Trump campaigns in Kentucky are going to come from. We're going to start to see those numbers. And I don't know if we're going to make a call yet in the next hour, but probably within sometime soon, we're going to start to look to make calls in Kentucky.
And for those who are not paying attention, we're obviously the races we're paying attention to and those we're not. The only race that I know of that has actually been called is Kentucky's 5th congressional district, which is the rural one. Hal Rogers. This was never in doubt. It's a district that's you get South American dictator level numbers here if you're a Republican. So this is definitely one that not surprising at all. There's not a whole lot left from any of these districts for any other organizations to make a rating, though, with these other congressional districts that are having results come through right now.
Mm-hmm. And in 1 minute, again, we're getting some important closings in some of the most competitive states for president, including Georgia, which could very well be the closest state for president in this election. Again, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. Within those states, some competitive Senate races. And for me, I'm following quite a few competitive House races I mentioned earlier, and I'll go through those as we get results. And as well, obviously, for the presidential level, for a state as significant to both candidates' possible electoral coalitions as Florida. We're definitely going to look at that. But again, polls closing, and it is officially 7 o'clock. Polls have closed. And with that, we're going to welcome Andrew Payne onto our show. He's in charge of our analysis of the Virginia races. and one of the panel heads for our southeastern election conference team here. So thank you and welcome, Andrew. We're happy to have you here.
Hey, y'all.
And we're basically going to be waiting for results. So I guess I'll just go around and ask you guys expectations as we wait for results tonight.
So out of Virginia, the county you really want to pay attention to on a statewide race historically has been Chesterfield County. That is one of the key counties historically of the Republican coalition. It has trended towards the Democrats in recent days, with Democrats such as Northam and Kane winning it in 2017 and 2018. And historically, the county breaks down like this. If a Republican is winning it by more than 12%, they have probably won the election. If it's between 12 and 10%, it's going to be a very long night. If it's lower than 10, it's probably going to be a Democratic win. And the closer you get to 10, the longer the night's going to be. If a Democrat's winning it, they're winning it in a blowout, roughly 9%-ish. So that is a county that historically is a bellwether in Virginia, and it counts early and fast. So if you want an early indication of where the state's going, look at Chesterfield, just south of Richmond.
Mm-hmm. And for those who are wondering, our ratings for both the presidential and Senate race have Virginia at safe Democratic. Neither party has contested Virginia strongly, aside from those House districts.
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first call of the evening in the presidential race. New York Times have called the state of Kentucky for Donald J. Trump. So again, not a surprise there.
This is no surprise for the New York Times. This was obviously expected. The AP has also already called Mark Warner for re-election in Virginia's Senate race. Again, this was no surprise. This is just stuff we already knew was going to happen.
Yep.
But again, we're going to keep you posted throughout the night as more results come in. There's states that are starting to post. For example, I believe Vermont is going to start posting their votes shortly. Obviously, we have that safe. Vermont is not expected to go to the Republican column, but even in Vermont, there are areas that are interesting to look at for both parties historically, specifically in the Northeastern Kingdom region where Donald Trump did make inroads in 2016, and there's also a gubernatorial race there that we have rated as safe Republican with Governor Phil Scott, who just announced today that he has voted for Joe Biden for president, making him the first sitting governor, Republican governor, to announce his support for Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm. And I want to pose another question to you as we wait for our first updates here. Can you give us your predictions for a state like Florida as we get results in here? And this goes to Joe. I want to see what you think about Florida.
Harrison, New York Times is showing the first results in Florida from both Pasco and Lee County. 79% in Pasco and 81% in Lee. Trump leads 56-43 in Pasco, and he leads 57-42 in Lee County. That is giving him a 56-43 level statewide right now in the state of Florida. Obviously, these are just some very preliminary results, but that's something that I don't think the Trump team is going to be super upset about to see those numbers. I don't know necessarily what their level they supported the president in 2016. I know Eric is probably searching that rapidly right now, but I don't think that's a terrible start. Oh, we also have results from Brevard County, 54-45 for the president, and I think that's down a little bit from what it was. And he leads 56-43 across the state with about 7% of the vote, and according to New York Times. We are going to get results here quick from Florida, folks. They're ready to go tonight in the sun down south there in Florida. Also, now we're getting reports, according to New York Times, from Lake County in Florida. 55-44 there for the president in Lake County, Florida. Again, I don't know what the margins are when it came to this last year, but right now that's what we're seeing in this. But right now that's what we're seeing in the state of Florida, folks. It is going to be rapid and it is going to be quick in Florida, everyone. It is going to be rapid and it is going to be quick.
Yep, Florida is always good with getting their votes in quickly and getting their votes in, on a basis reliably, with the exception of a few counties in South Florida, which have gained notoriety. In particular, Palm Beach County and Broward County have had their ballot debacles over the last few decades, but the rest of Florida has run generally a very tight ship, a very efficient ship, and so we should get a lot of results in there fairly quickly.
In 2016, Lake County was 59-36.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. That's a problem for the president. That's a problem.
Oh, again, how much of the county is in at this point?
New York Times is saying that 76% of the county is in.
Interesting.
So I would say that is a problem for the president.
Also, I would look at Brevard County. Trump is up there currently by only 10 points. This was a county he won by 20 points last time over Clinton, so that's another one worth noting. That's the one right on the coast there. Obviously, we're still waiting on a lot of the really critical counties when we're looking at Florida, but again, we're going to have those results. We're going to analyze it, and when we bring Kraz back on at 7:30, I think looking at that swing is one of the more important parts to get a real sense of where the election's going compared to last time.
Pasco County was 58-37.
Yeah, again, these aren't the numbers that the president wants to see in the state of Florida. He needs these numbers to be up a little bit, folks.
And Lee was also 58-37.
Yeah, we're seeing like Biden +5 compared to Clinton's number in these counties from 2016. That's a sign the Biden camp likes. That is a sign that they like, folks. Let me tell you. So, yeah, we're in for, again, we are in. Oh, we have results from Pinellas. 54-45 in favor of the vice president, Joe Biden, with about 75% of the vote in, according to New York Times.
And interestingly, that lines up exactly with the St. Pete poll we saw today that literally had it at 55-45 Biden, essentially, looking at that result. This was a Trump +1 county last time, tracked close to the national result. It was won by Obama by about 6 in 2012 and 8 in 2008. So obviously not aligned with the margin in the state, but aligned with the winner of the state. So losing Pinellas, obviously, it's still possible that Trump could win Florida without counties like Pinellas and Duval. Bill Nelson won re-election lost re-election to the Senate. Rick Scott flipped the seat in 2018, but Rick Scott did not win Pinellas or Duval. A lot of that, his victory was attributed to Bill Nelson's underperformance in Miami-Dade. And Nelson lost by 0.1%. So that's another county we're going to be watching tonight is Miami-Dade to see how much Biden underperforms Clinton or if he does underperform Clinton. We're also going to be watching Broward County right above it as a source of Democratic turnout to potentially outdo any losses in Miami-Dade. But again, it's significant to look at counties like Pinellas, but it's still not completely a good decision to count out Trump yet, just with Pinellas going to Biden.
Exactly. There's still 25% of the vote in, and the election day is predicted to be more Republican than the rest of the votes. So,
the big thing with just checking in on House races in Florida here too, none of the results that have come in are in districts that are perceived to be competitive. Incumbents lead as expected in every single one of these districts so far. That means four Republican districts: the 19th, the 17th, the 6th, and the 12th, and also Charlie Crist's district, the 13th. He has a 14-point lead right there, right now. That's the Tampa Bay-based district. So, and interesting enough, Harrison, I think you want to check out. I don't know if you want to check out anything. I'm taking a look here at District 5, in Indiana, it is still a 53-44% lead for Victoria Sparks right now in Indiana.
Mm-hmm. And one seat that is not going to be competitive is the 4th congressional, or not the 4th, is Mario Diaz-Balart's congressional district in South Florida. This would typically be a good one to look at for a bellwether vote total for at the presidential level for compared to the previous election where there was a trend towards Democrats in South Florida. But he is running unopposed, and so obviously he has that seat. The only reason I mention is that's the only one that we know of at this point.
We have our first results from Virginia, with Trump leading by 200 votes in Richmond County, not to be mistaken with Richmond City. This is a small rural county in the northern neck in the 1st district.
Yeah.
We also have results from Citrus County, Florida, which is another 5% underperformance by Donald Trump.
And we're going to be having some updates soon, so stay tuned. Keep watching the coverage. Within the next minute, we're going to have some important updates.
It's really happening now, folks. We're getting to start to see the big states, so it's really happening now.
And we can project that President Donald Trump has carried the state of Kentucky in its 8 electoral votes, his first win on the electoral board tonight. We can also project that Donald Trump has carried the state of Indiana with its 11 electoral votes, a second result for Trump there. That puts President Trump at 19 electoral votes tonight. Well, he has been underperforming in the states as a whole and in countless key counties compared to 2016 in both Indiana and Kentucky. We do not see a path at the moment when all the votes are counted for Joe Biden to win these traditionally Republican states, and we currently have both of them rated as safe Republican. CNN has also projected Indiana for Donald Trump, and the New York Times has called Kentucky for Donald Trump. We also agree with Decision Desk in calling Vermont for Joe Biden, 3 electoral votes, another safe state that we have rated as safe Democratic. Will go to Joe Biden, so that puts Joe Biden on the board for the first time. Trump leading 19-3 in the Electoral College. And our first Senate projection, we can project that Mitch McConnell, who is slightly underperforming Trump statewide, will still defeat Amy McGrath. Mitch McConnell defeating Amy McGrath to win re-election to the U.S. Senate for another 6 years. Whether or not he will be majority leader next January remains to be seen, but we do project that at the end of the night, Mitch McConnell will have enough votes to win another term in the U.S. Senate over Amy McGrath. So what are you guys' thoughts on the results and the projections we've made up to this point?
Those are no surprise, folks. We expected Republicans, Donald Trump, to win the states of Indiana and Kentucky. We expected Mitch McConnell to win his re-election in the Senate, which could very theoretically be his last term in the Senate. He's been there since the 80s. This could theoretically be McConnell's last term. And there's argument to be made that he might be one of the most influential Senate majority leaders in recent memory. I think there is a case to be made for that. But, this is something that we expected. We're not surprised by it. And, it's not something we're surprised by. And we're just going to keep seeing the results in tonight. But we're kind of now shifting away our focus from those 6 o'clock states. And we're now fully into the 7 o'clock states. So I want to give a quick update in Monroe County, Florida, with about 71% of the votes reporting. It's a tie. Donald Trump leads by only 12 votes total of 71% of the vote in Monroe County, according. They're tied 49.6 to 49.6% right now in Monroe County.
And that county is fascinating because it actually went to Bill Nelson by 1 vote in 2018. So that'll be interesting.
One of the closest counties in Florida.
We actually have a new guest, Devontae Hernandez, who's from Florida, and he'll be answering some questions from our panel about Florida. So we wanted to welcome him to the stream. Welcome.
How y'all doing? Good evening.
And we basically, so what can you tell us so far about the state of Florida and what you expect going for Joe Biden for the rest of the night here?
Well, right now, a good sign for Joe Biden is that he's up in Pinellas County. Right now on New York Times, he's winning the state by 0.5%. Now, back in 2016, Hillary was leading during this time as well, or was very narrowly down. With that being said, there's a lot of things that are going on in Florida this cycle, especially in Miami-Dade County. We are on track to elect our first mayoral woman candidate, and she's in the Democratic allegiance. And we have also Donna Shalala down here, Debbie Murkelsel Powell in our congressional districts. And hopefully, if they win, they can carry Biden in those areas of very critical Miami-Dade and Monroe. Monroe is a little bit swingier recently. But from this map right now, it's a good map for Biden. He's up in Pinellas by a decent margin. He's up in Broward by a lot. One concerning note is West Palm Beach is red at the moment, but it's still very early. So it's early for everyone.
According to Alex Darty of the Miami Herald, early Miami-Dade results are showing Biden up 54-45. I'm not sure how much of the vote is in yet, how much of this votes are total. It's not showing up in these election outlets, but Dougherty is with the Miami Herald. This is just noting. That's a pretty substantial swing if that holds. Again, we mentioned earlier we expect a lot of things to change with this election. We don't expect these results to stay static all the time. Yeah, 538 says over a million votes are counted, estimated 86 to 99% in, and Biden has a lead of around under 1,000 votes in Miami-Dade County.
Well, that is concerning for Biden. That is concerning for Biden.
That would be extremely concerning for Biden.
But as someone who lives in Miami, I will tell you there are a lot of Trump supporters, a lot of people here that support the president, and they have their merchandise on their cars. They're at the polling places. Today, one thing that I will note, I was at 8 polling places working for a campaign, and there was no long lines at all. Not one long line in the entire 8 precincts spanned across an entire area. So take that as you will. But one thing I will say that is interesting, a polling worker there in one of the precincts that I was at said that this precinct is really for Donald Trump, and it was not a lot of turnout in this area today. So
yeah. Can I mention another election result that's in? I've been talking about Puerto Rico on the Twitter account earlier, and there are actually around 30% of the votes in from Puerto Rico. So obviously the big thing here is the statehood plebiscite. Sorry, is how they're wording it. This is basically another attempt by the governing New Progressive Party, or PNP, to establish a consensus for statehood. That would be support. That would let them be able to become a state. Right now, this plebiscite leads with around 54.2% of the vote. The opposition is at 45.7%, and this is with around 27% according to Puerto Rico's website. In the race for resident commissioner, which is Puerto Rico's delegate to Congress, they serve for 4 years. The incumbent Republican, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, I hope I didn't pronounce her name incorrectly. I'm not a native Spanish speaker, but she is ahead with 45% of the vote. Anival Vila is at 35%. He's the anti-statehood candidate for the Democrat, for the EP. He's a Democrat. And then you have new candidates like Zaire Conde, who is at 9%, and Ada Henriquez, who's at 6%. Conde is a candidate from a new party, the MDC, which are broadly anti-colonialist. Their primary concern is creating a solution to the problem of what status Puerto Rico is. They seem to prefer independence or some other, but just a permanent solution in general. And then Henriquez is part of this PD party, which is broadly conservative on social issues, religiously Christian, and is generally not taking a stance on the issue of whether or not Puerto Rico should be a state. Finally, in the gubernatorial race, which is again one where the New Progressive Party is attempting to hold, this one is far closer. Pedro Pierulesi, sorry if I'm pronouncing the name incorrectly, incumbent or the governor candidate for the MPP, and a Democrat, is ahead with 38.1% of the vote. VP Carlos Altieri is at 36%. The two candidates here, two minor party candidates, are taking large portions of the vote. The MVC candidate is taking 10%, and the Puerto Rican Independence Party candidate is taking 10%. This is, again, important because even if there is a support for statehood in the referendum, if there's independent support 20 to 30%, it's a lot harder to sell to Congress, given that is a substantial portion of people who do not want to become members of states. But I believe we're going to throw it to Joe to explain some of these South Florida results coming in.
Yeah. I was just going to switch, but Joe can go ahead, I guess.
No. Yeah, look, guys, the big thing is from these Miami-Dade numbers. New York Times is saying with apparently 84% of the estimated vote coming in, Joe Biden is having one of the biggest underperformances I think we could have expected him to have this year. He is only up 54 to 45 in Miami-Dade, according to New York Times. That is a huge underperformance, folks, and that has huge, huge things for the House races. In the 26th district, with apparently 73% of the estimated vote in, according to New York Times, Carlos Jimenez leads incumbent Democrat Debbie Mercado-Powell 51 to 49%. And even bigger, in the 27th district, this isn't a result I expect to hold, but with 83% of the reported numbers in, Maria Elvira Salazar is leading incumbent Democrat Donna Shalala by about 1,100 votes. This
Donna Shalala.
Go ahead.
So that is huge for those districts if those numbers are holding right now, because that is a huge stunner. And maybe not as much for the 27th, but for the 26th district, that is incredibly important. Harrison, I know you were going to say something, so I'll stop being loud right now, but I'm going to switch over back to you.
Yeah, so obviously these are terrible numbers for the Biden campaign in Miami-Dade County. Significant underperformance from Clinton. At this point, a significant underperformance even from Bill Nelson, who still won the county by around 20 points. Gillum won it by around 18 points, if I remember correctly. So this is a big underperformance again. Salazar has only about a 1,100 vote lead over Shalala. According to Decision Desk, about 95% of the vote is in. Obviously, this race is too close to call. But my bigger concern would be for the 26th district, which is technically less Democratic than the 27th district. And could someone like Carlos Jimenez, who already has a decent crossover appeal, how vulnerable does that make Congresswoman Powell? And I'm going to, I guess, throw this to her, Devontae. Devontae, do you want to talk a little bit about Powell's reelection chances? How does this Biden performance impact the down ballot?
Well, one thing that I will note is the New York Times has no absentee ballots for Miami-Dade County. There are 0 in right now. I don't know if they differentiate the votes and the absentees from each of on the New York Times. So it is concerning. Shalala, I have been saying for the past 4 months, Shalala is a vulnerable incumbent. You can check my Twitter feed. I put it maybe a month or 2 ago. Shalala is a weak incumbent. She won by the skin of her teeth in 2018 in a blue wave year. And I will say, Debbie Mercado-Powell, that one is surprising me. I met Congressman Powell the other day, actually, and was canvassing for her yesterday. So I think really what we have to look out for is those absentee votes, because I don't see any on the New York Times yet. And we know that Democrats were mostly the ones that voted absentee and early. So let's wait for that. And Biden should be worried right now.
I'd also like to bring up another competitive House race in Florida at the moment, and that's in Florida's 15th congressional district, a race that we have rated as leans Republican for Scott Franklin. The incumbent Republican Ross Spano lost his primary there to Scott Franklin. And for reference, this was a seat that voted for Trump by 10 points last time. Currently, Democrat Alan Cohn, a journalist, is leading Scott Franklin by a 50.4 to 49.6 margin, according to CNN. So again, 1,300 vote lead, a lot like the 27th district and presumably the 26th district. Very, very close at the moment. And part of this may have to do with the fact that, well, Biden is seemingly underperforming down here in South Florida compared to Hillary Clinton's margins. In that upper I-4 corridor area along the 15th district, Biden is actually overperforming Hillary Clinton's margin, which could be very impactful down the ballot for Alan Cohn. Obviously, it's too early to make a judgment in this race, and we still have Scott Franklin favored. But Ross Spano won this seat by only 6 in 2018, and it's possible it could be closer than that if Biden really does end up doing pretty well in this part of Florida.
Another thing I wanted to mention with – oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So one thing I want to mention is Matthew Isbell, who's known for his data analysis on Florida, just tweeted out that he would be shocked if Biden wins Florida. Obviously, that's the word of one analyst, but this Miami-Dade total, keep in mind, last night on rating preview, over 1 million votes, 1.2 million votes to be cast here. This is a very, very large county. A 10 to 20 point swing here to being within 10. These are Bush level margins. Would be just utterly catastrophic in terms of raw votes for Democrats. It could outweigh Seminole County going blue. It could outweigh Duval County going blue. It could outweigh Pinellas County going blue. This is very, very bad.
Note that Duval County is going blue right now by about 10 points, and this was a Trump County in 2016. It just proves Duval and Pinellas may not matter.
Yeah, this is utterly catastrophic if this holds, or if, God forbid, this gets even, the total gets even closer if more votes come in. There's even competitive races here. I don't know what the vote is for the mayor of Miami-Dade County, but that was expected to be a close race.
I should check that.
So Devontae's going to be with us till 7:30, and then he's going to head off, and we're going to bring Kraz back on. Andrew's also going to head off, but we'll have more panelists later on. But before you check that, I do want to report some important news out of Georgia. In Cobb County, Joe Biden currently leads 63 to 35 over Donald Trump. And this was a county that actually, as you know, voted for Mitt Romney in 2012. It was a Clinton +2 county last time. And if these kind of margins hold, they would not only be indicative of a possible Biden win in Georgia, but also definitely would be indicative of a strong performance in the 6th district for Lucy McBath, especially if those northern Fulton portions of the 6th district come out strong for the Democrats as well. So I think that's worth watching, as it's one of those first counties where we have a pretty significant swing in Georgia from the last election.
Yeah, and if I could pop in here, Harrison, just to mention, we obviously have the big Senate race, John Ossoff versus David Perdue. Ossoff is underperforming Biden in Cobb County by about 5%. He is only up 60 to 38. So a slight underperformance there for Ossoff in Cobb County. That's something to be important if this Georgia race comes close. This could mean we could see a split ticket race in Georgia where Joe Biden could potentially, if we see similar results like this across the state, where Joe Biden could win the presidential race in Georgia, but we see the Georgia Senate race between Ossoff and Perdue head to a runoff, or that we see David Perdue eke out a close win.
I want to say before I leave about Miami-Dade and Florida in general, I think Florida will go red. I've been saying this for a while too, because as someone who lives in the state, is in one of the most democratic, I don't know about that anymore, more democratic areas of the state, we are very divided. And there are a lot of Trump signs in, swingy areas, I guess you can call them, in Dade County. And there was a lot of support for Republicans down here this time around. They did very well, especially in the 27th district and the 26th with candidate recruitment. And I'm not surprised at these results at this time, except for Mercosel Powell doing, she's down 2 points right now. So that's something interesting. I thought Shalala would be losing more. More.
Do we want to bring up the infamous needle, what the needle is predicting for Florida?
Sure. Bring in the
New York Times' needle, the god of election Twitter, the thing that all people look to for their election certainty, right now has quite likely Trump. They have Trump at a 91% win probability in Florida. They predict that he's going to win by 3.5%. This is with around half the vote in. Obviously, more will come in, but a big factor is the Panhandle is not in. The Panhandle is predicted to go Republican.
Yeah.
And again, this total in Miami-Dade, if this holds, is completely disastrous. And it gives a lot of credence to the smoke that we had been seeing, which had been that Florida Democrats were concerned about Hispanic turnout, and that Republicans in Florida were very excited about their chances at clawing back in Miami-Dade County. This is a county that's trended away from them for a while now. But this would, if it holds, this is just beyond what I think even Republican analysts would have expected.
It would be a fascinating Republican victory in that it would closely mirror Rick Scott's victory and Ron DeSantis' gubernatorial victory. Both of them lost Pinellas and Duval County. But obviously, since Bill Nelson and Andrew Gillum underperformed candidates like Hillary Clinton in Miami-Dade, which apparently seems to be almost to an even greater extent what Joe Biden is doing tonight, barring any changes from more votes that come in absentee, it's looking like a Republican could definitely win with this new coalition. Now we're going to I want to ask one more question to Andrew before we go, and it's actually about another close race that we have rated as a flip to the Democrats, leans Democratic, and that's Bob Good versus Cameron Webb. And I want to bring this up because at the moment Bob Good's lead seems to have shrunk slightly in Brunswick County. Actually, Webb is currently over 60% of the vote, and this was a county that only gave Leslie Cockburn 59% last time. So without the liberal bastion of Albemarle in yet, which is home to the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, which is a independent constituent within Albemarle. I'd like to ask Andrew, what do you think about this congressional race tonight? And obviously it'll be closer than 2018, but what do you expect for the outcome?
Well, I expect it to be relatively close. Bob Good is really not a good candidate. Not only does he have bad press from the convention with Denver Riggleman over basically ousting him because he officiated a gay wedding, you have him basically not raising any money this cycle while money from the Democrats poured in. And some of Bob Good's very conservative stances coming back to bite him. For example, when Bob Good was my supervisor on the board of supervisors in Campbell County, he cut taxes. And then to pay for that, he ended up cutting police and school teachers. And Cameron Webb smartly said that Bob Good defunded the police, which is hurting him on the margins. So
a brilliant ad, one of the best of the cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Andrew and Devontae. Unfortunately, you're going to have to head off for now, but we really thank you for coming on and appreciate your analysis. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for having me.
And with that, we're going to welcome back Kraz to break down some brand new results that we're seeing out of Georgia, Virginia, and Florida. Hello, Kraz. Welcome back.
So we have big results in Florida looking very, very good for President Trump. He's seen a massive drop of favorable votes in Miami-Dade County, which was a county he expected to improve in, but not by this 21% improvement from his 2016 margin. He is down in most other parts of the state, but it's easily survivable with this Miami-Dade margin. I do want to show our updated map. I do want to caution beforehand, though. Most of these counties in Virginia have one, maybe two or three precincts reporting, so don't read too much into those. The numbers we have that are pretty substantial right now are out of Indiana, Kentucky, and Florida mostly. We do have some early votes from Cobb County, Georgia, but again, early votes, so we can't exactly know how that's going to play out. So with that being said, I'm going to show you guys our current map. And if you can see that, this is the current results nationwide. As you can see, obviously a lot of red, a lot of smaller counties. This shouldn't read too much into this right now. But more importantly, I do want to show the shift map. So from 2016 to 2020 as it stands right now. And you can see that, generally speaking, Joe Biden is getting a strong shift towards him in the counties that are substantially reporting. Obviously, Miami-Dade has been the major exception to the rule, much Democrats' chagrin, as it's probably going to swing the state of Florida President Trump. But otherwise, when you come up to some other parts of Florida, I would not read too much into the results here in or this red shift here in the Orlando area. I think there are very, very few votes in according to Decision Desk, so obviously great caution with that. But Joe Biden is doing what he needs to do in the Jacksonville area. He's doing what he needs to do pretty much across all of Indiana, which has a lot of Midwestern white working class voters. And he's doing what he needs to do across Kentucky, which has a lot of rural, have Republican voters. So, outside of Miami-Dade, he should feel pretty good at this right now. That being said, Miami-Dade is going to be an anchor around his neck for the foreseeable future, at least until we can start to get results from other swing states, substantial results such as North Carolina, Virginia, etc.
Yep, and we have a couple projections to make now at 7:33. So first, we can project Mark Warner will win re-election over Republican Daniel Gade in that Virginia Senate race. Just shows you how Virginia's shifted. Not only is he outrunning Joe Biden here, but remember, he had a surprisingly close near upset race against Ed Gillespie in 2014 here, and now he's cruising to re-election. North Carolina polls have closed, but we're not getting results until 8:15. We also have closings in West Virginia and Ohio. And in West Virginia, we can project that Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito will win re-election over Paula Jean Swearengin. We can also project that Donald Trump will defeat Joe Biden in the state, taking 5 electoral votes. So those are the latest updates out of our total results, and we'll get the electoral count back here soon. But yeah, Joe wants to make a point, I thought. I'm not sure. But if not, I'll get back to some updates on the House races as soon as Joe is done.
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to throw something in here real quick, is that not a lot of votes are in South Carolina yet. But as we discussed earlier, Jamie Harrison is hoping to outrun who's not only hoping to outrun Joe Biden, but he's also hoping that Lindsey Graham will significantly underperform Donald Trump. There's only around 10,000 votes in South Carolina right now, but they're dispersed throughout the state. And right now, Lindsey Graham is only running behind Trump by around 1 percentage point. This is including areas of Greenville and Spartanburg, which are reporting. These are predominantly rural ones, and he's running behind there by maybe 1 to 2 percentage points. Obviously, we'll see if this translates throughout the night, and this is very, very early results. Some of these counties are completely off at the moment in terms of party, but if you're Jamie Harrison, you want to see those numbers shift to not only running ahead of Biden, but also having Lindsey Graham have a significant amount bled to Bill Bledsoe.
And I want to update as well about Florida. According to new results in Pinellas County, it's now down to a Biden lead of about 1.9% in Pinellas County at the moment. And in Duval County, it's currently down to a Biden lead of 6% from the previous 10%. At the moment, Biden's numbers in Miami-Dade are holding. Again, Decision Desk not completely sure about the total number of votes reporting in some of these counties, but we're going to have to wait and see because right now, Florida is very close, and it does look like, even though we predicted a Biden win here in Florida, that Donald Trump may actually win Florida. It's looking increasingly like that. And the impact on the down ballot in the 26th and 27th district could be catastrophic for Democrats if Biden's underperformance down in Miami-Dade holds tonight. And with that, I guess we'll do a little update of the House races tonight that we're still following. So looking at the map of the House results now on Decision Desk, as we get numbers in Indiana's 5th district, about 12% of the vote reporting. Democratic challenger Christina Hale is leading Republican Victoria Spartz 64-33. Again, another key race to watch there tonight. The Democrats are expected to flip. On top of that, we also have Virginia's 7th district result, where Nick Freitas leads Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger with 10% in, 63-37. Bob Good leads Democrat Cameron Webb 56-43 in Virginia's 5th with 2% of the vote in. And Scott Taylor currently leads Congresswoman Elaine Luria 54-44 with about 1% of the vote in. Going down, we don't have any results yet out of the close South Carolina 1 race, or what we believe to be a sleeper race in South Carolina 2 between Adair Burrows and Joe Wilson. In Kentucky's 6th district, Josh Hicks still ahead of Republican Andy Barr, 54-43. Moving down, no results out of Georgia's 7, another must-win race for the Democrats. We do have results out of Georgia's 6th, though, where Lucy McBath currently leads Karen Handel by a 58-41 margin with 3% in. That is a likely Democratic or leans Democratic race according to our ratings. And finally, down in South Florida, again, Maria Salazar leads Donna Shalala 50-49 at the moment, a very slim 1,100 vote lead. That race is rated leans Democratic at the moment, and in the 26th district, we're still waiting on results for Carlos Jimenez, but that is also a leans Democratic rating district. But again, if Biden's performance in Miami-Dade continues to look like this, it could be very, very bad news for both Mukersel Powell in the 26th and Shalala in the 27th.
Okay. I want to step in here, folks, because this is very, very interesting from what I'm seeing right now. Right now, with about 5% of the results in from Georgia, Joe Biden holds a 50-49% lead over Donald Trump in Georgia. But in the Senate race, it is the exact opposite. With the exact same amount of numbers in, David Perdue leads John Ossoff by 50-48 points. Obviously, in Georgia, you need 50 plus 1, which means you need 50 plus another 0.1% to get through the area. So if that is, this is the type of stuff that David Perdue needs to see. He is outrunning Trump by about 3 points right now. That's really key right now for David Perdue. That's the type of the outrunning he wants to see. That's the type of outrunning we expected to see from him. That's very, very crucial in tonight's Senate race, though, because if Perdue holds on, even if Trump wins the state, loses the state narrowly, if David Perdue holds on, that is very, very crucial to Republican results in the Senate race and potentially to them holding the Senate majority. And then in the Georgia special, as expected, Raphael Warnock, the chosen Democrat favored by the DSCC and every Democratic organization, is up in first place, about 36% of the vote. Behind him is the current incumbent senator who was appointed after Johnny Isakson retired in January. Kelly Loeffler is in second place with 26.1% about 27% of the vote, and then Doug Collins is in third place, running about 7 points behind, about 7 points behind Loeffler at 20%. So really key there. Where that means I would expect Warnock and Loeffler to go to results right now. Obviously, we only have about 4 or 5% results in from Georgia. We're going to be waiting a long time on this state. This is going to be a long one to wait for here. I'm personally very interested to see where this goes, but we're going to be waiting for a long time here. But early results right now showing what David Perdue is seeing, what he wants to see, I think, to win.
And I think it's definitely telling about David Perdue because a lot of people were not expecting David Perdue to there was a possibility of an off-salt victory outright, which I guess is still a possibility, but it's unlikely given Perdue if he continues to outrun Trump in this way. I mean, for example, a county like Cobb County, Perdue's at 38% of the vote, Trump's at 35% of the vote. So you see if he's outrunning President Trump by about 2 to 4 percentage points in a lot of these key counties, that is enough to end up swinging the race in his favor, or at least enough to put him in the lead going into a possible runoff election. So as Joe mentioned, I think that's very important. And I think a lot of people underestimated Perdue. Obviously, we've only had polls closed for about 45 minutes now, but we're going to have to see how results continue to trickle in. And obviously, it's hard to watch all the updated results for all these races on election night. So we're going to be spending the next few months analyzing these results. But at the moment, Perdue running ahead is definitely a good sign for his campaign, and it's definitely something worth watching in terms of some crossover support that we didn't really expect. And we have this race, by the way, rated as Perdue favored.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is we're slowly starting to creep up here. We're about 19 minutes away from 8 p.m. poll closing. That means we're going to start seeing stuff from places like North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. I believe is one of these states. Yes. This is when we start to see the big stuff. Once we hit 8 p.m., this is where it really hits, guys. This is where it really comes in. I'm ready. I know you guys are ready. I hope our viewers are ready because this is where it really gets real. So I hope that we start seeing some more results coming in here soon. Eric, what are you think? You're from the great state of North Carolina. You're from the Tar Heel state. What's kind of your thoughts going in there right now? What's something that you kind of expect to see as we go on here?
No votes are in yet. No votes are in yet, and we won't expect to be getting a lot of results for a while because of the county closure. But a good Republican night would involve them holding those in 2016, as well as improving in counties like Sampson, out in the eastern portion of the state where they have room to grow. Counties like Robeson, Bladen, Richmond County would all be big. Democrats would want to improve in the urban areas. They want to improve places like Greensboro, Asheville, try to take back places like Jackson County, Robeson, Bladen County, those sorts of places. Democrats are favored right now, but obviously we don't know the results. And it'll be interesting to see if this is similar to Georgia, where you see a Republican candidate outrunning a Democrat. South Carolina is looking a little bit closer. It's looking like Harrison is outrunning Biden by a little bit. So who knows how this will go, but I'm interested to see when the results come in.
Yeah, so I have some quick updates that are pretty important. Sorry to detract from the North Carolina conversation, but according to Decision Desk, we're getting our first numbers in from the state of Ohio, and we have results in out of Franklin County, Ohio. Joe Biden is at 76%. That's the Columbus area, the home to the state capital. We also have results in from Lorain County, up next to Cuyahoga County by Cleveland. So Biden is currently leading by 18 in Lorain County. For reference, Lorain County narrowly voted for Hillary Clinton in the last election. It voted for Hillary Clinton by just 0.1% last time, and Biden currently leading by 18 points, which is much closer to President Obama's margin in 2012, where he won the county by 15 points. So obviously those are numbers the Biden campaign would like to see, as we've said many times tonight. Franklin County was a victory for Clinton, 59-34. So obviously a pretty lopsided victory in one of the Democratic bastions of the state. It actually became more Democratic going from 2012 to 2016. Well, I don't expect Biden to win by quite that much in Franklin. He's at 76% right now. It definitely would be consequential, even if he just performs slightly better in Franklin from the 2016 totals there. So that's something I'd like you guys to watch looking forward. We also have 2 Republican counties reporting, Miami County, Ohio, and Pickaway County, Ohio. And looking at these results and comparing them back to 2016, Pickaway was a 68% Trump county, and Miami County was a 69% Trump county. And currently, at the moment, in both of those counties, looking at the results there, Donald Trump is doing pretty much quite well, under only a few points under his margins in 2016. In Pickaway, he's 3 points under his previous margin with 65%. And in Miami, he's 5 points under his previous margin with 64 instead of 69%. So this is giving Biden a pretty lopsided lead in Ohio early on. But again, it's early. We have to wait for more ballots to be counted. But this is a state that we kind of consider a must-win for Trump in Ohio. It's a leans Republican state, and we really consider it a state that Trump does have to win. And one last update, Joe Biden, according to Decision Desk, has carried the state of Virginia. We expect him to end up winning it by a larger margin than Hillary Clinton won it by. And even though Trump's currently up with the votes being counted right now, we expect Warner to continue to outrun Biden in the Senate race, and we expect Biden to maintain his advantage, retain, and eventually take back the lead in Virginia as more ballots are counted to win the state, which we have rated as safe Democratic at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And one more thing I wanted to mention from Florida real quick is that we're getting more results in from Pinellas County. Over 90% of the vote is in from Pinellas now, and Trump only loses by 3,700 votes. He's trailing by 1.7% in Pinellas County compared to last time where he won Pinellas County.
Yeah, and I think that this ends up showing something to you because that St. Pete poll had Pinellas going to Biden by around 10 points. Obviously, last time it went to Trump by about 1.2%, which mirrored that statewide result. And as we've said, it's possible for Biden to win, or it's possible for Trump to win Florida without a county like Pinellas. But again, according to Decision Desk, it's only a 0.7% lead there in Pinellas County, which is incredibly narrow at the moment. So we're going to have to see. I mean, Pinellas County, which most people thought would be a given for Joe Biden at this point, looks like it's possible Trump could take back the lead there. We're going to have to wait and see. Another county is Duval, where it appears Joe Biden has it in the bag. But it's also important to note that this was a Trump county last time, and it has tightened a little bit. So it's now only a 51.5 to 47% lead there. And the last update I'll give, again, Biden's margin in Miami-Dade still pretty hideous and atrocious there. And looking at the impact on the down-ballot congressional races, if we can get some more results in, still no updates out of that 26th district in Florida, but in the 27th, Salazar still maintains that lead. And we'll have more House and Senate updates as we go along.
Mm-hmm. And Can I do another update?
I'm just saying wow, because the fact that Salazar has gone up by 0.3 percentage points. She hasn't gone down. She's gone up.
Lord.
That's that is stunning,
wow.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
that we have New York Times is saying that 85% of the estimated vote is in the 27th district, and Salazar has gone up since the last update. That is to not mince words, folks. Incredible.
It's astonishing, frankly.
That's astonishing, incredible. It would be one of the most stunning results of the year. And not only did I say, but also with another percent reporting in the 26th district, Carlos Jimenez has also increased by 0.2%. And
I want to go into the implications of this here real quick, is that both of these campaigns were very interesting. Salazar obviously ran a very spirited and impressive campaign in a very terrible year last time. A former anchor on Spanish TV or Spanish language TV. She speaks Spanish. Donna Shalala does not. And then in the 26th district, which would formerly Carlos Curbelo's seat, Debbie Mercado got in problem early on in the campaign when she talked about defeating the Cuban Republican establishment. I can't imagine these made big differences overall, but this is definitely not the stuff you see from strong, entrenched incumbents, which could be why they're performing so soft here relative to the rest of Florida, which is not looking terrible for Democrats right now.
Yeah, I also want to talk about the House again here because we've got some fascinating House results. We finally have results according to CNN in that 26th district. And a lot like its neighboring 27th district, Republican candidate Carlos Jimenez also has a lead right now, 51-49 over Debbie Mukersel-Powell. And again, if both these seats flip to Republicans, in a way, looking at our ratings and the main forecaster ratings, we have these seats as leans Democratic. But it's very possible at this point, especially given Biden's underperformance, that they both flip to the Republicans. And it's too early to say that. Both of these races are razor thin, and I highly doubt they'll be decided tonight. So this is a case of us. We'll announce the leader at the end of the election night here, but if there are any upsets, I think Florida 27 would definitely be a good one. Same with the 26 if they happen. But we're going to have to wait and see how things are going because at the moment, too close to call.
I'm just stunned right now in Florida, folks.
Can I throw in a comment from Nate Cohn of the New York Times real quick?
Yes.
Please.
He is saying that Trump is performing better than he did in Hispanic and Cuban areas as well as in African American areas. But Biden is doing better in older white areas, but not as much. Again, this is something people kind of dismissed, is there's talk every single election that Republicans are targeting minority voters, or targeting African Americans, or talking Hispanics. Say what you will about President Trump, he's been very, very, very persistent. This is something he wants to do. If this is able to hold up and he actually does make a tangible improvement there, I think this has to give Republicans hope long term that if you actually talk to people, this is something I've said, if you actually make yourself known to people, they'd be more willing to vote for you. Who thought?
Yeah, I mean, this is stunning. Biden is only up 54, 46 right now in Miami-Dade with 86% of the vote reporting. In Monroe, the president, remember, Bill Nelson won. It was one of the closest counties in Florida in 2016 with 87% of the vote reporting in Monroe right now. The president is up 53-46 over Joe Biden right now. And this is without barely any of the panhandle, which is with none of the panhandle in Florida. Because remember, the panhandle does not close until 8 p.m. So we're rapidly getting there. We're 9 minutes away from polls closing there in the 8 p.m. states. But ladies and gentlemen, this Florida, I mean, again, this doesn't say specific for Georgia. This doesn't say specific for Pennsylvania, for Ohio, for Iowa, for North Carolina. But without Florida, Donald Trump's path is with Florida, Donald Trump's path is clear, and without Florida, Joe Biden's path is much less so.
Yeah.
That is the key thing.
And looking at Florida right now, the fact that Biden only has a 0.3% lead, here it's definitely not a good sign, especially with the Panhandle coming in. And the Panhandle alone, assuming that Trump's overperformance in Miami-Dade does hold, would be enough to allow Trump to win Florida. And Florida is one of those states that's probably going to be done counting tonight. Florida's experienced, they're used to this. Florida's going to have definitive results tonight. And a Trump win here would definitely be big because it's part of the puzzle that the Trump campaign is putting together in terms of what they have to do to form a winning coalition.
Mm-hmm. Can I throw something from Pennsylvania?
Biden could win without Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. It's possible, but the Trump path to win without Pennsylvania is much more difficult. So the Trump campaign is definitely going to be looking at how the Panhandle impacts this race. And congressional Republicans are going to be looking at, wow, this performance may help us pick up 2 seats that we didn't expect to flip down ballot. So that's another good thing for the congressional Republicans they may be thinking about there.
Mm-hmm. I want to show a comparison here real quick, courtesy of the New York Times, for something we're seeing, which is a little bit of an overperformance for Trump in some of these Sun Belt areas, or rather for Republicans. So the Senate race we've talked about in Georgia, David Perdue is actually outperforming Trump. His margins are a little better than Trump. But look at the totals here. David Perdue has 180,000 votes right now in Georgia. Trump has 177,000 compared to 169 for Biden. Look at Ossoff. Ossoff is down, and those votes are all going to a libertarian candidate, Shane Hazel. This is not what you want to see if you're John Ossoff, who would like to win Georgia outright or at least push it to a runoff. Obviously, we want to see more from, for example, Gwinnett County, Fulton County. Nothing is in yet. But if this holds, I would think Senator Perdue has to be fairly happy with what's going on right now, because he's running a little bit ahead of Trump, and that vote that's shaving away, that's a little bit different from the rest of the ballot, is going to a libertarian and be coming from Democrats who might not want to vote for Ossoff.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to give one more state, which is South Carolina. South Carolina's race has been talked about. Again, less than 1% of the vote in. But right now, Donald Trump is ahead by 12 in South Carolina, while Lindsey Graham is only ahead by 5. Virtually no votes are going to Bill Bledsoe, the Constitution Party candidate, is what it looks like at the moment. But in terms of the actual vote totals, it doesn't seem like Graham is running too poorly, but that's just an interesting thing I've noticed with this race so far, at least it seems like. Although the total seem to be a little bit more I think there may actually be a few more votes counted in the Senate race than in the presidential race, because Harrison has 2,000 more votes than Biden, but there doesn't seem to be an equivalent number of votes that have been cast in in that race. So it seems like they're a little bit behind on the presidential side of things.
Yeah, and I want to bring up another close house race before we get back to poll closings here. So I want to talk about two of those house races we were mentioning earlier on. Still in Indiana 5, around 13%, and Christina Hale has a pretty big lead over Victoria Spartz. So the Democrats are definitely going to be happy about those numbers so far. From my guess, it would probably have to do with the I'm not sure yet, looking at CNN, the specific county breakdown, but Marion County is the most Democratic portion of that district, so that would explain a strong Hale performance. Also in the 6th congressional district, with about half the vote in, Andy Barr has taken back the lead. He's the incumbent. Josh Hicks is currently down 51 to 47.5. So again, a competitive race here. We have it as likely Republican. At the moment, it's looking like a leans Republican race, but we'll see what Barr's final margin is here. I think it's going to be one of the more interesting races to follow. Also looking at the early numbers in Ohio in the House, in the 12th district with 52% in, and we've had a big drop from Franklin County, which is the Democratic bastion of the 12th district. Elena Shearer leads Troy Balderson 52 to 45. Again, Troy Balderson's still the favorite in this likely Republican race. Ohio 1 is considered a better target for the Democrats because Balderson still beat Danny O'Connor, who was the Franklin County recorder in the special election and in the 2018 general election. And O'Connor hit margins in Franklin County that we don't expect Shearer to hit, and still is likely going to overperform Shearer outside in some of the more rural Trump-favored counties of the 12th district. So that's one to keep watching there, but also watch the race between Kate Schroeder and Steve Shabbat in Ohio's 1st congressional district. Right now, Shabbat has a pretty significant lead, but as we get more results coming in as we get more results coming in out of Ohio, obviously the current ones pretty much favor the Democrats by a heavy amount. I would wait for Hamilton County because that's going to break for Schroeder, probably going to break for Biden. That's the Cincinnati area.
One other thing I want to mention here real quick, just that I'm finding interesting overall is that Biden is now actually under 60% in Palm Beach County, which again, we talked about in a previous episode. I'd mentioned it as a potential county, but back to Ohio, should actually lost his House race in 2010, the blue wave, or 2008 in the blue wave. He won it back in 2010, and it's a very similar seat, parts of urban Cincinnati combined with rural areas. So he has experience with losing races in blue waves if this happens to be a blue wave.
Yep.
So it wouldn't be exactly surprising, I don't think.
So I have a quick update real quick before we have the 8 p.m. closings. And that's out of Florida. According to the New York Times, Donald Trump has taken the lead in the state of Florida, 29 electoral votes, a huge prize, obviously a state that he would need to win. He's still leading in the state despite underperforming from 2016 in Duval County, Jacksonville, and Pinellas County, which is west of Tampa. Largely this comes because Trump is overperforming his 2016 margins quite significantly in Miami-Dade. Currently, Joe Biden is winning Miami-Dade by just around 9 percentage points. That's around 20% less than Hillary Clinton won it by last election. So Trump has made some significant inroads with the Cuban-American community, and it's clear that the Democratic concerns about Hispanic turnout in Miami-Dade were justified. Even in Broward County, above, Donald Trump had 31% last election. He's now improved to 33%. In Palm Beach, he had around 40%. Now he's improved to 41.4%. So if there's any silver lining for Trump here, it's the fact that the Trump campaign is looking at Florida and they're saying, how can Florida break for us? Now that we have the lead, let's look at it. So, you may say, Broward, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade, they're all still Democratic counties, and they are going to vote for Joe Biden. Both of those are true. But it's about the amount of change that we're seeing from the last election. And the swing towards the Republicans in Miami-Dade especially, but also in Broward and Palm Beach has been rather exponential and has completely counteracted the swing towards the Democrats in Duval and Pinellas counties. And the Trump campaign is looking at this and saying, we're in a good position because we're up narrowly over Joe Biden in a key state without most of the panhandle, which closes in 1 minute. So the question is, what can Biden do, essentially? I mean, it's looking difficult to see a path when you look at the results we have so far, and when you look at the panhandle that's going to break for Trump at 8 o'clock. The Biden campaign has to be a bit worried about Florida tonight, and it looks like Florida, if Trump ends up losing this election, will follow what the crystal ball predicted and go with a potential loser in a presidential election for the first time since 1992. So this is a good first step for Trump in forming their coalition, and as we've said, as we get more results in Florida, the Trump campaign has admitted that their path to 270 is virtually impossible without Florida, and the path to winning for the Biden campaign without Florida is still possible, but the Biden campaign still is probably upset that they're currently down in Florida. So it's worth watching. Obviously, CNN has Biden up narrowly. New York Times has Trump up narrowly in Florida, but we're waiting as we get ready for the final poll closings at 8 o'clock. And with that, Joe and I will continue on the 10-minute break. We'll start for Eric. He'll be back with us, joining us at 8:10. So we'll see you back in a little bit, Eric. Enjoy your break. And Joe and I will handle it for the next 10 minutes until I go on break and Eric comes back. So obviously for our closings here, I'll get right to you, Joe. But we're getting more results out of the Panhandle in Florida, which should bolster the Republican lead for President Trump. That's just been reported according to New York Times. Obviously, we'll keep getting results in from those 6 and 7 p.m. states, but some big ones are going to be closing here. We've got Michigan and Pennsylvania are two of the big ones. Both of these states were critical to Donald Trump's victory last election, and in both of them, he is not favored to win. We've also got a state like Texas, which was won obviously by 9 points by Donald Trump in the last election, and now it has turned into a state that Biden, at least some people have thought Biden can win. And definitely a state where there are a lot of different county bellwethers to look at as results come in to determine whether or not Biden will win the state, which hasn't gone Democratic since 1976. So, Joe, what are you looking at with these closings here?
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Texas, and the Florida Panhandle. Those are the 4 key areas, Harrison. For anyone who's watching, those are the 4 key areas we are watching right now. And I know we're not going to call it as an organization yet, but I personally have a very good feeling that Florida will go to President Trump. We are not calling that. No one is going to call it yet. We certainly aren't calling it yet. This is a personal Joe thing right here. I am, in a sense, I am confident that the President of the United States will win the state of Florida. Obviously, we can't call it yet, but looking at what's left, looking at what's coming in, I'm feeling decent right now if I was the president in Florida. Harrison, I know you're the one who's making calls tonight. I'm going to pass it over to you because we're at the 8 p.m. poll closing, and I know we have a couple of calls to announce.
So at the moment when we're looking at these calls, we're going to be announcing some calls shortly. But at the moment, it would be too inefficient to make graphics for all of the projections, especially because we don't know whether some of these wins will hold up. So I'm just going to announce our projections over the air. So you guys get a good sense of what's going on here. So we're going to be forming those projections soon, but we can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Alabama. He will win the state of Tennessee. Arkansas closes at 8:30. We can project Donald Trump will win the state of Oklahoma. That's a state to watch for that really competitive Oklahoma 5 House race there, which is a critical state we're going to be watching. The race in Texas is too early to call. The race in Pennsylvania, too early to call. The race in Michigan, too early to call. We can project Joe Biden has carried the District of Columbia, Maryland, Delaware, the state of New Jersey. We can project Joe Biden has also carried the states of Connecticut and Massachusetts, and currently all of Maine, too early to call, but we can project that one electoral vote in Maine's 1st district for Joe Biden, a solidly Democratic district, and given the trends in Maine, we don't really see a path to Trump winning that district. It's represented by Democrat Shelley Pingree, obviously fairly Democratic. Looking at some of the House races to watch as these polls close, the Oklahoma 5th District race is extremely competitive. We have a ton of races in Texas to watch in the House. The 21st District, the 22nd, the 23rd District, the 24th District, even to some extent the 32nd and the 7th District. So we're going to be watching those. We also have a state like Illinois, which we called for Joe Biden, the Democrat, but there are competitive House races there as well in the 13th District and in the 14th and 6th District, and also in Missouri. We have the 2nd District in Missouri that we're going to be looking at. So, Joe, those are some of our early results. We're going to have an official list of updated projections to our electoral map in the next few minutes. Definitely by the half hour, we'll have an update to our electoral map. But until then, I just want to see what you think about those projections and see what you think about some of these key races coming on.
Well, you know what? I'm not surprised by any of those projections. Those are all safe Republican or safe Democrat states of what we called, all there on the East Coast or all there on the West Coast. But really what I want to focus on right now is Ohio. As someone just commented here on our stuff, Ohio does look good right now for Joe Biden. He is getting the numbers in Dayton, in Columbus, in Cleveland and in Cleveland suburbs, in Toledo and in Toledo suburbs. Obviously, there's still a lot of the state to count. There is. Joe Biden had a big lead in Ohio early on in 2016. This lead will decrease. But right now, I will say he doesn't look bad, and he does not look bad. And I will have to say right now, we have early results right now in Allegheny, in Pennsylvania, in Allegheny, with 9% of the vote in. Joe Biden is currently leading there 80 to 19% in Allegheny. So he is getting his own South American dictatorship-esque marks right now in the state, in Allegheny County. So that's really big right there.
And that would be a significant lead because Allegheny has actually been relatively consistent, as we talked in our episode yesterday, relatively consistent in its vote for the Democrats. But Kraz, looking at these results, I know you're having trouble with the speed of the projection of the updates on the stream, but can you just tell the viewers what you're seeing right now and what you think verbally?
Yeah, so I actually do have an update for our viewers. I was able to get the map updated, so I'm going to share that right now. So basically in Florida, Biden is starting to basically run even or a little bit behind Hillary Clinton in a lot of rural counties that appear to have a lot of their vote in. That's not super unexpected, but it's not what he needs with Dade completely destroying him right now. In Georgia, we only have scattered results from some counties. I'm not going to draw any conclusions on that. A lot of these counties have a very low number of votes in, and it would be a disservice when you try to extrapolate. And also, we don't know whether these votes are early in person or mail or election day. It varies by county. Furthermore, rural Indiana has held up okay for Biden. You'll see there are a couple counties where he's actually his margin has somewhat dropped compared to Hillary Clinton from earlier in the night. But generally speaking, he's held up pretty well in Indiana. In Ohio, a lot of the early vote is in. So obviously, we don't want to draw too many conclusions. But like Joe said, numbers do look very strong for Biden, just given how absurdly large the shifts are right now from Hillary to Biden. And then in South Carolina, again, we only have some scattered precincts from a bunch of different counties. So I'm not going to draw any conclusions on that. Some of our viewers will notice Virginia. Virginia, to my understanding, is largely reporting election day votes first. So that's why Virginia looks so red on this shift map. It's because they're reporting election day votes first. Multiple organizations have already called Virginia for Joe Biden, so we do not expect this to be a competitive race.
And I'm just gonna make a quick point as well about South Carolina because we have some quick updates and we were just talking about it. But Charleston County, as you can see on Kraz's map, is having a pretty big swing towards the Democrats, which could be expected. I mean, we saw a state legislative election there earlier this year with a significant swing towards the Democrats, and it matches with Joe Cunningham. Joe Cunningham currently leads Nancy Mace in his reelection bid by around 20 points. It's still early, around 10% in, but it's a significant development. Looking at the comparison between the presidential race and the Senate race, last time Donald Trump lost Charleston County by around 8%. This time it's going by double digits to Biden. Trump's at 33% here, but a lot like Purdue is outrunning Donald Trump in his Senate race. Lindsey Graham is still currently outrunning Donald Trump by about 3 points in Charleston County. So that's a race to watch tonight. And I know we'll talk more about South Carolina. We'll have some projections coming in shortly. We also, I think, are getting some early results out of Texas in the Senate race and in the presidential race. And hopefully we'll get you some House numbers up to date there. We still have those numbers in Pennsylvania from Allegheny County, the Pittsburgh area. And we're looking forward to when I get back from my break at 8:10, we'll have more projections for you and we'll have more updates. Until then, Eric Cunningham is going to be coming back shortly in about 2 minutes. And Joe and Kraz and Eric will continue on until Joe goes on break at 8:20.
Yeah, so I just want to make a point about Texas right now. So obviously the early vote in Texas, this is big time coming from Dallas. Dallas has 81% of the vote in right now. Joe Biden is winning there 66-33 over Donald Trump, according to New York Times. But this is very important right now. So Joe Biden statewide currently leads 58-40. But this is the news that John Cornyn wants to see. He is outperforming Trump by about 2 to 3 points. MJ Hagar is only up 56-42 on him. So that's the type of stuff that John Cornyn wants to see to make sure that he overperforms Trump if it does end up being a bad night in Texas for the president, which, we don't know yet. We can't say anything yet for sure. But that's the type of overperformance. That's the type of 2-point performance right now that I think Joe Biden wants to see.
Mm-hmm. And that would line up with the polls we've seen, where to a much greater extent than Lindsey Graham and David Perdue, John Cornyn has been able to maintain, at least in the polling, a significant ability to outrun the presidential top line, and at the moment to a greater extent than both Perdue and Lindsey Graham. But we're going to see what happens. In the meantime, it's now 8:10, so I'll be going on my 10-minute break, and we're going to welcome Eric Cunningham back. I'll be back in 10 minutes with more projections and updates in some of the key states.
Yep. So what all did I miss on my 10-minute break here?
We just made some early calls here for these states. The usual, the typical Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, all going for the president. The East Coast states going for Joe Biden. But we're really focusing right now on South Carolina, Georgia, and Texas in the Senate races, and Georgia, Florida, and Texas in the presidential races right now. Those are the big three states I think we should be watching. Ohio as well right now. It is a 56-43 right now, with 36% of the vote in, according to New York Times. This is expected. Biden again in 2016 started off with a big lead in Ohio. It's going to slowly drop. Ohio is going to be a close state again this year, but it is going to drop down as more of these Trump counties, especially in the southeastern part of the state, start to come in. We're going to see how much is coming in. We're going to still need to wait on results from Ohio, but for now, really interesting to see as we come in right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. This is definitely interesting. The Sun Belt Republicans have been better than probably were expected in some of these areas, so I find that interesting for sure. One thing to keep an eye on is, of course, the Senate race in South Carolina, as you mentioned. Right now, the state has been called for Donald Trump at the presidential level, but has not been called for Lindsey Graham yet. But that could change soon. Right now, Joe Biden, according to New York Times, leads 54-45. This is even though it's been called, he leads a little bit. But in the Senate race, it's also 55-44. So this is only a little bit 1 to 2 point swing after $100 million spent in this campaign. We'll need to obviously watch as the night goes on. Lots of places come in from South Carolina, but that combined with Georgia, where Perdue is running better than President Trump, could also possibly lead to talk of North Carolina. The entire campaign, like in South Carolina, like in Georgia, the incumbent senator has been running behind President Trump. So it'll be interesting to see if that's a shift here, or if North Carolina is more like a Florida here or a Virginia, where Virginia was called immediately for Joe Biden, whereas Florida is seemingly more in the president's column in some ways.
I do want to chime in here a bit. We are starting to get some early results from Texas. As far as I can tell, again, these results are early. It looks like Biden is running similarly to Beto O'Rourke. So it looks like a close race in Texas, but as of right now, does not look like one that's going to be going blue. But obviously, there's a lot of vote out, and I'm hesitant to. I'm not making a call. I'm just saying that in terms of benchmarks we're looking at, it looks like Biden is performing similarly to Beto O'Rourke. Now, also on North Carolina, we're going to get North Carolina results dumped actually in a couple minutes. We're going to see exactly if it goes the way of Florida or if it goes the way of Virginia, like Eric was saying. But right now, I think Republicans have to be happy with the results in the Sun Belt. Obviously, Florida is sometimes a unique case. We still have very limited results from Georgia, so I'm not going to draw any conclusions there. But overall, I think they'd have to be satisfied with what they've seen so far. In the rural Midwest, probably less so. Some of Biden's margins in the rural Midwest have dropped as more votes have come in. But that being said, he's still running ahead of Hillary for the most part, somewhere by a significant margin. So I'm going, and we are getting word actually that Decision Desk, who we are partnering with tonight generously, has called Florida for President Donald Trump. So his first major obstacle to re-election has been cleared. That was, of course, winning Florida. He almost certainly could not have won the White House without it. Now he has it, and it looks like we're going to be in for a long night.
But obviously, we're going to make our own calls. We're going to make our own calls at point, but Decision Desk is who we're relying on a lot for our data. And so this is significant. This is significant that it's been called this early. Another thing I want to mention with Texas is that our reliable source on Texas is saying that Cornyn is in a really good position right now. He thinks that Cornyn could win by a very large margin, even though these results from these counties show things. So it seems like this is a broad trend right now across the Sun Belt, where there was doom and gloom going into this election, and the doom, it's kind of gone evaporated. I wouldn't want to say it's gone. We haven't called Georgia, we haven't called North Carolina, we haven't called Florida or Texas, but it doesn't seem like this is a disaster level scenario for Republicans like many have thought it could be going into the election.
Yeah, and granted, I do want to point out that we're gonna get a big state again in North Carolina, and again, Georgia's still early. But yeah, I mean, you would think that Florida was really the key here for both parties. We're about to get a wave of results. So I'm probably going to sign off in a minute and update our maps for the next few minutes, and then come back on in a little while. But yeah, I'll have those updates in a few.
I need to look at this data, but I'm hearing something that would be incredible for President Trump if it is indeed the case. I'm going to look on some of the other sites to make sure this is the case. But if he is doing this well in this one particular county, this might be a quick night in Texas. I just got to log into Decision Desk and log into New York Times here real quick.
You have to say, though, folks, this is the long night I don't think we expected. But it is what's happening right now. We are having the long night right now. It is coming in. It is coming clear. And let me tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this race is going to come down to the state of Pennsylvania. This race will come down to the – and I love that. I'm a Pennsylvanian. I love when I hear that. But it is the honest truth. This is going to come down to the state of Pennsylvania. If he holds his wins in Ohio, Texas, Georgia, it certainly looks like he will hold Florida.
It's a tough ask to hold on those states.
Well, I mean, look, it is going to come down to Pennsylvania, folks. It is going to come down to Pennsylvania. And we are starting to see some numbers in here. Oh, but these are not, in my opinion, good for the president. Early numbers in Philadelphia, 9% in, 94-6 for Joe Biden. In Northampton, 17% in, 77-22 for Joe Biden. In Luzerne, 70-30 with 14% in for Joe Biden. In Susquehanna County, with 25% in, 60-40 for Joe Biden. Those mail-in, I expect those to be mail-in numbers, and those are not good for the president.
Those would not be good if they hold, but again, we're going to wait and see if they hold.
I don't expect the Luzerne, Northampton, or Susquehanna results to hold at all. But we've heard talk all day in Pennsylvania of there being trouble for the Republicans turning out their voters on E-Day today in Pennsylvania. This early vote is not what the president wanted to see. It's not enough to call Pennsylvania. It's not enough to say anything about Pennsylvania, but it's not good enough. We're going to see Pennsylvania is the key now. If Florida is going to the president, it is the key to who wins the election. It is the key.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know we're going to get Eric back on here soon. I'm going to do a quick technical update here.
What I'm hearing is this is phenomenal if this happened for the president. I am hearing that Webb County, Texas, which is home of Laredo, it's heavily Hispanic. They're reporting on their election website apparently Donald 4% of the vote. This is a county he got 22% of the vote in last time. This is a Hispanic county. If that holds, if this is indeed the case, and I'm trying to find this, I've been told it's on their election website. The only reason I'm mentioning this is the people who told it are reliable. That would show a substantial shift in the Hispanic portions of Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, that is just completely unexpected. Okay, I'm looking on the Webb County elections website. Let's pull this up real quick. I want to show what we're apparently seeing in Webb County. Webb County right now, reporting, President Trump at 39.59% of the vote. I don't know how many votes are in. I don't know how much of this it is, but if this holds, that is really bad because Webb County is a county that has been Republicans not hit 40% there since W in 2004.
And it's quite interesting looking at that because actually Beto O'Rourke would have won the Senate race probably in 2018 if he had done better with Hispanics in the Rio Grande Valley. So, I mean, the real interesting thing is here, can Joe Biden really make up for his – I mean, obviously it's too early to know if that'll be representative of the entire Rio Grande Valley. But again, could Trump's overperformance with Hispanics be a true trend tonight that started in Florida? Could it manifest in Texas and maybe even Arizona? We're going to have to see. But again,
and if that's the case, is
rates, I think it's quite fascinating. Can you guys update me on what I missed while I was gone?
Decision desk called it for Florida.
Okay.
So obviously I'll give everyone a quick house update. We haven't seen any surprises yet to my knowledge. There's not a whole lot to update. We still haven't had anything in from Georgia's 7th district, which is really interesting to me. We still haven't seen anything from that race. But I'm not seeing any surprises yet. Scott Franklin, and Vern Buchanan, both seem to be on their way. And Salazar and Jimenez are holding their leads right now in their districts. Looking elsewhere in Texas, we don't have too many. 31's in. John Carter leads Donna Imam 51 to 47% with 67 of the reported vote of the estimated vote in, according to New York Times. Looking for other competitive races, I know the 24th was up with 51% of the expected vote in. Candace Valenzuela leads Beth Van Dwyne 54-43. And then in the 32nd, Colin Aldred is up with 76% of their expected vote in, 54-44 over Genevieve Collins. Those are the only competitive races. Early 1% in Oklahoma's 5th, by the way. Stephanie Bice leads Kendra Horn 57-43.
I got to look at something quick, but Republicans made us to flip to rural county in North Carolina. Scotland County, according to the NC Board of Election results, we're starting to get some election results, is reporting 7 of 7 precincts in, and both Trump and Tom Tillis winning this county overall. This is a county that Hillary Clinton won last time. So I'm trying to figure out if the actual verified results, if this is final or not, but holy cow, if they flip that result. Let me show you what I'm looking at here on the North Carolina State Board of Elections website. They've just dumped a huge amount of early vote totals, and I want to show you what we're looking at. So this is North Carolina right now. This is, I think, mostly provisional ballots, early voting sorts of stuff. According to their website, Scotland County, 7 of 7 precincts in. Trump has a lead in Scotland County, which is a county that went for Hillary Clinton last time.
Yeah, I think it's time for me to take my break, guys. So I'll be back in 10 minutes, everyone. Harrison and Eric, hold down the fort. I'll be back in 10 minutes, guys.
Yeah. So Scotland County is home of Laurenburg. I think this is the full results. Holy cow. I think this is the full results. This is a Clinton plus 8 county. The vote totals seem almost exactly the same as 2016.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I'm looking right now at some House races again, and let me check Decision Desk because obviously we had that race in Florida there. Decision Desk has called it for President Trump. Currently, Donald Trump has a lead in Michigan of about 50.3 percentage points, coming from a couple counties. I'd like to go over Michigan at the moment. The earliest votes are in from Macomb County, which was a county that swung from Obama to Trump. Southern Macomb is unionized, more working class. This is the type of area that Joe Biden would want to do well in. It's the type of county that he would want to win back. Also to the left is Oakland County, where Donald Trump is currently leading Joe Biden as well. This county was also much closer last time, but Joe Biden is currently up. In Washtenaw County, another one to report there, Joe Biden currently leading by 17%. That is the home to Ann Arbor. And comparing this against the results from 2016 in Washtenaw County, this is actually an underperformance because Hillary Clinton got around 67% of the vote here. Going on, we can look at some other results here as well. In Michigan, it looks like there was an error on my results website. Oh, here it is. Okay, good. In Kent County as well, that's another one. So that's Grand Rapids, and there's a competitive House race there. Michigan's third congressional district race between Peter Meyer and Hillary Schulten. Another very competitive race there that we're going to have to wait and see how that turns out. We have Meyer favored there as well, but currently Donald Trump is up with 66% of the vote in Kent. And that's interesting because last time it ended up being a narrow 3-point win in Kent, and there were some polls that actually showed Biden potentially winning the third district. So we're going to have to wait and see as more votes are counted in Michigan how this goes. Obviously, Trump's still unlikely to win Michigan looking at the forecasts. But, Michigan was a state that came to him narrowly last election. It was a state that was critical to his victory in the last election, obviously. And even though the president has successfully won Florida this time and currently maintains his lead in Georgia, he would need to win states like Ohio and North Carolina and then another state, a state like Pennsylvania or possibly Michigan, another one he targeted to make up for potential losses, which we originally thought would occur in states like Arizona. But at the moment, if the president's overperformance with Hispanics continues to be true, we may actually see Donald Trump carry Arizona again. We're going to have to wait and see how that goes.
I am shocked by this. So I think this is indeed confirmed that Trump has indeed won Scotland County, which leads me to believe that Democrats were hoping that there would be a vote. There would be a big shift back to Democrats in places like Robeson County and Bladen. If Scotland County has flipped from a Clinton +8 county to a Trump +2 county, a Tillis +1 county, I don't think we're going to be seeing that because this was on no one's radar. Trust me, I've not heard anyone say this.
It hasn't voted Republican since 1984. Ronald Reagan won it by 49 votes in 1984, but it hasn't since then. It voted for Obama by 15.
If you had told me counties that could flip in North Carolina, I give you like 2 counties. I give you like 1 county, Pasquotank County. Trump almost won that county by 2 points. I don't know how this could actually happen. And honestly, if I'm Democrat, I'd be concerned with that because this is not a county that should have flipped. This is not something they want to see. I mean, holy cow! I was stunned when I saw that. To bluntly, I was bamboozled to see this has happened. And it looks indeed like they are 100% in all of their votes, all their absentee everything. And on the other hand, in North Carolina District 11, it looks like Madison Cawthorn holds a 61-37 lead over Mo Davis.
Yeah, and looking at another competitive district there in the 8th district, though, according to Decision Desk, Patricia Timmons Goodson still leads Richard Hudson there by about a 53-47 margin. It's still too early to call that race. A lot of that's coming in from Fayetteville and Cumberland County. Cumberland County is obviously going pretty strongly for the Democrats at this point. That's part of the reason why you see Joe Biden with that lead over Donald Trump right now. The Democratic vote centers are really turning out with some strength here. You've got Mecklenburg County, which is largely finished counting, at least what it looks like on Decision Desk here. Joe Biden at 68% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. And I think looking at North Carolina, we're going to look at 2 states now. We're going to look at North Carolina and Ohio. Looking at North Carolina, and I'll share my screen real quick so the viewers can get a good idea of what's going on. Looking at the state of North Carolina, as you can see right now, to what some people may have expected, Cal Cunningham is underperforming Joe Biden. So Joe Biden would have to drag Cal Cunningham over the line. Obviously, Joe Biden underperforming Roy Cooper, the incumbent governor there. But looking at some of these metros, in Mecklenburg County right now, Joe Biden's at about 68.9% of the vote. Last election, Clinton only got 62.3% here. So if you look at the way the county has evolved, at the moment we actually have results in the election atlas already for 2020, and you can see a massive swing for the Democrats. So looking at it being fully counted, that's definitely important for the Democrats. And we're going to get to you again, Eric, here in a second. But we have other counties to look at. We have Wake County as well, where Joe Biden is currently up 65-33, and Wake County was only a 57-37 county in the last election. Another county is Durham County, where Clinton got 77% of the vote. Looking at that county right now, Joe Biden's up to 82% of the vote. And the final one I tell you to look at is Guilford. It's home to Greensboro. And looking at Greensboro within Guilford County, that was a 63% Biden victory at the moment. And that county last time only gave Clinton 58%. So we're seeing right now on all levels governor, Senate, and president, we're seeing the Democrats overperform their margins in the previous races here in 2016. So I think it's worth looking at in terms of whom we expect to win this state in the long run. So, Eric, do you want to give us a little rundown on some of the stuff we're seeing right now in North Carolina?
Yeah, so right now, obviously the NC-11 one's pretty big. Some people thought that race was competitive. I always thought that was noise, given the only thing suggesting it was competitive was Mo Davis internals that provided no crosstab or verification of any kind. What's more interesting is the Senate race right now. So currently, with a decent number of votes in, Joe Biden has a 54-45 lead over Trump. Cal Cunningham only has a 51.9 to 44.2 lead over Tillis. Cal Cunningham is running substantially behind Joe Biden right now, which is the opposite of what polls have been showing, that he had been overperforming on President Trump, or overperforming on Joe Biden, sorry. Obviously, if this race narrows, there's still a lot of counties that aren't in yet. I mean, this is just we're seeing the New York Times actually thinks that Trump is favored in North Carolina at this point, which is a surprise. We have this rated at leans Democratic, although it's a very difficult decision for us to make that rating.
Yeah, and we already got Florida wrong. We have projected Florida already for the Republicans, for Donald Trump to win there, and it looks like we got the two House races wrong as well. Going down and looking at the South there in South Florida, Maria Salazar currently still leads Donna Shalala. I'll just do a House update. So in Florida's 27th district, we have that seat rated as leans Democratic. Donna Shalala is currently down by about 1 percentage point to Maria Salazar, with what looks like all of the votes counted there, which would be a Republican pickup. Obviously, we're not projecting many races tonight. We're just updating results from outlets, mostly because of the uncertainty surrounding this election. But that's definitely a possible Republican pickup. And in the neighboring Florida's 26th district, again, only about 25 to 30% in, according to Decision Desk, but a larger lead for the Republicans. At the moment, Carlos Jimenez has a 51.5 to 48.5 lead over Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. And I think that's quite an interesting result as well. Looking at some of the other key House races, around 13% in South Carolina won. Leans Democratic race. Joe Cunningham is leading Nancy Mace in that race, which matches with the Charleston County results we've seen. In the 2nd district in South Carolina, not a close race yet, but it's still possible that we have a close race there. Joe Wilson versus Adair Burrows. Just updating some more results for you all. Interestingly, no results out of Georgia's 7th district, which is a must-win seat for the Democrats. But we do have results out of the 6th district, where it appears that McBath is definitely a favorite for re-election at the moment. And finally, we're getting some results. There are a lot of results to report at the moment. Do you have more news, Eric?
No, it's just New York Times has now updated North Carolina to be 63% favored for Donald Trump. I'm still looking at these counties coming in right now. The only consistent I'm seeing is that in terms of race now, Cal Cunningham is running about a point or two behind Joe Biden, although he's doing a little bit better in Western North Carolina and in some of the rural, basically in Western North Carolina and the mountain areas, which is not entirely surprising given he's from Western North Carolina. And Democrats are getting good margins in Wake, Mecklenburg County. There's just a lot of rural counties that haven't shifted back, that haven't counted yet.
Guys, and this is a big thing from Pennsylvania. Montgomery County.
Holy
Montgomery County put in its early vote 90-10 for Joe Biden in the early vote in Montgomery County. That is ginormous. But Eric, I think you had a reaction to something else, I think. What is it?
Cameron County, Texas. Cameron County, Texas. Hillary Clinton won this county by 33 points. Early voting has Joe Biden up by 12.
Oh, wow.
This is disastrous. This is not the numbers Democrats wanted to see. These are low turnout Hispanic counties. But this Hispanic trend is not just in Florida at this point. This is in Texas. Webb County,
it looks like it may carry on to Arizona as well, which could spell disaster for the Biden campaign.
Georgia. I mean, you look at Georgia. You look at these exit poll numbers. According to CNN, Hillary Clinton was up by 27, Biden up by 8. In Georgia, Clinton by 40, by 25. In Ohio, Clinton by 41, Biden by 24. This is not an illusion at this point. There is a genuine trend in Hispanic voters, at least in the states we're looking at, towards President Trump. I cannot believe this, to be honest.
Yeah, this is what's going on in the Sun Belt right now is way ahead of our expectations right now, folks. This is quite surprising right now in these areas. I certainly didn't expect it. And now John Cornyn now has the lead with 44% of the estimated vote in Texas. Cornyn already has the lead right now, and I don't think that's something we expected to see. Remember that Ted Cruz did not get a stable lead until we had about 60% in Texas. Cornyn already has about a 3%, about a 2% lead right now over MJ Hagar in Texas. So this is, and Kelly Loeffler has almost, I mean, it's still very early in Georgia, but now Kelly Loeffler has almost jumped Raphael Warnock for first place in Georgia. I mean,
Are we seeing something tonight? Or, I mean, this
who
looks
knows?
like the Sun Belt's doing pretty good. This looks like the Sun Belt's turning out pretty good for Donald Trump.
Yeah. Look, here's what I have to say, though, folks.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is very, very bad for Democrats. Northeastern North Carolina, Washington County, small, rural, according to J. Miles Coleman. This is a county that Hillary Clinton won by 15 points. Joe Biden is ahead by 10. Majority African-American county in northeastern North Carolina.
Oh, wow.
I don't know yet, but this election looking like
cow.
Trump has really made a legitimate appeal to minority voters.
This is the most stunning trend from 2016 on. Every single point that was made in 2016 was Donald Trump's attacks on Hispanics and Latinos with regards to immigration. Remember, we have not heard that message really a whole lot this election. With COVID and with everything, we have not really heard the immigration message. And now we are seeing a stunning Hispanic trend in places like Florida and Texas right now. I mean, I think Carlos Jimenez, I'm not going to say anything about the 27th district right now and Shalala, but we're not going to call it yet, and no one has yet. But I think Carlos Jimenez has beaten Betty Mercastle Powell in Florida's 26 right now. We're not calling that yet, but this is just a joke.
We're not calling any house races right now. We're not. I don't plan on calling.
Yeah.
I think at this point, honestly, I think it would be better to just continue reporting results to the viewers and analyzing them rather than calling them.
Oh my God. Another county,
So don't
Starr
expect
County,
a significant
Texas.
amount of calls at this point.
This is the biggest shift I've seen so far. Starr County, Texas, 92% of the vote in. Donald Trump is losing it by 8. Hillary Clinton won this county by 61 points in 2018 or 2016. Starr County, according to New York Times.
Wow.
Yo, look for yourself. This is insane.
I think this is definitely very surprising. Oh, big update in the 5th district of Indiana, Harrison. Christina Hale leads by about 50 to 48 over Victoria Sparks right now in Indiana's 5th district. Well, that's certainly something to still pay attention to, folks. I mean, I feel like Harrison. I feel like you haven't. I want to hear what you're thinking right now, Harrison, because I can see the wheels. I can see the wheels in your head turning, and I want to know what you're thinking right now.
Well, one thing I'm looking at right now that's looking good for Donald Trump is Tarrant County, Texas. Looking at it, I mean, Trump's up by 0.1% there over Joe Biden with 83% of the vote, and the majority of it counted. And one of the reasons why I think this is significant is in order to have a blue Texas. You really have to have Biden winning Tarrant County by about 3 to 4 points. Because remember, this county voted for Beto O'Rourke by half a point in 2018, and O'Rourke still lost the Senate race statewide by about 2 percentage points. And keep in mind that O'Rourke was actually overperforming in the suburbs and underperforming with Hispanics in the Rio Grande Valley. But what it looks like is happening now, and you can see this as well in Collin County, which is significantly closer than it was back in 2016. But it's still looking like a Trump plus 5 county. Some of the damaging things, I think, for Joe Biden, I mean, I think it's pretty simple. It's really hard to see Biden pulling out a victory in Texas in the end. And this will have an impact on down-ballot House races as well if he's not winning Tarrant County. Biden needs to win Tarrant County to win Texas. especially when he's underperforming in the Rio Grande Valley. At this point, worst case scenario for Biden is he underperforms Beto O'Rourke in the suburbs, but also gets plagued by the same problem that O'Rourke had, almost to a greater extent if we're looking at states like Arizona, Florida, and Texas, by losing Hispanic support in the Rio Grande Valley. And it's just not a working coalition for Biden in Texas. And I would say that if these results hold, and we'll get more updates on the House races here later, but it's definitely not a very good sign. I mean, and then as well, looking at the Senate race, obviously John Cornyn is continuing to outrun Donald Trump at the moment. Hager is only up by 1% over Cornyn, whereas Biden is up by about 7% in Texas over Trump. And again, don't let those results mislead you. The real story here that's quite dangerous, I would say, for the Democrats is if you have Biden underperforming with Hispanics in Texas like he did in southern Florida, and you simultaneously have Biden not hitting the marks he needs to in counties like Tarrant County, and then the rules come in for the Republicans, that's not a good sign. And we can continue to expect Cornyn in that Senate race, who's already outrunning Trump, to do it further. But one thing I think is interesting here is Hager overall is underperforming Joe Biden. But in some of these Hispanic areas, it's actually the other way around. Look at Starr County along the border. Starr County, again, is a heavily Democratic county when you look at it on traditional level. If I do some analysis here, back in 2016, Starr County, it gave Clinton 79% of the vote. 79% of the vote. Currently, the county is giving Joe Biden 53% of the vote.
What on earth is going on?
And listen, let me finish my point. That is, from what it looks like, that's almost a 25-point swing towards the Republicans in that county. But if you look at the Senate race, and this is the dichotomy we're seeing here, John Cornyn overall is outrunning Trump. If you look at a county like Tarrant, a classic suburbanite county, John Cornyn is outrunning Donald Trump there by quite a few points, about 3 points if I look correctly. But if you look at a county like Starr, it's actually the other way around. Hager is outrunning Biden. MJ Hager currently has about an 18-point lead in Starr County, whereas Joe Biden has a much slimmer lead of only about 8 percentage points, which is not good news for Joe Biden in Texas. And if these trends with Hispanic voters hold up, it could even cost Joe Biden Arizona, which could reduce his path to 270. So the Trump campaign has to be looking at these whack numbers with Hispanics and being like, oh, that's good for us tonight. I'm not being a doomer or anything for the Biden campaign, but if those numbers with Hispanics hold, then Joe Biden to win Texas would need to bomb it out of the water in counties like Tarrant and Collin. And at the moment, it just doesn't look like he's doing that. I mean, he's not winning Tarrant. I don't see a way Biden could win the state if he doesn't win Tarrant County. Even if he did win Tarrant County like Beto O'Rourke did, it proved to him to not be enough to win statewide. And just a little reference here before I shut up and let someone else speak about this, looking at the Texas Senate race back in 2018, and I think this is fascinating. And I'm sorry we're not updating all the House and Senate races right on the dot. Honestly, what I'm probably going to do is spend the next 4 months analyzing election results that I don't get to tonight because I can't follow 80 different races at once. But looking at the presidency at the moment is the most watched. So if I load up my Texas results, it's a bit slow right now. But my last point that I want to make is look at Starr County in that Senate race. Even in Beto O'Rourke's Senate race, O'Rourke still got 76% of the vote. And that was with O'Rourke underperforming Hillary Clinton along the Rio Grande Valley. So these are shocking numbers. They started in South Florida, and this could impact some races down the ballot. And Eric, something I want to ask you about is G.K. Butterfield, a traditionally safe Democrat in North Carolina, is only up 7 points in the early vote, which is supposed to favor Democrats. So what does this mean for him? And do you think this shows Donald Trump at least making somewhat of an overarching appeal to minorities that we just didn't expect?
Yeah. I mean, this new seat's not even majority non-white, not even majority black. It's majority white. I think it was drawn as a Democratic vote sink, but we may be seeing a dummy mander right here because it has counties like Wilson. It has Wilson County is a Republican county and it's thrown in there for some reason. I have no idea why this thing is even close. I mean, the needle is very confident about North Carolina right now for Republicans. I am like right now, Donald Trump is getting 40% in Vance County. In Warren County, Northampton, Hertford, he's not doing very well. But in places like Pitt, he's doing good. In Wayne County, I guess, is in the district now. It's a Republican county. I am genuinely not sure what's going on.
No, and one of the big impacts
right now the needle Right now, the needle gives Trump a 73% chance of winning North Carolina. And right now, the numbers don't look great for Republicans. And I mean, I'll have to look at the numbers here, but this is just really bizarre. I'll have to look at the turnout by county, go to the North Carolina Board of Elections website. By the way, if you haven't gone to it, North Carolina Board of Elections has a fantastic elections website that covers basically everything. It's awesome right now. I mean, you can kind of see the trend of where things are going, where the votes are at, what races are competitive and what ones aren't. I think even looking at the Council of State right now, given the actual vote, the way things will narrow. Sorry, I'm a little bit scatterbrained right now because I'm genuinely confused as to what's going on in North Carolina 2, or not North Carolina 2, North Carolina 1. So if we look at the counties here, Sandy Smith is winning 55% of the vote in Wayne and 55% in Greene. Those are very Republican counties. This won't be close. The rest of these counties are very strongly Democratic. But basically, Democrats threw in a couple of Republican counties in there for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah. I'm more baffled by this. This is a genuine minority trend. This is not an illusion at this point, I don't think.
It's one of those things that we wouldn't have believed until we would have seen it, but it's truly quite interesting. So in a second here, I'm going to share.
If you told me Starr County, Republican hasn't hit 40% of the vote in Starr County since 72. Not hit 20% since 2004. What the heck is going on? I'm talking Texas contact. He has no clue what's going on.
One of the big things in Starr, but Texas 23.
We talked about Hispanics being hard to poll, and we thought that would show good news for Joe Biden. That theory has been completely flipped on its head. Instead of showing the reversal getting closer to Biden, it has gone to a polling error towards Trump. That is maybe, again, I don't know. I still don't know if the president will come up on top tonight. There are not a lot of Hispanics in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the states that he does still need to win. But, this makes it a lot closer than it probably needed to be. And again, winning Florida is such a huge, huge key. We talked about this all night. It is such a huge key for him because he can't win without Florida. And the president is going to win Florida tonight. So it is one of the most stunning upsets right now is what he is doing with Hispanics. One of the most stunning upsets.
The interesting thing is that what impact is this going to have on Texas 23 as just an example? I mean, this is a race we had as likely Democratic, but obviously it can't possibly be likely Democratic given the Hispanic support along the border at the moment. Again, it's just one county in Starr County. But the question is, if this continues along the whole Rio Grande,
it's not just one. It's Cameron County. It's Webb County.
It's not good at all. I mean, there's clearly a clear trend pattern here of Joe Biden underperforming significantly, ridiculously, what he would need to get with Hispanic voters here. And he, again, like I mentioned earlier as well, in counties like Tarrant County, he's also not winning Tarrant County at the moment, which is not good. That explains as well down the ballot why Beth Van Dunn is currently ahead of Candace Valenzuela in that close House race. Similarly, Troy Nehls is ahead in his House race. Mike McCall's ahead in his House race. Yet at the same time, we have some early results in some other traditionally Republican districts that are currently the Democrats are currently leading in 6, 25, 17, all good examples. District 21, another one. And obviously it's too early to know in District 23. But I think one thing that's interesting, it's because of the Starr County result, is in the Texas 15th Congressional District, one of those Hispanic fajita districts, as they're called, on the bottom of Texas there. Monica de la Cruz Hernandez, the Republican, is currently leading Vicente Gonzalez, though, at 20% in. And
what on earth?
20% of the vote is in, and she's leading by 30 points in a safe Democratic seat.
It's a night, ladies and gentlemen. It is a night. We are going to be in for the long haul. We've been here for almost 3 hours now. And we're going to be here for a lot longer, folks. Let me tell you. We're going to be here for a lot longer. I just want to give a quick update right now. I know
Henry Cuellar is only up by 6. Henry Cuellar is only up by 6.
I want to give a quick update here, Eric. The Virginia amendment, the question 1, the redistricting commission, huge numbers right now. 66-34 in favor of passing that amendment. Obviously, still loads and loads of E-Day vote and mail-in ballots to go in Virginia, but that's kind of the. I have a good feeling about this amendment. I don't want to say anything yet, but I have a good feeling about it right now, for sure, and that would establish a redistricting commission in the state of Virginia if that passes.
I want to bring up something as well, and it's a possibility that if Trump continues to perform well in the Sun Belt, he could end up just underperforming in the Rust Belt significantly enough where it could still cost him the election. And I think one key example is looking at a state like Ohio. If we look at the swing right here, look at Delaware County. This is a county that in 2016, Delaware County, it went to Trump by 16 points. Delaware County above Franklin was a Trump plus 16 county. Now it's a Biden plus 10 county. Looking at some other counties, Lake County is seemingly giving the lead to Biden right now. Portage County, Trumbull County giving the lead to Biden. Summit County giving the lead to Biden. In Lorain County, which was a 0.1% victory for Hillary Clinton last election, Joe Biden's currently up 16 points. So Ohio is fascinating in that a lot of these counties that were frankly pretty close last time are either lopsided for Biden now in the case of Mahoning County, and
Folks,
Biden's even topped in some of these Democratic counties.
This is really important, Harrison. I hate to interrupt you, but this is a big problem in Georgia, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not kidding when I say this, but this explains why we're not getting anything out of Fulton. A pipe has burst in the room that held the ballots. They are now saying they don't think they will finish counting votes for 2 days.
Good Lord.
A legitimate pipe has burst in Fulton County, where that's a huge county for Democrats.
Yeah, that is a big county for sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it does not look like we are going to be able to call Georgia tonight. If we cannot get results from Fulton, no one is going to be able to call Georgia tonight, and that is going to be so crucial. Without Georgia, if without Georgia, I do not expect us to be able to call the presidency tonight.
No. And one other thing to note, that's why that's unfortunate. That's deeply unfortunate that happened tonight. Deeply, deeply, deeply unfortunate.
So, I believe this report is true. It's coming from a legitimate source, Jeffrey Ingersoll. And it's also coming from CBS and AJC. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to get results from Georgia tonight.
I would like to share real quick the current projections we have in terms of state winners in the presidential race on our electoral big board map here. You can see currently we have President Trump at 111 electoral votes. We have Joe Biden at 84 electoral votes. Obviously, it was a big win for the president tonight in Florida. Florida, if President Trump doesn't come out on top at the end of this week when the election's fully decided, it would be the first time since 1992 it sided with a losing candidate, which the Trump campaign may be looking at and saying, well, that's a plus for us. But looking at some of the states that are too close to call right now, at the moment, Georgia is too close to call, and we'll mark our too close to call states using yellow. Too close to call can mean both either too close to call or too early to call. At the moment, we do not have projections in the critical state of Georgia. In North Carolina, as Joe said, we're not going to be able to call Georgia tonight for any candidate. In North Carolina, Biden, I believe, according to DDHQ, still has a lead in North Carolina. But again, like Eric said, it's still fairly likely, according to the needle there, that it'll end up going Republican for President Trump. So that's one we're not calling yet. Missouri is another state that we're not calling quite yet. It's still too early in Missouri. So if we go back to our electoral board here, Missouri is marked yellow. Ohio, the Democrats have a lead. And as I was talking about earlier before we got the Fulton news, Ohio is actually looking better for the Democrats. And again, the vote that's being counted today was already expected to heavily favor the Democrats. So we're going to have to wait a little bit on Ohio. We just don't know yet. But again, Ohio is definitely a state where you've got to have a Trump victory. If Trump wins Florida, it's useless without Ohio, because without winning Ohio, the Trump path to 270 gets harder. Michigan and Pennsylvania also still out. We're still waiting on our call in New Hampshire and Maine. We're going to have closings in just 6 minutes in New York and Rhode Island at 9. Louisiana is another 9 p.m. state. Marking up our map, we're starting to chop up the country, and we're getting into the states now as we get further along in this electoral map that are going to be more and more interesting. And I'll be back with you guys shortly to update you on our Senate projections and our House projections tonight, so you can keep track.
Can I interject in here really quick? This is kind of urgent.
We have the president narrowly ahead.
This is kind of urgent. The Speaker of the Rhode Island House of Representatives has lost to a Republican.
Wow.
Barbara Ann Fenton Fung has ousted Democratic House Speaker Nicholas Mattiello.
Wow.
Nicholas Mattiello, yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
That's shocking.
Eric, I need to bring this up right now. So we have hit 90% of the estimated vote in, according to New York Times, on District 27 in Florida.
Yeah.
Maria Elvira Salazar is leading 50. She has increased her lead. What the New York Times expects to be, according to them, expects to be only 10% of the vote left. Salazar leads 51-49 over the incumbent Shalala.
Wow. This is wild.
This and Carlos Jimenez now leads by almost 4 points in the state of Florida, in the 26th district. This is something that is unreal and unexpected, at the very least in the 27th. In the 27th, this is unexpected. We knew that the 26th could be competitive. We thought that with what it looked like in polling that it was going to go to the Democrats, but the 27th has come completely out of left field, it feels like.
Yeah,
this is stunning. The fact that we are still talking about the 27th district at this point.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is something I did not expect. To be sure, we're seeing. I mean, this is not a simple night. This is very, very strange. This is. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to think, honestly. This is crazy. Honestly, it looks like Biden's doing well in the Rust Belt.
I'm getting really excited about this. What did I miss?
Florida 26 and 27 look like Salazar and Jimenez are favored.
Yeah, obviously I'm not going to call them quite yet because I just want to be 100% sure, but they definitely are looking like they're going to be upsets for Republican pickups. We had both of them staying Democratic, but it looks like Biden really pulled them underwater and drowned them tonight is what it looks like, to put it bluntly.
Yeah.
I'll be back to the viewers shortly with projections in our Senate races and our House races. We're going to update you on what we've called so far.
Yeah. I'm just going off what I'm seeing here, and this is completely this is wild in some of these areas we're looking, specifically that South Texas. I want to see more votes coming out of here. I want to see these congressional districts are close. The 15th, the Republican leads 25% of the vote in by 29 points. Hidalgo County is not in, and Hidalgo County, in theory, should be very strong for Democrats, but I don't know what the heck to think. Starr County is not shown pretty poorly. Henry Cuellar, really popular in the 28th district, is only up by 6. We're going to let Kraz in to show what's going on because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, so as the night goes on, we are covering a historic collapse for Democrats with minority voters across the country. Right now, we're looking at a collapse to 2004 levels, potentially, a collapse to levels not seen in the modern era. Truly, Democrats have just bottomed out, especially with Hispanic voters across the country. I am going to give our viewers a map update in about 2 seconds. So if I can get to sharing my screen. Here we go.
And we're starting. Wow.
Okay, so here we go. Here are the results right now. So right now, a couple of notable things I want to bring attention to just to emphasize, Biden just complete collapse minority voters. First off, we can look at Starr County down on the Mexico-Texas border right here. We can see that.
Pull up. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's my bad. I had to put it up.
So we can see Starr County. This is a massive drop from Hillary's margin. If we go to our shift map, sorry for the delay, we can see that this is a 40 to 50 point drop for Biden from Hillary Clinton's 2016 margin. I mean, just unprecedented and something nobody expected. I also do want to bring attention to counties over here in North Carolina. North Carolina is an interesting state. Demographically, Nate, New York Times made a good point. It is somewhere in between the South and Midwest demographically, which is why it looks to be on a razor's edge as we speak. Right now, you can see Robeson over here, famous home of the Lumbee tribe, a diverse working class and secularly Democratic county. Right now, with much of the election day vote out, Trump is winning that county by double digits, according to the New York Times and Decision Desk. So that is a massive improvement in a county that many thought Democrats would win back. Although, again, looking at the shift map, you can see Biden's underperformance with minority voters, especially rural minority voters, being pretty clear in North Carolina. However, Biden is improving in a lot of other parts of the state, so it's really too early to tell if North Carolina is going to go the way of Florida or if Biden is still winning.
I'd say look at where Republican votes are at. I'd say look at where the votes are outstanding in North Carolina. Union hasn't reported at all, barely. There's still Columbus County, Johnson County.
I will say so. Republicans have a lot of vote strongholds left. That being said, however, the New York Times is reporting Cabarrus early votes, and those look good for Biden as well.
Very good. They look very good.
Yeah, I would also say that New York Times thinks that North Carolina is about 72% in or 73% in. But I will say that our own partnership with Decision Desk thinks that North Carolina is closer to about 85% in, and Biden still holds a roughly 4 lead in the state right now, according to them. So Biden looking like he is in for a close race in North Carolina, which is what we expected. I do want to bring our attention over to Ohio. So Ohio and the Midwest in general has been perplexing. Don't pay attention to Michigan right now. These are isolated precincts. This is, as far as I can tell, very indicative of anything. But looking at Ohio, we can see massive blue across the state, in the most parts of the state right now. Obviously, a lot of this is early vote, so a lot of this is going to change. That being said, however, the percent of the vote that is outstanding does not appear to be biased one way or the other towards Democratic or Republican counties. So it looks like Democratic counties have about the same amount of vote outstanding as Republican counties do. Biden has performed very well in the early vote in the counties he needs to. I think the Biden campaign probably feels pretty good about Ohio right now, but obviously the Sun Belt, just a unprecedented collapse of minority voters that we did not see coming.
And again, the early vote over in Ohio was expected to favor the Democrats, so it'll be interesting to see how Texas goes, or it's not Texas, it's how Ohio ends up going when we have a full count. But the Ohio.
Oops, I think Harrison is frozen up here.
Ohio was undoubtedly one of the critical aspects of the Trump campaign's coalition. And without Ohio, their path to 270 gets.
Sorry, folks. We do have some technical difficulties on Harrison's end right now, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I can just briefly chime in again, I do want to bring our attention to Indiana because early in the night, Biden was doing very well in terms of the shifts. That has slowed down a little bit. You can see he's actually underperforming Hillary Clinton in a number of counties. However, on balance, I would say this is kind of the shift map in a state like Indiana that we expected. The issue is, for, of course, Joe Biden, that he is just completely and totally collapsing in the Sun Belt in a way that I really don't think people envisioned. I mean, you can see it here in Florida. If anything, I think the conventional wisdom was, and it shows you how fickle the conventional wisdom can be, the conventional wisdom was that, if anything, Biden would underperform relative to expectations in the Rust Belt and the Midwest and overperform relative to expectations in the Sun Belt. But it seems to be the reverse happening. So who knows? But yeah.
I'm looking at these council of state races for North Carolina. Most of them are running below where Biden is right now. If this state narrows, and if more votes come in, like Ronnie, basically the only Republicans ahead right now in the early voting for the council of state races, the totals that are in right now are Steve Troxler, the agriculture secretary, and Dale Folwell, the treasurer. Nearly ahead are Catherine Truitt, who's only down by 2 for superintendent of public education. Josh Dobson is down by 2.5. Mike Causey's down by 1, and Commissioner of Insurance. Basically, what we're looking at is if North Carolina narrows, like the New York Times thinks it does, and will flip to Trump, you're probably going to see another majority Republican council of state. Mark Robinson looks set to win lieutenant governor if the race narrows, and it looks like it will. I think Republicans are going to have a majority of the council of state if the race narrows, like it looks like it will.
Have some new projections at the election's daily big board. We can project in New York, Joe Biden will win the state of New York, which is just closed 5 minutes ago. That's 29 electoral votes to the Biden campaign, a reliable Democratic state. Biden will also carry the state of Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes, another reliable addition to the Biden campaign slate. We can also project that Biden will win 2, or at this point, 3 of Maine's 4 electoral votes, carrying the state of Maine as a whole, as well as winning that first district that we projected earlier in the night. The second district remains uncalled. On top of that result, we can also project in the Senate. While we haven't called New Hampshire for president, in the Senate, we can project Democrat Jeanne Shaheen will win re-election to her seat in the United States Senate. Currently, Democrats have 42 projected Senate seats, Republicans 40, 18 seats remain up for grabs. For the presidency, Joe Biden has taken the lead electorally, and he now has 120 electoral votes compared to Trump's 111. And we'll be having more House projections later. At present, though, a lot of our House races aren't called because we're still working on tabulating all the results in the House races, analyzing them, and making sure it would be safe to make a decision in some of these more competitive races. So we're going to have a delay on some of those House races. But at the moment, we're still focusing on the competitive states as we add some more safe states to the key columns.
Well, here we keep going, right, folks? Here we keep going. Results keep coming in. I want to give a quick update in North Carolina. So North Carolina right now, Eric was just talking about the Council of State seats there. So right now in North Carolina, Joe Biden leads Donald Trump 51-48 right now. It's about a 3-point margin. And honestly, in the Senate race, it's about the same, but really in different ways. Cal Cunningham only leads by about 2 points. He is up 49-47 on Tom Tillis. So we're seeing about a half a point to a point underperformance by Cal Cunningham against Tom Tillis. And as New York Times is saying we got about 26% of the vote left to go here. Going to be really interesting to see what's going on here, what keeps happening, and I'm going to be very interested to see how this race keeps coming in.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things in North Carolina on the House level has to be G.K. Butterfield, whose race is still technically too close to call. Looking at the actual raw House numbers here, I mean, Butterfield appears to have taken back the lead, but still, Butterfield's only up by 9 points, which, again, is quite a significant underperformance when you look at his district. Another one to watch, similarly having to do with Trump's strength among Hispanics this time, or minorities in general, is the 15th district, one of the fajita districts along the U.S.-Mexico border. And a lot of this has to do with that massive swing we saw in Starr County. But currently, De La Cruz Hernandez, the Republican nominee, leads Congressman Vicente Gonzalez in the 15th district by double digits, with about 26% of the vote reporting in. Even in neighboring Texas 28, with 40% in, Henry Cuellar is only leading by 6 points, which is incredibly close. And in the 23rd, a race that would be a pretty big upset if it stayed in the Republican column, Tony Gonzalez is leading Gina Ortiz-Jones by 3 points. So I think a lot of people wrote off Donald Trump's ability to win over Hispanic voters, and it, by extension, wrote off a lot of Republican candidates for House. In the 23rd district, we wrote off Gonzalez for sure, having it at likely Democratic. But if somehow a Republican narrowly loses or wins either Texas 15 or 28, that would be unheard of today, frankly, unheard of presidentially.
I think what this is saying is that these fajita seats, honestly, people say they're mandated. I think, honestly, this is showing they're not. Democrats are winning the majority of these counties by large votes, but the white counties, the white Republican counties, they threw in there to dilute the Hispanic percentages so there can be more Hispanic seats, lead to opportunities where these races are way closer than they should be. Normally, this just happens at the gubernatorial and presidential levels. There's gubernatorial and Senate races, off years. Now you're seeing this weaken in a presidential year. What that means is that these races are way closer than they should be. These are seats that are supposed to be competitive, and this is the way they're drawn, having these white Republican voters. They're way more competitive than they should be. I mean, there's no reason that a seat based in Hidalgo County and Starr County should be going close to a Republican at this point. Even right now, Democrats are winning these counties by 12 points. If they were based in these counties, it'd be fine, but the way they're drawn means that these are more competitive than they should be.
Folks, I just have to say right now, New York Times reporting 93% of the vote in Florida, and Donald Trump was up 3% in Florida. And if you understand Florida for the past couple of cycles, that's basically a blowout. That's a near
almost
blowout
level margins.
Florida, 51 to 48. He leads by about 317,000 votes in Florida right now. The numbers in Miami-Dade haven't shifted. The numbers in Palm Beach haven't shifted. He's doing good in Monroe. He is only 0.3% behind Biden and Pinellas. He's only down by about 3.7% in Duval. I'm surprised. We've called it already. I'm surprised the Times and I know CNN hasn't called it yet. I'm surprised they haven't called it yet. But
this is the best. Yeah, this is the best Republicans have done there since Bush.
And it's quite fascinating seeing Florida swing towards the Republicans. I mean, we're at this point, I don't think it's possible. Blexus is not a possibility at this point, especially with at the same time. I mean, I'm sure Kraz can show this, but last time I checked in Tarrant County, Biden wasn't even winning Tarrant County, and that's a county that Beto O'Rourke won and still lost statewide while underperforming along the Rio Grande Valley. Well, Biden has seemingly redefined the ability to which you can fall as a Democrat in the Rio Grande Valley, and is still, if last time I checked, not winning Tarrant County. So I really don't see how it's possible for him to win Texas at this point. I think Trump is definitely.
I would like to chime in with a couple things here. One thing is that some outlets, but I will say some outlets, have called New Mexico for Joe Biden at poll closing. And that's notable because New Mexico actually would be a state, if this Hispanic collapse was truly nationwide, that you would expect to see it manifest. Expect to see.
Yeah, we will not be calling any more states with high Hispanic populations for quite a while at this point.
We will not be. That's correct. But it does seem, though, that maybe this is more regional, but we will have to see, because right now, Joe Biden's clout with Hispanic voters is not stopping at any state border. And I am going to head off and update our maps again. In a little while, I will have even more counties filled in and hopefully more shifts. So back me back with that in a little while.
Yep, and I'm currently working very hard on getting our House big board up with all our projections for the House. I'm trying my best to get that done. But as soon as I get finished this big board, we'll probably have new projections about once every 10 to 15 minutes, I would say, once I get this set up. So look forward to that to our viewers.
Yeah, again, we're in for a long night. As I've continued to say, North Carolina, by the way, Joe Biden is down to a 51 to 48% lead now. It is tightened in that race. In the Senate race, it is down to 49-47 for Cal Cunningham. It is still very, very close in both of those states.
It always happens in North Carolina. I don't think people realize this. Democrats are always ahead early because of early voting in urban counties. What comes in later through the day, throughout the night, is what pushes Republicans ahead. If you remember 2014, Kay Hagan looked to be ahead early, and then the results came in late. Right now in North Carolina, we have almost nothing in from Union County. We have nothing in from Columbus. We have nothing in from Johnston. We have nothing in from Franklin. these rural counties that, I mean, even counties like those are the big ones. Those are the ones that would honestly push the needle here, and that's why the New York Times is pretty confident at this point. Even though there's a lot of vote that's left outstanding for Democrats, they're doing very well in urban areas, college-educated areas. But just what I'm looking at, I mean, it's under 100,000 votes in the Senate race right now, and there's 23% of the votes left, with, again, nothing in Union, nothing in Johnson, the two biggest suburban Republican counties, votes left in Alamance County, votes left in Cabarrus County. This is the horse race. It's going to be whoever, I mean, right now, it's going to go to whoever can kind of win that turnout battle on and New York Times thinks it's confident for Republicans. I'm not as confident yet, but I'm not, I mean, just the council of state races alone lead me to think that Republicans are going to flip at least 5 of those because they're close right now. The ballots are going to get even closer as the night goes on. I don't see a whole lot of ways some of these candidates survive on the Democratic side.
Yeah, and if I could jump in here, I know we've been talking about how Texas has been a kind of a disappointment for Democrats tonight. But there does seem to be good signs in District 21 for Democrats. Wendy Davis has a huge lead right now with 63% reporting, 56-43 over incumbent Chip Roy, who many have said many think that is too conservative for his district. Right now, he is down right now. Obviously, there's a lot of E-Day vote left to go there, but that's really kind of all, the 10th district, the 25th district, the 24th district, the 22nd district, those are really, some of the, that's really kind of the only House race in Texas that we're really seeing the type of numbers. The Democrats are kind of seeing what they wanted to see there.
I mean, it's very much true. I mean, again, the Democrats have taken back the lead in the 23rd district. Gina Ortiz-Jones is back in the lead. But again, there's still a lot of close races here. I want to make sure the viewers note that. But Mike McCall is still ahead in the 10th district. John Carter is still ahead in the 31st district. I think a big disappointment for Democrats right now is in the 22nd district, where we have it as leans Republican, but Troy Nails is currently leading Sri Preston Kulkarni by about 4 points, about 33% of the vote in. And another race that's disappointing for the Democrats at the moment as well, that's still very, very close, is the race in Texas 24 between Beth Van Dunn and Candice Valenzuela. This is for the open seat of Kenny Marchant. And we had this race as leans Democratic. We had it as a race that the Democrats stood a good chance to flip, but it appears currently that Candice Valenzuela, with over 95% of the vote in, near total count, is down to Beth Van Dunn. Obviously, in races like these, we're not going to be making a projection yet because I don't know all the specifics surrounding these states in terms of ballots that are being counted, that whether it's absentee or E-Day or mail-in. So if there's a House race like this with over 95% in, where the margin is less than 1%, obviously I'm not going to say I don't want to call that race if Van Dunn's up by just 0.8, especially in Texas 24. But again, I mean, we've got some squeakers, like some real squeaker House races here. Look at Florida's 26th district, way closer than it was last time, and last time it was incredibly close. Right now in Florida's 26th district, Carlos Jimenez is up by under 1,000 votes. It's 50.04 to 49.96. And again, you can expect some house calls from us very soon. I promise, very soon. We're going to be making some big calls here and talking about our ratings. And I'm fascinated by these House results because I love the House, and I count on you guys to keep me updated on the presidency because I'm pretty much focused on the House. I'm stuck in the House. I really love
I'm laser focused on North Carolina right now.
Yeah, I'm laser focused on these House races. So I think what all of us should do, I'm counting on Joe for Senate updates, essentially. I'm counting on you to keep reminding me about North Carolina for president, but it's just hard to follow all these races on one election night. And that's why it takes so many months after election day to really analyze results in detail and get a big picture, which luckily we'll have the next few days to do.
Okay, Cal Cunningham is lead in North Carolina is down below 2% with 78% left to count, according to New York Times.
22% left to count, you mean?
In South Carolina, Lindsey Graham is up 11 points over Jamie Harrison with 25% of the estimated vote in, according to the New York Times. In Texas, John Cornyn is way outrunning the president, folks. He is up 4 points, about 4.5 points over MJ Hagar, 51 to 46.5. In Georgia's regular election, again, with what we heard in Fulton, we don't know what we're going to be able to call tonight in Georgia, but right now in Georgia, David Perdue leads 57 to 41 over John Ossoff. In the special, Kelly Loeffler is taking the lead in the special. She is up 0.5% over Raphael Warnock in the special, hitting 29%. Warnock is at 28%. Doug Collins is not far off. He is at 22. He is at 24%. Is only about 4% behind Raphael Warnock. Again, we don't expect that. We don't expect an RVR runoff here, but right now it's not necessarily out of question. In Michigan, John James is up 61 to 38 over Gary Peters with 17% of the estimated vote in. That I will have to say that is outrunning the president of the United States by about a point, by just about over a point right now in Michigan. If Michigan somehow ends up close, that could be very important in that Senate race.
Mm-hmm.
And Eric, I'll throw back to you here for some presidential updates.
Yep, and then after that, I'll have some house
presidential.
updates.
I'm not looking at presidential right now, but what I am seeing is specifically in the Sun Belt. What we said before is that Trump is doing really pretty dang well in a lot of the Sun Belt. I mean, and also in the Senate race right now in Maine. So 3% of the vote is in the Senate election in Maine, 4% in the presidential election, according to New York Times. Susan Collins is up 23, while Trump is only up by 12. This is mostly stuff from northern Massachusetts, so from the rural portions of the state. But that's interesting. That's basically the margin that Collins would need to run ahead of Trump, seems like, if she wants to hold her Senate seat. Also, the presidential stuff is looking pretty boring. I mean, I'm waiting for more stuff to come in, obviously, from all sides. But this is a very, very interesting election. We're not seeing we're not seeing a national wave election in the same sense you would normally expect. We're seeing, I think Democrats have bounced back a bit in the Midwest, and Republicans have basically held to some degree in the Sun Belt thanks to minority voters, which is not a sentence I would have thought I was going to be uttering tonight.
I just want to have a quick update before we get to our latest projections. In Maine's 2nd District, which Trump won in 2016, he's currently up 57-39. And I'm obviously, as I said, focusing on the House mostly tonight. But I think a big surprise if this race stays as close is obviously Jared Golden's heavily outrunning Joe Biden, but currently Dale Crafts actually has a narrow lead. So this would be a shock if it even was close. And it's only about 6% of the vote in. And again, Golden's heavily outrunning Biden. But this is a race we need to watch because this is a race that shouldn't be close. Golden was up by double digits in this House race in pretty much every poll that was conducted over the course of the last 4 months of the campaign. And with that, we're actually going to have some new projections here. So,
wow, actually, it looked.
All right, so we have a couple more updates now to the Senate board and the Electoral College board. So first off, we can, if I can share my screen real quick to update the viewers with our big boards, the election's daily result counts. Currently, we have projected the state of Louisiana for Donald Trump. That's 8 more electoral votes in a safe state for the president. And we have projected Colorado for Joe Biden, 9 electoral votes in another state that Joe Biden is still favored to win by a decent margin. And likewise, we have projected that John Hickenlooper will defeat incumbent Republican Senator Cory Gardner, a one-term Republican senator who was narrowly elected over Democrat Mark Udall in that 2014 wave. So that's another Democratic pickup. As of now, in terms of Senate flips, we have projected the Republicans flipping 1 seat from the Democrats, Doug Jones' seat in Alabama. And we have projected the Republicans or the Democrats flipping, or I said it backwards, I think. We have projected the Republicans flipping Democrat Doug Jones' seat. That's 1 pickup for them. And we have projected the Democrats with former Governor John Hickenlooper defeating incumbent Senator Cory Gardner for the Republicans. So that's another pickup there. We've also projected Bill Cassidy will win re-election in Louisiana. And we're going to have more updates soon for the Senate. But our next call, it is very possible that within the next few minutes we get a call for Republican John Cornyn, who is currently still outrunning President Trump. President Trump is currently tied, according to CNN, in Texas with 66% of the vote in. Senator Cornyn is up by about 4 points. If this continues, we could very well see John Cornyn projected winner re-election. In terms of House, I'm having some tough calls here. It's very, very possible. Right now, it looks like We're going to use the classification on our map. Let me show you guys a little bit real quick before I throw it back to the panel what we're doing for elections here. So for the House is like my baby. It's like I love the House. So as you can see, if it's a dark color, if it's a solid color race, that means it's been projected officially for that party, and that party has won that district. And I'm about to update this, but we're going to use a couple classifications here. If I use a tilt color for a race, that means that that's the leader. That means that the candidate's leading on election night, but they're not a likely winner or a projected winner. If we use a leans color here, the leans color, that means that that particular candidate is the likely winner. So you could very much see we're still very close in Florida 26, but it's not quite as close in the 27th, where Salazar has established a somewhat bigger lead. You could see Salazar end up being a likely winner. At the moment, though, both of these races, all the ballots are counted, and it appears, or at least from we know, most of the ballots are counted, but it appears that, as I've said, looking at DDHQ, this is an incredibly close race, possibly the closest in the House right now, if I had to guess. But Congresswoman Powell is currently down to Carlos Jimenez. So that Jimenez is our leader right now. He is a leader in that House seat, but he is not a likely or projected winner. Similarly, here in the 27th, Salazar, who lost by around 5 points last time, is currently leading in this rematch bid. And again, not over 99% of the vote. So Salazar is going to be a likely winner, not an official projected winner. And why am I making this reasoning? Because in both of these districts, we have over 99% of the vote in. In the 26th district, I'm only calling Jimenez the leader or the favorite. I'm not calling him a likely winner yet because of how close this race is. This race is still, if you look, significantly closer than the 27th. The 27th, though, is to the point where Salazar's lead is enough where I'd be confident calling Salazar the likely winner here. Not the official projected winner yet, but the likely winner, because it's unlikely that 1% of remaining votes could swing this election in the same way that it could swing 26. But if you want my hot take looking at these results, I expect both of these to be Republican gains by the time the results are fully certified. But I'm going to keep going. I'm relying on Joe and Eric for the presidential and Senate updates because I'm hyper-focused on the House right now. But again, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up, but I'm going to call, as I keep updating this, I'm going to call Salazar right now the likely winner in the 27th, and Jimenez leads in the 26th. Also, Scott Franklin, I meant to project this earlier in Florida, but Franklin has won his race, re-election, or not election. He has won his first race to the House, currently leads by 10 points. So that's an update. Back to you guys at the panel.
I'll take the first step here, Eric. Looking at the presidential race right now. Texas, with 72% in, is still a close lead for Biden, but we are missing so much rural vote right now. We're missing a lot of red vote right now in Texas. These are not enough right now. Certainly for Democrats in Texas. In Georgia, Donald Trump, with about 39% of the estimated votes in, according to New York Times, is up 57-42 on Joe Biden. In North Carolina, with about 80% of the vote in, Joe Biden is up 50-49 on Donald Trump. In Ohio, with 59% of the vote in, Joe Biden is up 51-48 on Donald Trump. We are kind of seeing the same thing in Ohio like we saw in 2016. We started off with a huge lead for Joe Biden. I don't think we're going to see Donald Trump win by the margin we are, definitely not, but this is continuing to tighten. In Pennsylvania, 19% of the vote in. Joe Biden leads 62-37, but there are still, in the same way, lots and lots of rural counties to report. In Michigan, Donald Trump leads 59-39 over Joe Biden. In Wisconsin, Joe Biden is down. Donald Trump is up 54-44 over Joe Biden right now. We are still waiting on calls from Kansas right now because Joe Biden still leads in Kansas 52-47. In Missouri, Joe Biden leads 55-34 in the early results thanks to good margins in St. Louis County and Jackson County. And that's about my update right now, guys. We still gotta.
I have a shocker. I have another Hispanic shocker right here. In Hidalgo County, strongly Democratic Hidalgo County. This is a county that Democrats won, I believe, 70% of the vote in last time at least. If I look at the vote here, Donald Trump got 28% of the vote here last time. He's at 40%. Republicans haven't hit 40% in Hidalgo County since, guess who? George W. Bush in 2004, when they were winning the state by 30 points or so. Cuellar is actually down in Texas 28. Or no, he's up again now. Sorry. I think he regained some votes from a county right here. But all of these, with the exception of 34, all of these fajita strip counties are very, 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 very close right now. We are seeing something wild here, folks, in the Rio Grande Valley. In El Paso County, Trump is at 31%. That's actually a good margin for him in El Paso County. In North Carolina, the presidential level, 80%. Biden's now only up by 1.8%. In the Senate race, even grimmer for Democrats, is Tom Tillis is now only down by 1.2%. None of Union County is in. None of Johnston County is in. These are major, major Republican vote sinks that have not put their votes in yet. Republicans are already gaining over Democrats without these counties. Some of these council of state races here, I mentioned them because they're good barometers for where the state is. Mark Robinson is ahead by under a percentage point. Steve Troxler is ahead by 5. Mike Causey's now ahead over the chair of the North Carolina GOP, Wayne Godwin. The labor race is within 1 point. The superintendent of public education race, and one Democrats really wanted to win back. They really wanted this office within 0.5%. Roy Cooper is doing about as well as the poll said he was going to do. He's up about 8% right now. But this is honestly looking like another election where Democrats thought they had North Carolina in the bag, and it just slipped through their fingers. I'm not gonna predict the real result here. We rated this as leans Dem, but I would not be that confident if I were a Democrat when the two biggest Republican vote sinks in the state almost, Union and Johnston County, had basically nothing in. This is astounding, to be honest.
I have some more House updates for you guys. First off, we have a change to our projection in Georgia's 6th district. Currently, McBath is leading Karen Handel there by about 20 points. And that's about 20% of the vote in. We're not projecting McBath winner yet, but we are projecting McBath as the likely winner in Georgia's 6th. Again, likely winner means that candidate has a greater than 80% chance of being the winner at this point, but it's not 100% certain to the point where it can be projected. In the 1st district of South Carolina, a very close race right now. Looking at decision desk results, Joe Cunningham currently leads Nancy Mace by only 1,000 votes, 50.1 to 49.9. So it's looking like another squeaker in South Carolina 1, which remains a complete toss-up. Obviously, we're not calling that race yet. Going around elsewhere, though, I'd like to just update about some of the other House races. Looking at Texas 24, we just moved the race. Beth Van Dunn currently has a 0.8% lead with 95% in. I just projected we moved that race on our board to an early lead, or as we would call leading. So Beth Van Dunn is leading. So out of our 3 categories of projections that we've made for this special election where we're not really going to know the results fully on election night, Beth Van Dunn is now favored. We also did that in Texas 10 with Mike Siegel. Mike Siegel is also up by around 3 points. The total amount of the vote in is uncertain, so we've just put him as the leader for now until we get more information. We've also projected in Texas 6 and Texas 17. So that's Ron Wright in the 6th has won that race. And in the 17th, Pete Sessions, who used to represent the 32nd until he was defeated by Colin Allred, he has come back and won that seat in a different district. We have also projected another good win for Republicans, and that's John Carter in Texas 31. This is seen as one of the stretch seats for Democrats, but we've just projected that race. One thing that I think is very interesting here is the 25th district in Texas. This is Roger Williams' seat, and it was not a seat Democrats prioritized as a top target if you're looking at it. And Roger Williams is currently only winning the seat by 0.9% against Democrat Julie Oliver. So The question is, could this be a possible upset? And I have quite a few more updates. So please give me some more time to do some updates for the House. But let me just share this with you guys. Fascinating result on the 25th here. Truly fascinating how close this is with Julie Oliver versus Roger Williams. This is one of those likely Republican races, but unlike other likely Republican races in its category, District 6, District 17, District 31, District 3, all of which we've called for Republicans at this point, the 26th remains a complete toss-up, and it stands to be potentially a significant upset. Looking also at Texas, and I would say I need 5 more minutes for updates.
Go ahead.
So I have more updates here. So in the 22nd district, one thing to really look at is Joseph LeBlanc is taking a significantly larger amount of votes than we would have previously expected, around 12%. It's one of the strongest third-party performances I've seen on this House map this year. But Troy Nehls is still up by around 5%, with around 53% of the vote in. So again, that's good news for Texas Republicans. We're definitely looking at that race and saying that makes us happy. In Texas, if I can find it, it's hard to see. Texas 7, I can't find it. Yeah, in Texas 7, it's still actually a pretty close race. Currently, we have Lizzie Pinnell Fletcher, the incumbent, as the leader. We actually are planning on moving that from Fletcher leading to Fletcher likely winner, because a 4-point lead is unlikely to change with greater than 99% of the vote in. But let's quickly finish up Texas, and then we'll briefly go around and look at some of the other states. And obviously, we'll have whole episodes after this. I know you probably have a North Carolina update. So
it's not North Carolina. It's Michigan.
Let me finish Texas, and then
yeah, go ahead.
There are just so many races right now to cover that it's just
Trump
chaos.
is up by 12 in Oakland County right now.
Give me a second. So yeah, Vicente Gonzalez here, much closer than expected race. The 23rd, still somewhat closer than expected, and the 21st is tightening again. So the one race that shocks me here, Texas 25 should not be this close. The fact that Julie Oliver's doing so well here is quite surprising. And 2, right before we move on, and we'll get back to the House later, is Vicente Gonzalez. I mean, it makes sense given how much Biden has underperformed tonight in Hispanic areas, potentially brought down once we get certification, Donna Shalala and Debbie Mukasel-Powell. But again, the fact that 15 is that close is shocking. So with that, I'm going to update our House big board and keep updating. I'll bring you more updates shortly, but you guys now listen to Eric for some updates in Michigan, where it looks like Trump is doing pretty well, very well, replicating that margin in Oakland County. Also, I'd like you to tell the viewers, Eric, how he's doing in Macomb County as well, please.
Yeah. So right now, I have no idea what these votes are. If they're early, if they're late, I know he's not up by 8 points in Wayne County for good. We saw a similar thing in 2018 where John James looked really good in Wayne County early on, and then it collapsed. 40% of the vote in Oakland County, and Trump is up by 12%, 40,000 votes. Macomb County, Trump is up 69 to 30 with 35% of the vote in. Wayne County, 3% of the vote in, he's up by 8%. Grand Rapids, Kent County, he's up by 17. I don't know when the early votes are coming in. I don't know when the late votes are coming in. I know for a fact Democrats are not winning Oakland County if they're losing it by 12, or we're not winning statewide if they're losing Oakland County. If they're losing Oakland County, they have lost the program. That was not on anyone's radar. I mean, right now, John James is not doing as well as Trump in some. Actually, he's outrunning Trump in all these areas. Right now he's at 60% statewide. Trump is at 59% statewide with 19% of the votes in. This is another state where I have no clue what the heck is going on, and I want to see more data come in because this is just insane. What we're seeing is.
I have a quick little important House update. I think the viewers will want to hear.
Yeah, go for it.
Oklahoma 5, 61.3% of the vote in right now, and Democrat Kendra Horn is up by 9 points currently over Stephanie Bice. Obviously, this is not a race that we would have expected, but interestingly enough, I'll counter that with, even though Bice, who we had favored to beat Kendra Horn, is down currently, Nancy Mace has actually taken the lead over Joe Cunningham right now with 33.6% in. It was previously 50.1 to 49.9 Cunningham. Now it's 50.4% for Nancy Mace. So maybe Mace still has a shot at winning. It's going to be very, very, very close in that district. And we're going to have to see. But I'll get back to you for more presidential updates. I'll just be here giving you House updates because, as I've said, that's what I'm following the closest.
Yeah, I mean, this is becoming a long, hard slog of a night that I don't know any of us really expected.
I would say that for sure. I mean, we're not even talking about the fact that Biden seems to be in a very good position in Ohio. Pennsylvania, he seems to be in a decent position in. Wisconsin, apparently Democrats and Republicans are both disappointed by the turnout. Nothing from Iowa yet. Kansas is close right now with 50% of the vote in. A lot of that's from Johnson County, where Biden is up by 8 points. This is just wild, man. We did not sign up. We did not get a boring election right now.
No,
and honestly, I would think South Carolina.
This is a fascinating election on all levels.
South Carolina Senate might be called soon. Lindsey Graham is doing literally no worse than Donald Trump, 0.03% worse than Donald Trump in South Carolina. $100 million.
Get to that because you literally beat me to it. I was about to project Lindsey Graham winning re-election, but you
$100 million in South Carolina, and 0.3% is what they have for it right now.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and post that, guys. But I was just about to call South Carolina Senate for Lindsey Graham because at this point, Jamie Harrison just isn't outrunning Joe Biden, and the Graham and Trump margins are pretty well locked together at this point. I don't really see a path to Jamie Harrison having a path to victory at this point. So, it's going to be hard to see. And what's even more interesting is since we had North Carolina Senate and the presidential race so closely tied together, if Biden loses North Carolina, that could cost Democrats the Senate if Cal Cunningham will probably lose. And again, I can't follow 100 races at one time, so I've been looking at the House. But Eric, could you just briefly update me on? Could someone update the viewers on some of the relations between the presidential results and the Senate results in some of these key states? Because I think that's something that we haven't done in a while, and I think the viewers might want to hear it.
Yeah. So Senate races right now. Give me just a second to put out a tweet to update our Twitter followers on what's going on. I was pointing out the Lindsey Graham thing that he's running a point behind Joe Biden. So I'll start with North Carolina. Right now, 80% of the vote in. Joe Biden leads North Carolina by 1.8 percentage points. And this is not a stable lead. This is not what you want at this point. In the Senate race, Cal Cunningham's up by 1.2. So he's running behind Biden by a small margin.
So what you're saying, Eric, is that basically means Cal Cunningham's going to lose if Trump wins North Carolina. That's what
if he comes within 0.5%, he's going to lose at this point.
Yeah, he needs to be outrunning Biden to win.
Yeah, South Carolina, Donald Trump is at 55.5% of the vote. Lindsey Graham is at 54.5% of the vote, and literally the 1.4% has gone to Bill Bledsoe. Jamie Harrison is actually running only 0.7%, 0.8% better than Joe Biden did. In Georgia right now, obviously Georgia, we're having difficulty because of the Fulton thing. David Perdue's up 56.6 to 41.2. Donald Trump's only up 56.7 to 42.1. So they're basically running the same. It's just John Ossoff is running behind. Alabama is actually looking a little bit better, oddly enough. Donald Trump is up by 58%. Tommy Tuberville only has 56%. So again, that's a margin shift, but this is negligible. This isn't a state Democrats were not going to win. They were not going to win Alabama. So that's really not helpful at all to be performing a little bit better, there than they did last time. I mean, that's a thanks, but it's like it's not going to matter. They'd rather this be in another state. This is just absolutely wild. This is almost as fascinating as 2016 was, in my opinion, right now.
Honestly, I think it's more fascinating looking at how the coalitions have changed.
We're seeing rocket speed shifts in some of these places. Miami-Dade County going from a Trump lost by 30% to one where right now he's only losing Miami-Dade County by 53 to 46. That's an absurd shift. That is a rocket level shift. Starr County, Texas, 60 percentage points going from 79% of the vote or whatever to winning it by single digits. This is Hispanic areas. This is African American areas. And it's very, very fascinating because we're seeing shifts the other way. Suburban areas are trending heavily Democratic now. If you look at North Carolina, Democrats are getting fantastic margins. They're pulling 82% in Durham County, 76% in Orange, 65% of the vote in Wake County, 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg.
Guys, I think we have a new projection. We have a new projection coming up for the Senate. And at the moment, we can project that Republican Senator John Cornyn, who is still outrunning Donald Trump in his bid for re-election in Texas, will win re-election to the U.S. Senate, defeating Democrat M.J. Hager. Trump currently leads Joe Biden in the state of Texas by around 1 percentage point. And looking at the trends in not only the suburban areas of Texas, counties like Tarrant that Biden should be winning and isn't, and obviously, we already know counties like Starr on the border, that's ridiculous. There's a 40% swing. It's not looking like a very viable coalition for Biden in terms of winning the state, and Cornyn has proven to outrun that. Currently, Cornyn is up by about almost 6 points over M.J. Hager, outrunning Trump in the suburbs in counties like Tarrant and Collin. but underperforming Trump quite significantly in counties like Starr and Webb along the border, Hispanic counties like Starr, Webb, and Hidalgo along the border. So this is a big race we've projected. And if we share our screen real quick to show our viewers the state of the Senate right now and which races are still out, I'm actually going to have Joe, who's been following these races pretty closely, do a quick update on them. So we have quite a few races that are still up for grabs. That Texas race moves Republicans to 43 projected seats in the Senate, meaning the Republicans and Democrats are currently tied right now, with 14 seats still up for grabs. I would like to note already that this Georgia special election is already projected to go to a runoff with Raphael Warnock. We have not projected the second place finisher in that runoff yet, but we will do that tonight. It is fairly certain that we will be able to determine whether it's Kelly Loeffler or Doug Collins going there. Perdue is currently still, I believe he's still outrunning Trump, but Joe can confirm that. Again, a close race there and a close race in North Carolina as well. Both of these races are quite dependent on the winner of the state on the presidential level, and it appears we're going to see a Trump win in North Carolina before we see one in Georgia tonight. So that should be a fear for Democrats. Maine, it's still a bit early. We're still waiting on results. We're getting results from Maine, but we haven't heard. I don't think we've talked about Maine at all tonight.
No, we haven't.
As we approach 10 p.m., we're going to be having polls close in that crucial Iowa Senate race. And the last one I want to talk about before I throw it off to Joe is Kansas. Currently, I believe Trump has finally taken a lead in Kansas. I think he's up over Biden by 3 points. But last I checked, the race between Barbara Bollier and Roger Marshall is tied in Kansas. So Kansas and Missouri remaining close, despite the fact that we've seen the Republicans lock up some of these other Senate races, for example, in Texas, and more importantly, in South Carolina, where Jamie Harrison is underperforming the expectations of his performance, or what his performance would have been a couple of weeks ago. 2 months ago. So, Joe, do you want to update the viewers on the state of the Senate right now, according to our big board?
Yeah, folks, we're going to be in for a long night here. In the big, important key race right now, before we get to our 10 p.m. poll closing times, North Carolina, according to the New York Times, 80% is in North Carolina. Cal Cunningham is up by less than a point right now on Tom Tillis. It is 48 and he's up by about a point. It is
he's even lower. Look at the state,
right now.
Can I update? Look at the State Board of Elections website. He's actually only up 48.1 to 47.6, and this is without Union County. This is without Johnson County, Franklin. Yeah, this is terrible.
Oh my God! Can we just
in Michigan? In Michigan,
we need to talk right now.
In.
Biden's below 30% in Macomb County.
John James is up 60 to 38%. Again, this is very early in Michigan, but John James continually outrunning the president right now by about 1.5 points right now in Michigan. If Michigan ends up being close, even if it goes to Joe Biden, that could become very close. In Georgia, like Kraz mentioned, actually, it's very interesting right now because the president and David Perdue and then are basically matching margins right now. But John Ossoff is actually slightly underperforming Biden right now by about a point. This is the thing right now. So we have Ossoff underperforming of Biden by about a point right now, according to the New York Times. In the special, Kelly Loeffler has the lead with exactly 29%, according to New York Times. Raphael Warnock is in second right now with 28% of the vote. And then in Alabama, as we've called it, but Tommy Tuberville is continuing to increase his lead there. He is up 56 to 44 right now over Doug Jones. John Cornyn already called this one, 52 to 46. In Kansas, Roger Marshall has officially taken the lead, and I think as we get more rural votes in, it's going to stay there. He is up 48.5 to 47 points. In New Mexico, still not called yet, but it is a big lead right now for Ben Ray Lujan. He is up 58 to 40 over Mark Ronchetti. In South Carolina, again, already called it, 54 to 44 for Lindsey Graham, again, running about even with Trump. In Mississippi, a race that has got some late hype. Cindy Hyde-Smith up 55 to 43 over Mike Espy. And then in Louisiana, Bill Cassidy, he likes his numbers right now. Still looking good. Bill Cassidy up 61 with at 61% with all his remaining Democratic challengers behind him. Remember, in Louisiana, it is an all-party primary on Election Day with runoffs about a month behind. Afterwards, if you get over 50%, though, on the day, you win automatically. Cassidy does seem to be hitting that mark right now, and it'll be interesting to see how he continues to do. And then in Maine, very limited results still in Maine, which is very disappointing, I think. Susan Collins is up 60-34 right now on Sarah Gideon, but only 5% in Maine.
Like to do
not a lot in from Portland. So that's something important to watch right now.
So thank you so much, Joe, for updating us on the Senate races. So as you know, we're picking races. We're calling them. This goes for the House too. I'm going to have another House update at 10:15, probably around 10:15. I'll have a new House update with all of those. But I wanted to take a couple of minutes real quick to analyze the state of Michigan. This state was pretty much almost got to the point in polling as one of the states that was more of a given to Joe Biden, necessary to his electoral coalition. Obviously, the Trump campaign, if you look at the way they prioritized ad spending at the end of the campaign, viewed Michigan as more winnable than Wisconsin. But you would still believe they viewed Pennsylvania as more winnable than Michigan. Yet, if you look at the way the results are coming in at the moment, it seems to be the other way around. And after I finish analyzing Michigan, I'm going to have Joe break down the Pennsylvania presidential results with you. Then when Joe's done, I'll go through Ohio one more time. And after that, we'll have Eric conclude with North Carolina. And that should bring us into the 10 p.m. closings in the House update. So I'll start with Michigan here. Right now, you can see Trump has a pretty formidable lead here. Obviously, back in 2016, Michigan was one of the closest states of that whole election cycle. Trump won it in a huge upset. In fact, I mean, it was always known as a close. It was seemingly a state that was a given to Clinton in the last election. The crystal ball did actually move it from likely Democratic to leans Democratic before election night 2016, but it was definitely one of those states in the same tier as Wisconsin that people would not have expected to flip. And now that we have Michigan results up, you can see Donald Trump won it by 0.22%, incredibly narrow margin. How did he do it? Look at the swing. Outside of counties like Oakland County and Kent County, Oakland County over here and Kent County home to Grand Rapids. In fact, Oakland and Kent I'm going to talk about later because they're swinging right now, even though last time they swung left. But you can see overall there was a persistent swing to the right in the state as a whole that gave Trump an upset victory. So what I'm going to do now is compare the current results in Michigan, which obviously, again, it's only 20% in, so it's still early. But I want to compare some of the current results in some of these specific counties to just take a look at them and talk about how important they are and how they're voting right now. The first one I'll take a look at is Macomb County. Macomb County is a fascinating county because there's a dichotomy there between almost a suburban feel, but at the same time, the bottom of the county is heavily unionized and working class. So looking at Macomb County here, you can see the Democratic support fell off in the bottom half of the county. So Trump did make inroads with these working class voters, with Clinton largely only doing well here in Warren City and Centerline City, winning the bottom corner of Macomb County. And the county overall voted for Trump by around 11 points. So if we look at the total table data here, Macomb was close in 2012. Macomb was a county that voted for Barack Obama by around 4 points in 2012 and then swung to an 11-point victory for Trump in 2016. So overall, about a 15-point swing to the right. And, you know, Macomb County is not a county that Biden needs to win the state of Michigan, but it's definitely a county where Biden would want to improve on Hillary Clinton's margin. So the Biden campaign would be seeing optimal numbers somewhere around 44 to 45%. That would bring Trump's margin down to only 8% or so, which could yield a narrow win in Michigan. They'd like to get above that, but at the minimum, they'd want to at least hit where Clinton is. Again, it's still early, and I don't know.
Yeah, I just got off the source of my Michigan guy.
Wait, Eric, I want to finish Michigan, and then we're going to go to
my Michigan guy. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. But the plan is I'm going to go over Michigan. Eric will make his comment. Joe will go over Pennsylvania. Eric will go over North Carolina one more time. We'll talk about Ohio, and then I'll have a House update. But just to speed through this, again, I would assume since the margin right now in Macomb is so lopsided for Trump, that the areas of Macomb reporting are the typically Republican upper half, not the more Democratic working class lower half. Only 35% in. So again, I would assume that the votes we're looking at coming in right now are coming from up here, and that's why it's so Republican at the moment, looking at the election atlas. And I assume it will become closer once we get some of these working class trad dem areas down there. Again, this is not a county Biden needs to win. I don't expect him to win it. But again, if Biden can get Trump's win margin down to like 7 or 8 from 11, that would definitely be something his campaign wants to see. The bigger problem for the Democrats right now is Oakland County. 40% of the vote in here. Why is this a problem for Democrats, and why is it surprising? Because Oakland County was one of two main populated counties in Michigan in 2016 that actually swung towards the Democrats. As you can see, Oakland County, which is right to the left of Macomb County, swung towards the Democrats. So if we look at the swing here, it swung, and Kent County also swung. This is Grand Rapids over here. We'll talk about that later. But over here, if we're taking a look at Oakland County, and we look at the results, this was a county that Clinton won by around 8 points. Number one, I'll say this is bad for Joe Biden on the presidential level. If this is having a hard swing to the right, that's not good, because at the moment, it's an 11-point lead for Trump, and we've already got results plugged into here. It swung only slightly towards the Democrats. But again, if we're seeing the long-term trend, which obviously is slowly favoring Republicans here, long-term, if we look at a trend rather than just a specific swing, then this has been heavily exacerbated in 2020. And only half the vote is in right now. And again, it could be like Macomb, where only this part, the Republican part, is reporting. So we're going to really have to wait to see in these counties what happens with the more Democratic portion of Oakland. But this is not only something that could affect Michigan's 8th district. If Biden's losing Oakland County, it's honestly hard to see him winning the state of Michigan, given the fact that he voted for Hillary Clinton last time. It's impossible for him to win Michigan without Oakland County. So
my Michigan guy has no clue how they're winning it. He has no clue how they're winning it.
So you see, it's tightened a bit. So
he tipped me off early on that
it's gotten closer. So what I'm expecting now is some of the Democratic areas in the bottom corner are starting to come in. But again, even Biden winning Oakland County by like 1 or 2 points would not be enough. Biden has to do very well and perform better than Hillary Clinton did in Oakland County. Again, he doesn't have to win Macomb County, but he does have to win Oakland County. That's a critical county that he needs to win. And the last county I want to talk about is Kent County. Again, 43% of the vote reporting, and both Trump and Peter Mayer in that House race have to be happy about this, because at the moment you got a county that was Trump plus 3, effectively right now going to the Republicans by a margin that's more akin to 2012. And this was a county that swung towards the Democrats. So if Trump wins it by 16, that's pretty impressive. But the bottom line for Joe Biden, if he wants to win Michigan, he needs to do 3 things. And I'll list them for you guys. He needs to do better than Hillary Clinton did in Wayne County with minority turnout, which at this point, I don't know what the hell's going on with minority voters at this point in the election. So that's not even certain at this point. Second, he needs to win Oakland County. He cannot lose or narrowly win a county that went to Clinton by 9 points, because Clinton won it and still lost Michigan. It doesn't add up. Secondly, in counties like Macomb and Grand Rapids, these are counties that Biden should, especially Kent. Biden had a chance to win Kent. Macomb not so much, but these are at least counties where Biden should be coming within a few points. If he's losing both of these by double digits, that's a bad sign as well. It's not a good sign. So, I'm going to pass it on to Eric, because Eric has talked to our source in Michigan here. But it's still early. Let's note it's still very early. As you can see, Oakland just tightened significantly. But if these numbers hold, we could see an upset in Michigan. It would be impossible for Biden to win if he's losing Oakland.
My source tipped me off early on that turnout in Oakland was bonkers and that Michigan 8 may be in play. That's why I mentioned Michigan 8 at the start of the broadcast. He has no clue what's going on. This is absurd. Trump is apparently doing better with minority voters, it seems like. I'm going to assume the Wayne stuff is fool's gold, like it was with John James. But this is just astounding. Nobody knows what's going on. Honestly, they need to improve in Oakland. They need to improve. They can't lose it by 5. They got to actually keep it.
The Biden campaign has to be scared if they're not even. The Biden campaign probably expected to win it by more than Clinton. So if they're winning it by less than 9, or God forbid for them losing it, the Biden campaign has to be freaked out right now.
Mm-hmm. And even what I'm looking at with North Carolina is there's no Union County in yet.
Yeah, run us through North Carolina for the viewers. Run us through the Senate race and the presidential race. And
Tom Tillis has taken the lead in North Carolina Senate race. He is now up by 3,000 votes with looks like 59 of 100 counties are completely reported, including Buncombe County, some of these other ones, Orange County, a couple other ones. Some key Republican areas that are out. The big one is a Union County. Franklin County is another Republican-leaning one. There's lots of areas here that just have not been completely tapped out yet. And so it's basically a horse race at this point, if whether or not Democrats can pull more voters out of Wake, where they are doing very, very well. They're pulling over 60% in this county. Mecklenburg County, they're pulling 63%. They're winning it by 30 points. This is astounding. Yeah, the New York Times just agreed with their call. They called it for Lindsey Graham.
Yep. I mean, Lindsey Graham, it's fascinating in that race because Jamie Harrison really didn't do any better than Biden. If you look at it at a raw level, not very much of a difference between the top line and the Senate race there. Definitely not like a race like Texas where Cornyn was clearly outrunning Trump, or even in Georgia where Perdue still is outrunning Donald Trump in his Senate bid.
Yeah. I mean, Democrats were hoping that South Carolina, that Jamie Harrison could set up some infrastructure for them to win the long term. All he set up is that if you spend $100 million in South Carolina, you can move the needle by 2 points.
Okay, real quick, I'd like to give Kraz a chance to analyze some of these results, but I'm just going to note that after Kraz is done, I'll be doing a House update. So I'm going to prep that for you guys while we listen to Kraz.
Yeah, so again, we're seeing an unbelievable, some call it a realignment here. I don't know if I call it that yet, but we're seeing some pretty incredible shifts pretty much anywhere in the country right now where the Democratic coalition is reliant on rural minority voters. We're seeing a collapse for Joe Biden. So I'm going to screen share and pull up the map of the overall results as well as the map of the shift. So let me know when you guys can see that.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So right now, here are the overall results. You're seeing the map start to fill in a little bit more. Some of the wonky results from the early vote are starting to dissipate and become a little bit more what we expected. So really what I want to draw your attention to, though, is the shifts. I mean, when we take a look at the shift map, we can see Biden still holding up okay in the upper West. Especially, actually, he's got some nice shifts in Kansas. Ohio, actually, a surprising strong point for him. But come down to the South, and it's the same story we saw a lot of times in 2018 that a lot of Democrats dismiss as turnout problems. We see him underperforming Hillary Clinton in the Georgia black belt. We see him underperforming in most of the South Carolina black belt. We see him underperforming in Northeast North Carolina, which is a heavily African-American rural area. We see him underperforming, especially in Robinson and in some of the other
Scotland County.
Yeah,
I thought that could flip in 2 decades. It flipped to now.
Some of the other rural counties, diverse working class rural counties around here. And so I do want to say, though, one thing the conventionalism did not get wrong, Donald Trump has struggled in the suburbs. He is currently running behind his 2016 margin you can see Hamilton County, which has Chattanooga over here in Tennessee. He's running behind it in a lot of the Nashville area, as well as the Atlanta area, although those returns are early. And if we come up here to Indiana, we can also see that he's underrunning his own 2016 margin in a lot of the Indianapolis suburbs and a lot of the suburbs in Ohio. So in terms of how this is on, Joe Biden has performed well in a lot of the suburban Midwest and a lot of the suburban South, and he has, as of now, completely collapsed in every way with rural minority voters, and he hasn't made inroads with rural whites anywhere outside of some parts of the Midwest.
Yeah, and guys, I hate to interrupt real quick, but we have a brand new projection in the presidential race, and I'm just going to do a brief little analysis afterwards, just talking about why I think this is a good idea here. So we're going to have a projection. And we can project that Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will be won by President Trump. I just wanted to report that out to you guys, but here's why I think Kansas is going to go to Trump. Let me share my screen real quick. So looking right now at the presidential race in Kansas at the moment, it's at this point, it's looking almost like a 7-point lead for Trump at the moment, a little bit under 7-point lead. But part of the reason why I think that Joe Biden has at least underperformed the expectations of some Democratic operatives in Kansas has to do with Johnson County. I've heard Democratic operatives prior to this election not only saying Biden will win Johnson County by double digits, but that Barbara Bollier would win it by double digits. And it's just not happening at this point. I mean, Bollier is outrunning Biden, and that race is still close, but Trump has, a significantly larger advantage by the nature of about 1.5 to 2 more points ahead than Marshall has. And why is this good for Trump? Because obviously this Johnson margin is 95% in. Trump has about 45% in Johnson with 95% in. That's a decent performance for the president right there. I mean, that's what he would need to complete this coalition. I mean, look at Sedgwick County, almost 70%. And this was another county that Biden would have had to win. It was a Laura Kelly County when she won that 2018 governor's race. As you can see, it kind of mirrors the statewide result here. Very, very similar. But again, this is a county that Trump is winning. And look at these rules. Obviously, the population is more dense. In a county like Shawnee, you have a lot of Democratic votes left in Shawnee County. But you have a lot of Democratic votes that have been exhausted in Riley County and Johnson County. And we're still waiting on Wyandotte and Douglas County. But honestly, I don't think it's going to be enough to overcome not only the rules, but honestly, a pretty bad underperformance for both Bollier and Biden in Johnson County and in Sedgwick County. I just do not see. I mean, look, we've already seen Trump go up more. Now his lead is quite literally around 7 points. I just don't see a realistic path to winning this race. Again, the Senate race is still close, but even the Senate race, you're starting to see a similar result. I mean, if we look in Johnson, Bollier is up by 7.5 points. But if we look at Johnson County here, Bollier is actually underperforming Joe Biden, I believe. I think it's close, but I think they're pretty much running evenly in Johnson County. I'll have to calculate that as we get more results in. In Shawnee, Biden has 64. Bollier again, right around the same place as Biden, and in Sedgwick as well, down by 5 points in Sedgwick, which is an overperformance above Joe Biden, but still, I don't even think enough to win this Kansas Senate race for the Democrats. So it seems like, and I really don't mean to say this in a rude way, but it seems like Kansas Senate is going to turn out to be fool's gold, essentially, for the Democrats, if once these rules keep coming in, and it seems the same for the presidential level. Seems underwhelming performance for Bollier in relation to the Democratic top line.
I want to throw it to Jared here in a second, but just as an update, Tom Tillis is now ahead by 1% in North Carolina Senate race, and Union County has started reporting, but he is now ahead by almost 1%. Donald Trump is ahead by 0.5 point, and it looks like Democrats are going to lose. Republicans are going to win 6 or 7 statewide offices.
Is Joe there?
Several of the Supreme Court races.
Breaking news: Trump's just taking the lead in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Is Joe here?
Yeah, I would also.
Jared is here. Let's let Jared talk because he's
Jared, can you talk at all about? I guess you can talk about whatever you want because I'm going to work on the House update. But eventually, once you're done, we need to make sure we get back to PA because that Trump lead is pretty big.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on here. It's a pleasure to be on here with all of you. I'm just going to put this out sort of bluntly. Trump has actually had a really good night in terms of his performance in the various states. So Florida is a state where he really has outperformed expectations. But I'm sure that we've been covering that for some time. And so I want to go into sort of my realm, which is more oriented towards the West. Colorado was a state that was not expected to be competitive remotely. And so it's not a surprise that John Hickenlooper is going to be winning that race against Cory Gardner. It's not one that was projected to be close. And just the fundamentals there really do not spell out well for someone like Cory Gardner. But what I do want to see is that as we start to see even more results come in, how is Cory Gardner doing in counties like Jefferson County, Adams County, Arapahoe County? Because a lot of those areas he actually did quite well in 2014. That's one of the reasons why he was able to win in 2014 in the first place, is because he won places like the 6th Congressional District, which is sort of like a backward C shape that swoops from Adams County down into Arapahoe County with the part in Douglas County. And so it's going to be interesting to see and compare the performances there. And I do think that in comparison to Trump, Gardner is likely to actually perform decently well, if not outrunning Trump in some of those suburban areas, because even though there was a lot of hostility towards Trump, there is a lingering support among some individuals for sort of establishment type Republicans, and Gardner has certainly been one of those types. Kansas is another state that's sort of in that region, so I'll quickly go over it too. As Harrison said, I believe it was Harrison who said it was fool's gold for Democrats. We're just not seeing the margins out of Johnson County that are enough for Democrats to make either the presidential or the Senate race remotely competitive. Kansas is a ruby red state, and it's going to stay like that. I have no doubt that Trump and Marshall will experience lower margins than is usual for Republicans there. But the notion that Johnson County is going to experience some rapid 20-point shift in either of those races is something that has not quite come to fruition.
Jared, I have some questions for you since we're getting into this about the House. We have some new I love the House, but we've got some new results out in the West as well. Ben McAdams, currently 28% of the vote in. Ben McAdams is leading in Utah by, I think it's 9 points, 9 points over Burgess Owens.
Wow.
Early results there. Among the other competitive races in the 3rd District of Colorado, 87% of that district is reporting, and Lauren Boebert is up over Diane Mitch Bush by only 2 points, so a fairly competitive race. And in Montana's at-large seat, Kathleen Williams with a very early 20-point lead with 17% of the vote in.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on some of the key House races tonight in the West and how you think they're going to play out?
Right. So I'm going to touch on each of those 3 races because they really do, I think, spell out a vision, or at least something that we'll see in the West. Utah's 4th district with Ben McAdams, the incumbent Democrat, versus Burgess Owens, formerly involved in the sports realm. He's a Republican. That's going to be a really interesting race to watch. We've got some competing theories about that, but the problem is that there really isn't much of a precedent, a reliable precedent from which we can judge the race. And what I mean by that is that McCain did decently in the district in 2008, and then Romney was able to win Utah by an overwhelming margin on the back of his support among Mormons, and that district followed suit. But Trump, because of the third-party presence with Evan McMullen in 2016, Trump got considerably lower percentages there in places like Utah's 4th district. And so he got under 40% of the vote. In fact, in that district, he won that district by around 7%, 39-32. And so from that, we can't really extrapolate a ton of information because this is likely going to be more of a 2-candidate race, not just with the House race, but also with Trump and Biden. It'll be interesting to see how that race really pans out. So that's something we'll have to wait to see. Colorado's 3rd with Lauren Boebert and Diane Mitch Bush. That's going to be another interesting race to see. If Lauren Boebert is able to win, it's going to be quite a narrow win. And so that's something that is gotten on Republicans' radar. Unfortunately, because it was one that was previously not supposed to be competitive because you had a pretty establishment incumbent there in Scott Tipton. But of course, there was a primary upset that happened there. And then finally, just to touch on Montana, to not take up too much time, I imagine it's a lot of those urban regions that are starting to report in for Montana. Obviously, we're not going to be seeing any sort of double digit like that when, much less for a Democrat. And so we really just have to wait to see for that.
Mm-hmm. And I'm still working on my House update. So you guys can feel free to discuss anything revolving the developments of the presidential race or the Senate races. Feel free to do that. We still, when it comes to the presidential and Senate races right now, still too close to call in most of these states. So we're going to have some House updates soon, but no new projections are coming yet for the Senate and House races, or for the Senate and the presidential races. So I wanted Joe to talk about Pennsylvania, actually, and this can be a new discussion, but Trump actually has taken the lead in Pennsylvania, and Ohio as well, Ohio and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, unlike Ohio, there's still a lot of the vote out. So, Joe, can you talk a little bit about why Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania?
Here's the big reason right now, folks, is that I don't think a lot of these states have put in their early day vote numbers yet and have so far only put in election day votes. So the election day votes are always going to be more favored to Republicans because, I don't believe, because we're only seeing counties around 16, 50. We're not seeing some of these counties at those numbers yet, but there is something sticking out to me right now. Joe Biden the considered son of Scranton, according to the New York Times, is down 58-41 in Lackawanna County right now, according to the New York Times. Again, I don't believe that these are with mail-in and early day votes yet. But the fact that Biden is down in Lackawanna is a historically stunning thing. And there was huge talk, too, of South Central Pennsylvania. Cumberland, we know, is not counting any of their mail-ins yet. But Trump right now is leading the election day vote there 69-29. In Lancaster County, my home county, Donald Trump leads 66-32 in the E-Day vote. This is a thing that people thought could get into low single digits. I don't think even with mail-in that's going to happen. Out west, Trump leads in Washington. Trump leads in Westmoreland. Trump leads in Greene. Trump leads in Fayette. Again, the big thing is a lot of this, but I can't say anything for certain yet because this is mostly all election day vote. We need to see the mail-ins come in from Pennsylvania because, again, statewide, only about 25% of the vote has been counted. That's out of all the swing states. That's some of the smallest numbers that we've seen so far tonight. I can't say anything for sure yet. I mean, I hope we start talking about Arizona soon because I think we're seeing something very, very different there that's going to change the way I think we see this map. It's going to be really interesting to see how this happens out. But that's kind of my thoughts on Pennsylvania right now. This is the stuff that Donald Trump wants to see, but I can't make anything yet because we don't know what's going on with the mail-in and the early vote. We can't say anything yet. That's just the truth.
Can I also throw in something here about Pennsylvania?
Go ahead.
Look at Montgomery County. Look at Delaware County. These counties are pulling communist dictatorship level margins against Donald Trump right now. Montgomery County is giving Joe Biden 89% of the vote with 16% of votes or precinct votes in. Delaware is at 85%. This is barely marginally different than Philadelphia itself, which is giving Joe Biden 94% of the vote. I've joked about this with Republican friends that you could nominate like a goat or something in Montgomery County and Democrats would vote for it with 90%. Apparently that may be the case.
Guys, I've got some shocking House results to report on. I mean, Go on. Well, I'm not done yet. I just wanted to say that we have some new breaking stuff. And a lot of it, I just want to say, a lot of it, again, where we have people as leaders right now. But like in Virginia right now, the Republicans, for example, are leading by large margins in districts 5, 7, and 2. But we only have them marked as leads because, as you know tonight, Virginia is only reporting election day vote. That's why it's so heavily skewed towards the Republicans, is because it's only reporting election day vote. So once we get more of their mail-in votes counted, I would expect you see Elaine Luria and Abigail Spanberger climb back up. Interestingly enough, at the moment, Spanberger is down by more than Cameron Webb, and Elaine Luria is about 34%, I think. So that's interesting that Cameron Webb is actually leading the heavily Republican election day vote, and that should actually be a good sign if the early vote turns out to be Democratic in the 5th district, like it seemingly is in most of these states. It favors the Democrats. So we're going to keep a close eye on that race. I'll throw it back to you guys, but I'm still updating. I'm working very hard to get this big board up to date so I can bring you the latest information on the key House races at 10:30. Top of the hour, or middle of the hour, I guess, I'll have updates in a ton of close districts.
Mm-hmm.
This is
one county I wanted to mention real quick in Florida that I talked about last night as a bellwether. It's not a bellwether, but Trump is underperforming heavily in Escambia County, only winning that by 15. It doesn't matter because he's only losing Miami-Dade by 8, but...
The craziest thing to me right now is it looks like the only state that might meet our expectations is potentially Arizona. This might be the only state that meets our expectations tonight. We're seeing David Schweikert down. We rated the seat as leading Republican, but many other sites had it rated as a seat that could potentially go to Democrats. Hirel Taiparini is up right now on David Schweikert. In the presidential race, you've got Biden up by about 10 points in Arizona right now. In the Senate election, Mark Kelly is up by about 11 points in the Senate election right now. So, and that's with apparently 72% of the vote in. I think what we have left is E-Day, and I'm very interested to see what happens. But, I mean, this is something certainly that Arizona might be the only state that maybe keeps our expectations right now.
Aside from Colorado and Virginia, apparently. Yeah. Wild shift there. I'm just floored right now, to be honest. I didn't expect this.
And I would like to point out a couple things right now. They're small, but I think they're worth keeping an eye on. There is one county reporting in Montana. Notably, Steve Bullock is running 5% ahead of Joe Biden there. So I actually think that Bullock might actually – well, I don't think he'll have a fighting chance if he's only running 5% ahead of Biden in Montana because it looks like Biden is underperforming expectations. But he is actually probably outrunning Biden by more than other Democratic Senate candidates right now. Oh, I also would like to point out that last I checked, Susan Collins is outrunning Donald Trump by 16 points. So if that holds, she could very well win outright.
What a night, ladies and gentlemen! She
is running
in the
she
world.
is running well ahead. She is running well ahead of Donald Trump. Donald Trump right now the state is tied, but at the presidential level, but in the Senate race, she's winning 55-39. She's doing what she needs to do.
The biggest loser tonight in Maine in terms of underperforming right now is Jared Golden. Golden's only leading Dale Crafts 52.5 to 47.1 with 20% of the vote in. And keep in mind that, I mean, it's still early, but this is a race that Golden was expected to win by double digits. Some pundits were contemplating moving it to safe Democrat before the Iowa Seltzer poll suggested that Trump may do better with rural white voters than had been previously expected, even in New England. So, I mean, I don't think Crafts is going to win, but, this is definitely a race where we didn't expect it to be this close. We just simply didn't. I mean, if it remains this close, we've still got 80% of the vote left to count there, but still.
You want a whopper? Rhode Island, 35% of the vote in. Trump was within 10, and the Senate race is actually even closer than that.
And Republicans are leading in Rhode Island's second House district by 11 points.
Over Langevin, this was a district that was basically drawn to be less competitive. They drew in parts of Providence to I mean, the thing is, Jack Reed is running behind Joe Biden. How is that possible? Or not behind. Alan Waters is running ahead of Donald Trump. The race is within 8. I mean, it's only 35% of the vote, and Jack Reed has never lost a county before.
The next thing we're going to have to do when I start this House update in 9 minutes, I mean, if I've projected a race, like we have a few races we're projecting, 2 of which are in South Florida. We're projecting that Carlos Jimenez narrowly defeats Debbie Mucarsel Powell, and Maria Elvira Salazar defeats Donna Shalala. Or Shalala, it doesn't matter anymore because she's going to be leaving office in 3 months. But looking at those 2 seats, they flipped Republican. Now, a state like Florida is essentially 100% reporting now. North Carolina is similar. They're going to have pretty much all their ballots counted to the point where we can make a projection. A state like Virginia, we're not going to project any of the 3 competitive House seats there on election night because we don't have the mail-in votes. And this is the case for a lot of states. So I think by the end of the night tonight, you're going to see a lot of Republicans leading in House races that you wouldn't expect them to win, but I doubt we're going to be able to project many of them until we get the full votes. Unlike those 2 races in South Florida, where we obviously did have the full amount of votes tabulated to the point where local news it's getting to the point as we get later in the night and as I get more and more shocked by these House results that my brain starts melting and then I start like not being able to speak properly. It'll be 3 a.m. and I'll just like fall out of my chair. But I'm just going to say to our viewers, the loyal ones who are still here, if I start sounding dumb, it's just because I'm getting tired.
Oh, here's a whopper. Kansas 3rd. You know we had this race at Safe Democratic, right?
Yes, we do.
It's only within 6. It's only within 6. Sharice Davids is only.
I will say Kansas, though. I'm pretty sure Kansas has to count its mail-ins. I think this is election.
Yeah, of course.
Right? It has to be because I expect the Johnson margin to be a little bit more than that once we get election day or mail-in voting in.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, Jim Oberweis is head over Lauren Underwood, Illinois 14.
I'm going to go through all those races, but again, these are all races where we don't have the full picture yet, essentially.
It's wild.
Definitely.
I say
not.
the biggest understated impact of this on the House races in Texas. I think those fajita seats go away. I don't think Democrats are going to tolerate the
Not
possibility
after
in a
this. This could
presidential
be
race.
it's still too early to know the impact, but this is pretty significant. I mean, the
Look
minority.
at the vote totals in the fajita seats.
I was-
Cuellar only won by 6. Vicente Gonzalez is only winning by 6.
I was actually looking at Starr County, which is in the Rio Grande Valley. And this is
Starr County is going to be the most memorable meme of this election.
right. You already talked about it.
I saw this and I
We've
couldn't
been talking
believe
about
it.
Starr County for the last 3 hours. I mean, we saw it.
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
is that correct. Biden
There's no way.
underperforms by 40 points.
60.
I think it was more than 40 points. Yeah, it was like 60, 70.
Oh,
Ridiculous. Oh my goodness.
How does that happen? How
I
does
don't
that?
know. It's unbelievable.
They,
I've never
they
seen it
literally
before in
sent
my life.
people.
I've
Biden
never
sent
ever seen
people
it
to the
before.
Rio Grande Valley. He sent them there to turn out voters.
I've never seen it before.
They went to Hidalgo. I mean, Hidalgo, it shouldn't be at 40%. Cameron County should not be within 12 percentage points. Starr County, you shouldn't be getting under 70% of the vote there if you're a Democrat.
Well, I mean,
Right.
ugh. And in North Carolina,
that's a quick
Tom
update
Tillis
on
is
the
leading.
presidential level, though. It does look like Oakland is now Democratic by 3 points.
That makes sense.
Which is not
that
enough.
makes
And
so much
Biden is
sense.
still losing by 30 points in Macomb.
Mhm. I do. Can I show you some crosstabs in North Carolina? We have an amazing Board of Elections website. I really want to show them off here.
Go ahead.
This is the Senate race as it stands right now. Look at these totals right here. Look at this. Tillis is now ahead by 1.2%. There's maybe 400 precincts left. Look at the splits here. Democrats won the absentee by mail 2-1, but they've lost the one stop and they've lost the election day vote. And that's added up to them being behind by 60, 70,000 votes. If you look at the counties right here, you can kind of see that. I wish they would shade them by color, but you can see actually a really solid performance. I mean, losing New Hanover, that could actually flip here pretty shortly. All things considered, this is a really solid performance, even with these horrendously bad margins in Wake County. 33%, 34% in Wake County. Mecklenburg, I mean, Tillis is getting as much in Wake, basically, as he's getting in Mecklenburg. Wake County has 1 million people in it. Wake County is a county that should matter in terms of it flipping, but it's not mattering right now. It's, 1 million people. This is the equivalent of Gwinnett County or Cobb County in Georgia. And Democrats got their best case scenario in this county, winning it almost 2-1, and it's not mattered. Tillis is still ahead.
Harrison, there was a question in the comments. Would you mind if I talked about it?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. At this point in the night, if you want to say something, just say it.
Yeah, so it looks like Allison here, she had a question. 2 House seats in Southern Florida flipped red. What are your thoughts? This is something that we're clearly seeing on a variety of strata politically. You know, this is a county that Hillary Clinton won over Trump by 30% in 2016, and yet Joe Biden is not even winning it by 10%. And so there's clearly a massive shift in favor of Trump, especially among those Latino voters, specifically Cuban voters, but even people like Venezuelan voters who make up a large block of the demographics there. And clearly that's caught on to the congressional level. I mean, if Biden's only winning the county by 8, that means that those congressional districts like the 26th and the 27th are going to naturally be in contention. And you have 2 pretty reputable Republicans running in both. You have Carlos Jimenez, the mayor of Miami-Dade, and then Maria Elvira Salazar, who's well known on Telemundo. People who have really amassed quite a prominent reputation among those communities. This is looking quite good for them.
It's fascinating. I mean, it does have.
Yeah.
Biden sank them essentially by underperforming that significantly, by dropping nearly 20 points from Hillary Clinton's margin. Biden was able. I mean, it was close. It was very close. Both Shalala and Powell lost narrowly, especially Powell lost by like 0.2%, if I remember. The margin, I have to check again, finalized. We'll see what it is finalized. But the 2 of them lost, and you're going to have 2 South Florida Republicans going to Congress. And in 2017, after Hillary Clinton did so well in those 2 districts, we thought that, maybe it's the end of the South Florida Republican. But this has completely reversed that trend almost entirely. And it'll be interesting to see if this not only redefines how we view congressional races in South Florida and how this impacts the redistricting cycle in Florida with 2 new Republican incumbents to protect. But also, I mean, will this be some sort of presidential realignment, or is it a one-time thing? How connected are Republicans and the Hispanic vote going forward, especially in presidential races?
Well, if you look at the margin right now, Trump is getting 46% of the vote in Miami-Dade. That's only a little bit less than George Bush got in 2000 and 2004. What's impressive about that is he's getting it with a very large number of voters. He's polled 529,000 voters. When Bush did that, it was only 289,000, 361,000. Right now, last time in the election, Republicans got 333,000 votes in Miami-Dade. They've boosted that by literally 200,000 voters. That is insane in one cycle, gaining that many voters.
And I'll be having the House update any minute now with the latest updates on the key races. Just give me a second. I'll be here to update you guys.
I was just looking. I realized that there are other things going on, but I was just looking at some of the results. And Trump, 46% of the vote in Miami-Dade. It's just something I can't really get by because it really is remarkable. I mean, Marco Rubio in 2016 when he ran for the Senate, many people thought that was going to be sort of a ceiling for Republican performance in Miami-Dade. Trump has blown this out of the water. I mean, it is really remarkable, and it was almost completely unprecedented. I mean, just the degree to which he would gain among especially Cuban voters.
And again, he's done this without Democrats losing a lot of their voter base. In 2016, Democrats won 624,000 votes. They got 613 right now. These are new voters that have not voted before, or in some cases have voted and switched in. But the point is, he didn't pull these out of thin air. These weren't existing people necessarily. He's just done a very good job with these voters somehow. And I tell you, heads are going to be rolling with the Florida Democrats. This is the third outright embarrassing election.
When's the last time they haven't blown an election?
2012.
Pretty much.
This is the third outright embarrassment in a state that's swingy, competitive. Everything on paper looks like it should be trending Democratic, and they have failed every single
the
time.
fact that the first two official projected House pickups flips from one party to another are to the Republicans in South Florida. I mean, we predicted that Trump would perform well in South Florida, but not this well. We were still predicting a Biden win of anywhere from 23 points to 25 points in Miami-Dade, not 9. It's shocking, and it's clearly affected. It's gone down ballot. And Texas.
Here's another wild one. Yeah, Nancy Mace is up by 5 points over Joe Cunningham.
I'm about to get to that.
How about let's let Harrison. Harrison, are you ready to go?
Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself.
I'm
getting ahead of myself here.
Give me 2 more minutes. Just two, and then I'll be ready.
So, Eric, I'm going to give you New York Times right now with the Senate election. Tom Tillis is up by more than a point right now. He's up by about 60,000 votes right now. In Georgia, David Perdue is up by 13. Raphael Warnock has retaken the lead, but it is still very, very tight in that race. Mississippi, Cindy Hyde-Smith leads by about 12 points. Bill Cassidy continues to inch closer to probably winning this outright without any runoff. Roger Marshall has about an 8-point lead over Barbara Bollier right now. Mark Ronchetti is only 4 points down against Ben Ray Lujan right now. I am not kidding with that margin. In New Mexico Senate race, according to New York Times, Ben Ray Lujan is only up 4 against Mark Ronchetti right now.
Oh wow, 59%. You see, I'm worried at this point. The reason why I'm being so cautious with these House projections and why I'm leaving a lot of races either leading or likely winner instead of projected winner is because I don't know if a lot of these percent reporting statistics are incorrect and are going to suddenly drop down like we've seen in some of these House districts as some of the mail-in votes are counted. But In the meantime, I'll share my house big board for you guys with the Elections Daily House results at this point. So let me run through this with you. So again, for those that are just tuning in, dark red and dark blue, those are projected districts, meaning we know for certain at this point that they have voted for that specific party. Districts that are pure toss-ups either have no results yet or are simply too close that a definitive leader cannot be defined. Districts that are tilt or light red or light blue, those are districts where in some cases the Republican or Democrat has a very narrow lead as more ballots are coming in, but it's not enough to the point where we move them to likely winner. Or in the case of Virginia, where Virginia and Michigan, where Republican House candidates have lopsided leads, but we can't determine results there because we don't have mail-in votes yet, which is why you're seeing Elaine Luria and Spanberger and Cameron Webb down by double digits. Same with Stevens and Slotkin down here. But we'll get to some of the specific races that are key. And then finally, our leans. The leans races are likely winners, meaning we're not 100% certain that that specific candidate has won the race, but they are likely going to win the race, meaning the next upgrade we do, if a race is leans, the next upgrade is going to be solid color for that specific party. So let me run through some of these really fascinating races here. And first, let me go down here to South Florida, where we had two projected victories for Republicans. In two House races, we frankly did not expect them to win. The Republicans successfully flipped Florida's 26th district, has been confirmed by the Associated Press, and we've called it here at Elections Daily. The Republicans have also flipped the 27th district, which we rated as, both of these seats we had rated as leans Democratic. But as you can see, other forecasters had the 27th as likely. The 27th definitely more of a big upset than the 26th for a couple of reasons. The 26th was very close again when Congressman Carlos Curbelo lost re-election in 2018. But I think it's also important to note that Donna Shalala won in a wave environment by 5 points over Salazar. Now Salazar has come back and actually won by more than Carlos Jimenez here. So let me show you the actual raw totals here. Both of them were very tight races, but we have confirmed that they are Republican victories. So CNN has the updated numbers, and I like CNN because you can zoom in. Decision Desk doesn't allow a zoom feature. Actually, yeah, so these numbers are not accurate. Let me go to Decision Desk. So, sorry. Decision Desk, as you can see, wait, what? I don't know why the numbers are still changing. So, they've been projected. I don't know why it now went from saying 99% in and 27% in. Maybe Decision Desk is just having some difficulties at the moment. But this race was very close a little while ago, but it seems that Jimenez has gotten about 10,000 more votes, which has pushed it to a near 52-48 win. But again, it is a confirmed victory. And the local news has projected Salazar beating Donna Shalala, but Decision Desk hasn't projected it yet. Elections Daily has projected it. Both of these races looking good for Republicans, and those so far, those are our first pickups that we've projected for the Republicans, and that we're confident, looking at the votes, can be decided in that manner. We have two races in Georgia I want to go over. The 6th district between Lucy McBath and Karen Handel. Currently, we have it rated as Lucy McBath as the likely winner. Why do we have Lucy McBath as a likely winner? Because Joe Biden is still doing well in suburban Atlanta, still making gains from off of Hillary Clinton's margins in 2016. And at the moment, Lucy McBath still has a lead over Karen Handel, as you can see here. The race is tightened up. It's a much closer race now. It's definitely a leans Democratic race, but we still consider McBath the likely winner there. In the 7th district, we don't really know what's going on. Bordeaux has a narrow lead. That's why you see it rated as Bordeaux leading or Democratic leading. But again, with that problem in Fulton County with the pipe burst that we talked about earlier, I just don't feel comfortable making any decision in Georgia 7. And I don't feel comfortable either making McBath an outright winner in Georgia 6 yet, given the way that race has tightened up a little bit. Moving to South Carolina, we have some important updates here as well. In the 2nd district, a race we thought would be close, it actually has turned out to not be very close. And this race is a race that will be likely moving now from Joe Wilson is rated as the likely winner currently. But given this lopsided margin right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we moved Joe Wilson on over to reelected, essentially, to projected winner. And this was a race that I genuinely thought would be close, like Arkansas too. And even though Biden is doing better in Richland County, he is doing better in Lexington County on the top line, it looks like Joe Wilson's record of constituent service really has paid off. And this is a race I'm going to admit I got this one wrong. It's not a close race. Joe Wilson, barring any major changes, appears to be fine for reelection. In fact, I'll move that race right now, moving Wilson over to projected winner. Now, the other race I'd like to focus more on in South Carolina is the 1st District. South Carolina's 1st District is very close right now. We had it as leans Democratic. The wide perspective here was Cunningham is the favorite for reelection. But I think Nancy Mace so far is doing better than people expect. It's a very tight race right now. It's pretty much 50.9 to 49.1, so about a 1 to 1.5% race there in South Carolina's 1st District. Currently, we have it as Republican leading. Right now, it's just simply way too close to call. And I don't see a likely winner being declared here, or definitely not a projected winner until a couple days from now. I'm just going to keep moving because I have a lot of races to get through. Please bear with me, guys. I hope you find it interesting. North Carolina. We have some updates out of North Carolina. We have Dan Bishop right now as the likely winner. He's up over Cynthia Wallace by 10 points. We have Richard Hudson leading over Patricia Goodson, although you're likely going to see Hudson get upgraded at this point to likely winner as well, because as you can see, most of the ballots have been counted, and I don't really see a way that Goodson can really surmount that. So Hudson will be moving to likely winner in that race against Pat Timmons Goodson. Virginia is one of the states I would caution you with. It's not like Florida and North Carolina where you have most of the House results already decided because all of the ballots are going to be counted tonight. Virginia still hasn't started counting its early votes, which are likely to be Democratic. So you're getting a really Republican-skewed Election Day vote, which is why you see Bob Good up by so much. It's why you see Freitas up by so much, and it's why you see Luria down by such a landslide margin at the moment to Scott Taylor. So these are races that I have as Republicans are leading right now. So they're leading in these races. But again, I'm not making any definitive calls in Virginia at all until we get the pre-election vote in, because I expect that to really boost Democratic candidates. And in the case of Luria and Spanberger, Democratic incumbents, there we're going to have to rely on a really, really strong Democratic vote total for the pre-election vote if they want to win re-election. That's the only way to make up for their double-digit deficits right now. Moving on up the East Coast as we move up to the north. In New Jersey, there's a lot I'd like to talk about real quick. And again, I'd say give me 8-10 more minutes. I don't do these house updates very often, but I really appreciate you guys listening because we're going to have one like once every 2 hours. So it's really important. In New Jersey 2, Republican Jeff Van Drew is leading Amy Kennedy at the moment by a decent amount. Similarly, in New Jersey 3, Andy Kim is up, and in New Jersey 7, Tom Malinowski is up. So far, the only incumbent in a competitive race to win re-election is Mikey Sherrill. We have Andy Kim as the likely winner over David Richter. Jeff Van Drew and Tom Malinowski are leading, but I will not move them to likely winner yet for this reason. New Jersey, I need you to understand, the majority of the New Jersey votes are being counted tonight. But in order to ensure no one votes twice, New Jersey cannot count ballots that were dropped in post boxes until next Tuesday. So we're not going to know definitive winners in the 3rd, 2nd, or 7th districts, none of these districts, and possibly the 5th, given that it's competitive right now, surprisingly, until next week for sure, given how close they are. And that's my next thing I wanted to mention is we don't have many votes out in the 5th. I would say it's probably votes from Warren or Sussex, not the Democratic portion in Bergen. But at the moment, we're keeping it as a toss-up until we get more results coming in. And before I move out to the Rust Belt in the West here, trying to go through this as quickly as I can, let me touch briefly on some stuff in the Northeast, New York, and Pennsylvania. First off, Pennsylvania. So right now, we've begun to see Brian Fitzpatrick take back a lead. I'm not marking anything on this race because, as you can see, barely any of the vote is reporting, and it's too early. Looking at the 7th district, we have Susan Wild as a likely winner here, actually as a leader, but I could see it moving to likely winner later on. The closer race, though, was the 8th district. Earlier, it was tied between Bognet and Cartwright. At the moment, Bognet is up. Again, this could possibly be attributed to this strong Republican performance, not just in Pennsylvania, but throughout the country right now on election day votes. So Bognet is going to be reclassified as early leader. Again, early. note that I'm saying early, and note that this means pretty much nothing. It's just a leader. Even likely winners could theoretically change, but we only make likely winner when our confidence rating goes up. Pennsylvania 10 right now, again, it appears Scott Perry has taken a narrow lead, so that shifts to the Perry camp. Looking right now at the 16th district and the 17th district. Right now, looking at the 17th district, we're moving Connor Lamb to likely winner in the 17th, and we're moving Mike Kelly, Joe Szymanski's favorite congressman, to winning re-election. Let me just go on. I broke Joe. I'm sorry. More updates. So really good for Nicole Maliotakis. This was a race we picked as leans Republican. It's early, and New York is a dumpster fire when it comes to counting ballots, so I am not really going to trust anything out of New York right now. But at the moment, it supports Maliotakis as an early leader. Over here in the 1st district, we feel confident that we're going to put I'll just put for now Zeldin as early leader. Want to get more votes in before I move him to likely winner, although I'd be very surprised if he didn't win. And the 2nd district race is leaning to the Democrats right now. But again, pretty much a pure toss-up right there. Incredibly, incredibly close if we look at these races with narrow leads. Let me keep moving up. I probably need about 5 more minutes, and then I'll shut up for the next half hour so you guys can have your thing with the presidential race. Sean Patrick Maloney, another congressman that I would put right now, until we get just a few more votes, I would put him at tilt. What else do we have? We have 2 Republican leads in seats we predicted would go to the Democrats. Claudia Tenney right now is up by about 6 points over Anthony Brindisi, which is a pretty lopsided lead, and a 15-point lead for John Katko. And again, 66% and 51%. So more than half the vote in here with pretty strong Republican leads. Again, from what it looks like, it's still pretty early. And we're going to have to see if more states turn out like Virginia, where we really are going to want to see some of that pre-election vote. But at the moment, 24 and 22 look good for the Republicans. And it could be possible the Republicans just end up doing better altogether in the House than we expected. Another surprising race. Maine 2 is very close right now. This, again, as I said, some pundits wanted to move this race from likely to safe. You know, Golden was up by double digits. I'm not going to blame them. I'm very surprised, shocked that Golden is in a close race right now. He should not be in a close race. And I think the fact that Dale Krause basically spent no money and had no assistance from the NRCC in the latter half of the campaign does tell you that he probably is. And I know this is going to make one viewer in particular at the moment, at least an appealing candidate as a person, maybe. But I mean, that's my only explanation at this point, given the fact we don't really have any definitive data there yet. Moving our way through, we're getting there, and we should be in time to go back before 11 for the rest of the races. But quick updates. Indiana's 5th district right now. So very close at the moment. Victoria Sparks actually maintains a narrow lead over Christina Hale. If Sparks ends up winning that race, that'll be a surprise. But again, we're going to have to wait and see what happens. Michigan's, this is where you see the lopsided results. If I could say pick 2 states right now where the House results are definitely probably not going to be representative of the final count, it's Michigan and Virginia. Just like I said in Virginia, we want to wait and see the likely pro-Democratic pre-election vote. Same thing up here in Michigan. That's why we're seeing quite lopsided results in likely Democratic districts. Illinois is very similar. As you see here, Republicans currently leading Eric Asaki, leading Haley Stevens by 17. Paul Junge leading Alyssa Slotkin by 20. Peter Meyer leading right now by by nearly 20, and Fred Upton by double digits at the moment. So what I will say is I will move Peter Meyer and Fred Upton to likely winner because honestly, I really don't expect at this point in the night, I don't expect these districts to go to the Democrats. I just don't expect it to happen. I would say likely winner, not 100% certain, but definitely for Upton's district in particular. Now, for 11 and 8, no way. They are still likely Democratic seats, and I expect the Democrats to come back here. And that Oakland County turnout, once all the votes are counted, should benefit the Democrats. I want to mention Ohio 1 real quick. Ohio's 1st district. Right now, it's looking like Steve Shabbat's inching slowly closer to a likely winner classification. At the moment, he's still a leader, just a narrow leader. But let's move on real quick. Moving. Going through this as fast as I can. In Wisconsin, 3. It's a close race right now. Derek Van Orden in a close race. At the moment, we have Kind as leading. Looking at Illinois, if we want to briefly go through these races, we have Caston as leading. Republicans, though, are leading the other competitive races, at least with the votes we have right now, including in Sherry Bustos' district, and she is in charge of the DCCC at this point. Obviously, I don't expect Democrats to lose District 17 or District 14. They're both rated likely Democratic, and if they lost, it would be a massive upset, and it would be probably one of the biggest underperformances I've seen for a party in the House. But again, we'll wait and see what happens there with those districts. Now, Missouri 2, really close right now. Ann Wagner with a narrow lead. Obviously, if Republicans hold that and Indiana 5, then they've pretty much had a successful night. They really, I mean, I would say that. And I think the dream scenario for Republicans would be, can we at least pretty much hold our ground now in the House, and then can Biden win, and then we have a Biden midterm where we do well in the House? A bit too early. No, for sure, but that's one race I wanted to talk about. Currently in Iowa, really early, not much to say here. Democrats are leading the 3 competitive races in Iowa right now. No one yet at likely winner. Interestingly,
oh boy, this is bad. This is bad. They've almost exhausted their votes in Polk and Lynn, or Polk and Johnston. Sorry,
I'm almost done. I promise. So in Nebraska 1, this was a race that Jeff Fortenberry seemed to know was competitive from the beginning, but no one else thought it would be competitive at all. And I think it's strange, honestly, how competitive it is. I'm not sure what to expect here. I think Fortenberry pulls it out at the end, but we had this race as safe. Fortenberry was spending like crazy over the course of the campaign, seemingly indicating that it's a more competitive race than was expected. We're going to have to wait and see. Looking at Minnesota, currently Republicans are leading all the competitive races. But like Missouri, I'd want to wait, or pretty much like a lot of these states, like Virginia, I'd want to wait and see as more votes come in to make sure that we're not underestimating the Election Day vote. But moving on, we're up to our last 2 states, Oklahoma and Texas. So in Oklahoma, currently an incredibly narrow, really exciting contest here in Oklahoma 5, a lot like South Carolina 1. So in Oklahoma 5 right now, we've got a truly fascinating race. It's very tight between Bice and Horn, very competitive. In Texas, let me go over what we have right now. So at the moment, we have Beth Van Dunn as leading Candace Valenzuela. That's just a lead. Right now, it's still incredibly close, and the counts are being adjusted, so I'm unsure how many total votes have actually been counted there. So don't count that race out yet. It's a Republican leading race, but not a likely winner race at the moment. What's another one? Even the Troy Nels race over here is still a Republican-leaning race, not confident in likely winners. Same with Texas 10. Same with Texas 25, which is still closer than expected. Now, one district that is probably the closest on this map now that the margin for the Republicans in Florida 26 has gone up is Texas 21. Only a 0.5% lead for Wendy Davis right now. And I want to shout out the Cook Political Report for genuinely, even though they don't pick their toss-ups. Dave Wasserman said in an article he'd be very surprised if this seat didn't flip to the Democrats. And right now it appears Wendy Davis may be on the revival streak. Obviously, we're not saying anything yet. It ain't over till it's over, as people will say. But it's a very tight race there, a narrow Democratic lead right now. The final thing I want to talk about here are these 2 races down here. Obviously, we've already seen Biden really underperform with Hispanic voters along the Texas border. Gina Ortiz-Jones actually has a pretty decent lead right now, but given all the craziness we've seen in the Rio Grande Valley, I'm not at all moving this to likely winner until I get more results. One race that shocked me more than any other is Texas 15. With a decent amount of the vote cast, near 67%, anywhere in that range, as you can see, according to Decision Desk, Vicente Gonzalez is only leading by 6 points. And this is a district where he should not be leading by just 6 points. This is a very surprisingly competitive race. But given the margins we've seen in Hidalgo and Starr and all these other counties that have swung by well over 40 points to Trump, it's not that surprising. It should be. It is surprising, but at the same time, it isn't. So that's my update. That's my update. I'll be back in 2 hours at midnight with another update. In the meantime, we'll throw it back to the rest of the panel, and I'll be quiet for a while and keep following these results for you.
Yep. The reason why Texas 15, if they had a seat based entirely in Hidalgo, they'd be fine. The problem is the fajita seats are drawn to draw in white voters, so the Hispanic vote gets to around So the Hispanic voter age population gets below 80, 75%. So in something like this, where Hispanic voters are clearly shifting Republican and the rural whites are still voting like rural white voters do, the race is going to be competitive. We saw this exact same thing in 2010, the seat that stretched from Cameron County up to Corpus Christi. It flipped to Fairholt. That was a Hispanic seat. That was a seat no one thought would flip. But because there was some weird turnout stuff and white voters were energized, you were able to flip it. What this means, I think, is that the age of the fajita seat may be over. I don't think if you're a Democrat, you're confident at all at this point.
Definitely not after this election.
Yeah, with a 5 to 6 point margin on the border. Henry Cuellar is beloved by the Republicans he serves with. There are Republicans that I know who would vote for him, who live in Texas. He's only up by 6. This isn't because he's tanking with Hispanics. It's because the seat has a ton of white voters, and the Hispanics aren't voting as Democrat as they usually do. I mean, it's truly phenomenal. I mean, this even extends to other seats. If you look at the House, according to New York Times, in Maryland 7, Kimberly Classic is polling 36%. Now you're like, yeah, that's pretty bad performance. It's a safe Democratic seat. Republicans don't pull more than 25% there. That's a 10-point shift in one election. We're seeing in some of these areas margins that are just frankly unbelievable.
We have a quick update.
Turbocharged.
Josh Gottheimer has won re-election. That's a new update we have. And French Hill has also won re-election in Arkansas 2 in races, turning out also to not be as close as we expected. Likely winner. But in the meantime, I think I'm going to go on my break. Joe's making a call to his Virginia source, so I'm going to be gone. Do you think you and Jared can hold down the fort tonight? Because I'm going to go take a quick break and get more water, and then I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right.
I actually want to go to North Carolina
certainly.
again. I think Jared will find this interesting. Roy Cooper, skated by, is surviving this election on the skin of his teeth. He's projected to win, and he will win. But look at his margin here, 51.5%. Polls had him up double digits. The reason why, look at this. If there was no absentee vote by mail, he would be done. He would be absolutely done. This is late shift away from Roy Cooper and towards Dan Forrest. Truly, and if you, I mean,
that is wild.
He's winning this. What is that?
Wow.
3-1, 4-1. I mean, this is and he could be. He could well be one of 2 or 3 statewide Democrats to win tonight in North Carolina. Let me show you the wreckage. Democrats thought they could clean sweep North Carolina. They put out a campaign, protect the state, vote the whole slate. They had all their statewide candidates except for Cal Cunningham, who looks like he's going to lose, in an ad. Let's look at how they're doing. Yvonne Lewis-Hawley is down by 3 to Mark Robinson, who's most notable for liking guns and making offensive Facebook posts. Josh Stein is up by 16,000 votes over Jim O'Neill. This is a race people thought would not be competitive. Beth Wood is up by maybe 100,000 votes over a literal criminal who I did not vote for. I warned Republicans not to vote for this guy. Troxler's up by 7. Mike Causey is up by 3 over the chair of the Democratic Party. Josh Dobson is winning the labor race by over a point at this point. Elaine Marshall's within 3. Republicans are blowing out the superintendent race. This is a race Democrats wanted. They wanted the superintendent race back. This is an open seat. Treasurer, they thought Ronnie Chatterjee was a great candidate. He's losing by 5. This is a disaster. I mean, their judicial candidates aren't doing any better. They thought they could win a 7-0 majority on the Supreme Court. Right now, Paul Newby, the Republican, has a lead of 1,000 votes over Sherry Beasley in the Supreme Court race, and Republicans are leading every other statewide judicial race. Trump right now, Tom Tillis is ahead by over almost 2 points at this point. I mean, this thing is done. Donald Trump is almost at 50% statewide. This is a disaster. This is the second cycle in a row that North Carolina Democrats thought they had the state in the bag. They thought Republicans needed to win 63% of the statewide votes on election day to win. They look like they could be shut out of all but 3 statewide offices. That is remarkable. With open races, I mean, What are the row offices looking like in Pennsylvania, Joe? I mean,
Oh, let me check. Oh, that's a very good question.
Yeah, I wonder how Nina Ahmad is doing specifically.
Oh,
Yeah.
hold
I
up.
mean,
Let me
I
check.
posted
That's an extremely good question. Thank you for reminding me,
Yeah.
quite honestly.
Yeah. I posted a meme on Twitter. I posted a link saying Roy Cooper is probably blaring the song right now, and it's All by Myself by Celine Dion. That's basically what he is. Republicans have
Wow.
expanded the authority
Okay.
in the legislature.
So here's what's going on right now. Tim DeFore, Heidelbaugh, every Republican is up right now in Pennsylvania. I don't think that's going to stay to happen, but in the row offices, Shapiro is outperforming every Democrat by 3 or 4 percentage points. I think Shapiro's got this in the bag once we really start getting absentees in. So the presidential right now in Pennsylvania is 57 to 42 for President Trump. In the Attorney General's race, it's 50 to 47 right now for Heidelbaugh. In the treasurer's race, it's 52-44 for Stacey Garrity. But in the Auditor General's race, Ahmad is only a point ahead of Biden right now. And we don't know how the rest of this race is going to go. I think the Auditor General's race is going to end up close tonight. And I'm looking at state level results again tonight. It's going to be a real interesting thing to watch here. But, Republicans are, it's as more votes. Again, we have to wait for the mail-ins. We have to wait for all that stuff. But, I'm still reeling right now with what is just happening across everywhere. It is insane what is happening around the world right now, just in this country. No one expected this going into tonight. No one. Nick Freitas is going to have a 60-40 advantage in E-Day votes. That's huge.
Wow.
Scott, I don't think Scott Taylor's going to win because Scott Taylor's only up about 10 in E-Day votes. But Freitas is doubled that. Virginia 7 is a race to watch now, in my opinion.
Wow. Here's a few more. Mandy Powers Norrell, the widely touted South Carolina House representative from Lancaster County, lieutenant governor nominee, has lost her re-election bid.
Wow.
According to the AP, she has lost.
By the way, Steve, I know I'm interrupting you right now, but I'm going to talk about some of these suburban House races. Steve Chabot, who a lot of people had leans Democrat. I think we had it leans Republican in the end, but I think a lot of people had leans Democrat. Is up up 6 points on Kate Schroeder with 84% of the estimated votes in, according to NYT. In Indiana, with 59% of the estimated votes in, Victoria Sparks is up 50 to 47 over Christine Hale. That's not great, but there's still something that's going on right now. In PA 10, Scott Perry is up 53-47 right now on Eugene D. Pasquale with about 40% of the vote in there. That's one we're
guys, I'm back.
Because of
what did I miss?
Just of the mail-ins in Cumberland.
You missed that Mandy Powers Norrell has lost re-election in South Carolina. The lieutenant governor, one of the few rural Democrats left.
Joe, I don't know. I think you missed my House update, but I went through everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was just talking about things in general.
Did you get to talk to your Virginia source?
Folks. So we're starting to see some poll closings out west, by the way.
Yeah.
So
Nancy
California, Washington, and Oregon have all gone for Joe Biden, as expected, basically. There you go with that. But Ohio's 84% of the vote in. Trump is up 53 to 46 there right now. That's an underperformance, but he's up. He's going to win. Trump is up 50 to 48 and a 0.7 in North Carolina right now. In Georgia, 62%. He's up 11 points right now, 55 to 44.
Yeah. I didn't tell Harrison this, but I showed Harrison this map, which was the Roy Cooper votes. He is winning right now only because he had amazing 4-1, 5-1 margins with one-day absentees. If he hadn't gotten those margins with those early voters, because voting was out there very early, he would be in the same camp as basically every other statewide Democrat right now, except for Elaine Marshall and Beth Wood. Beth Wood is running as a literal a literal criminal for the office of auditor is only up by maybe 2 points. Like, this is a disaster this is a smaller disaster than Florida for Democrats, but this is just
Joe, I wanted to ask you a question. Did you get to talk to your Virginia source? Because I was talking about earlier how the pre-election vote's going to break to benefit the Democrats? Because right now some of these are pretty hard leads to make up for, like 55-41 Taylor over Luria, 60-40 Freitas over Taylor, 60-40 Good over Webb.
Came back on. I just commented on that. So from what I've heard, I think that Luria can make up the votes. The real race to watch in Virginia right now is the 7th. Okay. 60-40 for Freitas is huge. That's a race that as we start in the coming days, we start seeing mail-ins come in from Virginia. That's a race to watch. Yeah. That's me being totally honest with everyone. That's going to be a race to watch. I did not expect that coming in tonight, but it is. Nick Freitas has a legitimate shot at this district, and it's not just like a 20% shot. It's a 40-45% shot.
I have some pretty interesting news.
Go ahead.
I have some interesting news out of Ohio tonight.
Mahoney?
Mahoney voted for Trump.
Wow. Wait.
Yeah.
It voted for Trump, so
I think it's 100% in.
It's 98% according to New York Times. Yeah,
he won it. So it's interesting, and he ended up actually underperforming, obviously, and wow, he's winning. He might win Lorraine too. That was a Clinton County as well. Lorraine.
Yeah, Portage is pretty close.
He's underperforming in Delaware, which makes sense. Right. And Montgomery is underperforming, and Hamilton is underperforming. But yeah, in Lorraine, and Mahoney is doing well. Cuyahoga, there's still a lot of votes out, but not enough to put Biden back in the lead.
Here's the thing I want to talk about with Iowa real quick is that Democrats have a lead in Iowa right now, but I don't think it's sustainable. Right now, Polk County, home to Des Moines, 95% of the vote is in. Johnson County, which is one of the major Democratic sinks, 94%.
Yeah, they don't have enough.
59% in. Almost none of the rural counties are in. And then the suburban Des Moines counties, Dallas flipped. But Warren and Madison are almost all in, and they seem pretty close. Like, this is
Dubuque as well.
The West could change. The West could change things, but this is looking really, really bad for Senate Democrats in particular right now.
And the presidential top line.
Here's one. South Carolina. Lindsey Graham's up 56-42. Bill Bledsoe's got 1.5 points. I said on Twitter a while back that I think that the ads going to Bledsoe was the sign of a desperate campaign, that they clearly weren't moving the needle in terms of getting people to vote for Jamie Harrison. So the idea was to get them to vote for Bill Bledsoe, but people aren't voting for him.
No, they aren't.
Yeah. I mean, I'm honestly astounded by this margin. Nancy Mace is actually up in the 2nd district now. Like, Stephanie Bice just took the lead in Oklahoma 5. Nicole Maliotakis is up in New York 11. Our 3 Republican flips
we've gone
are all seeming to be. The problem is we missed pretty much most of the other flips. But
listen, I wouldn't discount it yet. We missed the 2 in South Florida, but those are the only 2. Technically, those are the only 2 confirmed pickups. No other races have really been projected as pickups.
Yeah, but think about this: we got a ton of shit for our call in Texas 22. Troy Nels being up.
Yeah,
right now he's up. Yeah, Stephanie Bice. We had that race as leans Republican for a while, and she's up. It's very close right now, but she's up. Mace is actually only up by 2 points now. So Oklahoma 5 and South Carolina 1 are very, very close races right now overall. But just the wreckage in South Carolina for Democrats, I think, is going to be. I mean, I'm talking long term here. They thought they could genuinely make inroads in South Carolina.
Wow.
It's a state that could flip in a couple decades.
So
this is the opposite.
New numbers.
Go for it. What are the new numbers?
1 second. Let me confirm to make sure they're correct. Yeah, so we have updated numbers. CNN has updated numbers over Decision Desk for Texas's 23rd House District, and they're showing Tony Gonzalez currently leading Gina Ortiz-Jones by 6 points, I think, or 5 points. Let me share the screen, but 76% in, more accurate vote numbers there. I mean, that would match with Biden's underperformance along the Rio Grande. So decision desk numbers here out of date. These are not currently. More votes have been tabulated according to the CNN number, and Gonzalez is ahead at the moment.
Yeah.
Also, I believe, let me check, but I think Chip Roy is also retaking the lead on both casts as well, which means I have to update my model here for my big board. Another race to watch tonight. It appears Ben McAdams is actually doing a pretty good job.
Wow.
Burgess Owens, this was a good pick for us, I think, us picking it to be Lean's Dem, because Burgess Owens seems to be underperforming. Hiral Tibernini, whose name I can never pronounce, is overperforming. And honestly, looking at New Mexico too, that's a pretty lopsided result with just 26% in. But we're going to have to wait and see how the race evolves there. But that might be one that we miss. We're going to have to see. If the Hispanic support does break to the Republicans in a significant fashion, I would see New Mexico too as a seat that flips. Unfortunately, we never could have predicted that when we made the predictions, but that's just what it could be looking like now. By the way, for our viewers, thank you for sticking with us. We're going to have projections coming shortly. More projections on the presidential and Senate level here.
Can I make a comment here real quick? I think North Carolina may be about done. Right now, according to the State Board of Elections, Wake is 100% in. Mecklenburg is 100% in. Guilford is there's still precincts left there, but there's still a lot of precincts in these rural areas. Buncombe is all in. Durham and Orange are all in. Chatham is in. Cumberland is in. There's basically nowhere left for Democrats to gain votes in North Carolina. The question, I think, is whether or not what's left sinks the rest of the statewide Democratic ticket, except for Roy Cooper.
Also, Joe, I don't mean to offend you with this, but I don't know what your Republican operative in Missouri was smoking now that Trump's winning by double digits.
You know what? I don't know either. I don't know either, to be totally honest. You know, this was something I was told by someone who I would have thought very highly of. And I think many people would probably think very highly of it if I told you who the source was. But, you know, hey, I know Kraz, I think, has a map update. I think we should send it to him.
Yeah, go over to Kraz, and then when Kraz is done, I have quite a few updates to our projections.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. Jill Shupp is up by double digits in Missouri, too. You would think that would mean a competitive state. Look, on the other hand, at Kansas City. Look at the margin right now in Emanuel Cleaver's seat, the 5th. With 60% of the vote in, Emanuel Cleaver is up by 4%.
Who could have guessed that seat was going to be more competitive, perhaps, than the second? I mean, wow. Wow.
Am I dreaming right now?
stunning.
Like, does this election seem so wacky? Some
Honestly,
of the
not be far off from the meme. This isn't too far off from the meme coverage that we made.
We've seen Mo Davis.
This is, yeah.
Kraz, do you have a map update you want to share before our projection?
I do. So, yeah, I have a map update. Again, I think before I get into this, you're going to see with the shifts. I think Democrats are going to have to do a win or lose tonight. Whether Biden ends up as president or not, they're going to have to reckon with the complete and utter failure of their strategy to reach out not just to rural whites but to rural minority voters and really working class minority voters. There has been a lot of ink spilled up to this point about Democrats' increasing struggles with working class non-white voters, and much of it has been dismissed. But I think this is going to be a reckoning and something they're going to have to examine. But anyway, I'm going to get into the map. So if you guys can see that, let me know.
Yeah, I'm never listening to anyone try and tell me Missouri's close for president again.
Apparently, I guess it's that counterweight in Missouri 5 that's. If I were a drinker, I would be drinking right now. This is.
Oh, I think many Democrats have already started drinking.
So here, I'm going to point some things out.
Drinking right now.
So here for the viewers, I'm going to point some things out. As you can see, Democrats and Joe Biden has underperformed significantly in large swaths of the Black Belt in the South. On top of that, I will say that Democrats did hit some of their marks in some urban college-educated counties. It's obviously not enough right now, but if we come in here to Eric's home state of North Carolina, we can see Democrats and Joe Biden improved substantially in Boone and Cabras and Mecklenburg and Union and Buncombe and
In Pennsylvania. We mentioned Transylvania, blood red Transylvania in our Halloween article.
And you can see a marked improvement for Joe Biden over Hillary Clinton in Knox County, Tennessee, which obviously contains the University of Tennessee as well as the city of Knoxville.
Big city.
So
great city.
I would say that on balance, Democrats have actually not really underperformed in college-educated, more urban areas. But come over here and come over to North Carolina and look at the Sandhills. Look at that shift. Look at South Carolina. I believe this is I think this is Orford right here. Just a massive shift away from Democrats 2016 to 2020. We've obviously already talked much about the Rio Grande. That's another big shift. But what's also notable is that many of these rural counties, and we can come up here to Ohio and Kentucky and Tennessee, these are heavily white rural counties that Joe Biden is failing to improve in over Hillary Clinton. There was an assumption that he would. There was an assumption that these counties would snap back. There would be a massive mean reversion. Many polls showed a flooding of white working class voters back to Joe Biden, and it just didn't materialize in the way that Democrats needed it to.
And thank you, Kraz. We're also, just for the viewers, we're going to have some new projections coming out. We're about halfway through our election coverage now, but there's still so much to watch tonight. So much. We're going to have our latest projections in the Senate and the House coming shortly. Stand by.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is wild.
This is our updated presidential big board. Yellow states are states that are either too early to call or too close to call. Blue states and red states, you obviously can tell, belong to both Trump and Clinton, or Trump and Biden, depending on their respective party. I'm starting. Let me just take a deep breath here because I'm starting to slew words together and stuff.
Me too, man.
So I did not just call Joe Biden. I did not just call Joe Biden Hillary Clinton, although kind of starting to wonder at this point. But back on track. What we just projected. We projected the state of Texas for Donald Trump. At this point, Joe Biden did not improve enough in the suburbs and fell off too heavily along the Rio Grande Valley to form an effective path to winning the state of Texas. Currently, looking at the state of Texas, Joe Biden is down by about 5 points in Texas right now with 84% in. No feasible way for Biden to come back at this point in that state. We projected the traditionally Democratic states of Washington, Oregon, and California for Joe Biden, which is part of the reason why he's in the lead now. Trump picked up North Dakota and Idaho, as well as Utah, other traditionally Republican states. We also projected the state of New Mexico for the Democrats. Currently, Joe Biden is leading in New Mexico with 67% in. He's leading there by about 9 points at the moment. Interestingly enough, as you'll see later, the Senate race in New Mexico is still too close to call because Ron Chetty is far outrunning Trump at the moment by he's outrunning Trump. I wouldn't say outrunning Trump by a lot. He's ahead of Trump by around 3 percentage points, but the real big difference there is Lujan is underrunning Joe Biden specifically. Lujan's only at 51% in that Senate race, about 2 points behind Joe Biden. So much closer Senate race there, surprisingly. And we're going to have to count those ballots there and watch as more votes come in, because right now that race at the moment is too close to call. But we'll get to Senate later. Let me finish updating the presidential race. We also moved and we projected Donald Trump winner in the state of Missouri. a state that did not end up being remotely competitive, and we thought it would be competitive from the inside information from what Joe heard from the Republican operative, but it appears that it is not. At the moment, Trump is on track to another near 19-point victory at the moment. He's up by 19 points in Missouri, which is the same as 2016. So, I mean, it's possible that moves down, but we're going to have to wait and see specifically what happens there. And those are our updates. So let me just briefly talk about the states we have left on this board and what it means for both candidates' respective paths to 270. So at the moment, if you're seeing Virginia projected for the Democrats, you may be looking at results and seeing that Republicans are leading there. That's because the pre-election day vote, which looks favorable for the Democrats, has not been counted yet. But we expect Virginia to break pretty decently for Joe Biden in the end when those ballots are counted. North Carolina is near complete in counting, and Donald Trump has a lead. I believe if we look at the Senate results, Tom Tillis also has a lead in his Senate race. North Carolina is probably the next state you can expect a projection from. That's another one we're looking like we've missed. We predicted it for Joe Biden. Georgia and Georgia, again, another one that's too early to call. Maine, too early to call. If we're looking at Michigan and Pennsylvania, definitely too early to call because we've still got to wait on the Democratic pre-election votes to come in over the next few days in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Iowa's looking like a state that's going to be a hard sell for Democrats, as Eric Cunningham just went through a little while ago. The main Democratic sources of Democratic votes in the state, Polk County with Des Moines, Johnson County, and Story County are largely out of votes at this point, leaving the Republican rules to basically do what they did in Kansas and allow Trump to slowly run up the score. But technically, Biden can still win without North Carolina, Georgia, and Iowa. He would need to carry the whole upper Rust Belt, Maine 2, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. Looking to the west, Montana, too close to call. Nebraska, too close to call. Alaska and Hawaii, too early to call. Those do not close until 1 a.m. Nevada and Arizona at the moment currently happen. Nevada has not closed yet, and Arizona is too early to call at this point. It is 75% in, according to the CNN count, and Biden has a decent lead. That would connect with the polls we've seen in Arizona. That is a state Biden needs to win. And for some reason, and I guess we can analyze this in a second after we do our Senate projections, it appears that the Hispanic swing towards Trump seemingly hasn't hit Arizona yet. And we'll have to analyze Arizona in detail with Jared Stone here in a second. But that is our presidential map at this point. A very close race, 212 electoral votes, Biden, 204 Trump. Our Senate projection map. What do we still have on the board here? Well, we've projected a special election between incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler, not a special election, I'm sorry, a runoff election in January between incumbent Republican Kelly Loeffler and challenger Democrat Raphael Warnock. So Doug Collins has lost. He has not finished in one of the top two spots to advance to a runoff, which is a big disappointment for his campaign. So that will be a contentious race there. Currently, David Perdue actually has a pretty sizable lead right now. The Republican, David Perdue, 11-point lead with 65% in over Ossoff. Right now, we still have it as too early to call because there's still a significant amount of votes that haven't been counted yet. And I really doubt that the Perdue margin is that large, even with Perdue outrunning President Trump. North Carolina for Senate, similar to President. We'll have Eric talk about this after we go over some of the races in the West with Jared. But North Carolina is looking increasingly good for Tom Tillis as well. He's running very similarly to President Trump in the state, and that's another one where you could expect a call. Iowa, not called yet, but a lot for the very same reasons that we have the presidential races pretty likely to go to Trump once we get more of the rule votes in. I would say the same thing about Joni Ernst. I would say she's pretty likely to get reelected, which would reaffirm the results of the Seltzer poll. Again, most of the Democratic metros are largely counted, which would, if the Republicans win Iowa and North Carolina, it would effectively allow them to keep the Senate chamber. We're still waiting on results from Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, and we have competitive races in New Mexico and Arizona. As I said, the New Mexico Senate race is very close. Ron Chetty is outrunning Trump. And in the Senate race there, Kelly is currently outrunning Biden, but not by that much, which is kind of surprising, only by 1.4%. So I guess looking at the path to the Senate and the presidency, and we'll have a House update at an hour from now, but looking at this, I want to say a few things. We're going to make sure we get the whole panel to talk. So first, Jared, I want to ask you a few things. First off, looking at the presidential race in Arizona, What's your stance on the results in Arizona right now, which are looking pretty favorable for Biden? And why hasn't the success that Trump has had with Hispanics, seemingly along the Rio Grande Valley and in southern Florida, carried over yet to Arizona? Would you say that, I mean, the lead's mostly coming out of Maricopa right now, which is Democratic, as you can see from Kraz's map. But my question to you is, who do you think ends up winning Arizona tonight with these last 30% of votes? And do you think there's any way Trump could overcome Biden's lead?
So Arizona, I think, is a real bright spot for Democrats in this map. And Biden, I believe, is going to end up winning the state. And the reason why is in part due to demographic factors, but also just due to the political nature of the state. And so I want to harken back actually to an episode of the Map Room that I did with Eric and Nick Morris, and we were talking about Arizona. And I mentioned three specific constituencies in Maricopa County that are really, or that I thought at the time were really going to deliver for Joe Biden. These are traditionally Republican constituencies. And I think that has really panned out tonight. And so looking at three pivotal Republican congressional districts in Maricopa, you have the 5th district with Andy Biggs, which is highly Mormon. It contains places like Gilbert and Mesa and Chandler. Jeff Flake is from the area. So a lot of Mormons there who've really been turned away from the Trump brand. And I think that that's a constituency that we've really seen drift away. And if we look at the results there, Andy Biggs is only leading his challenger in the House race by around 10%, a drastic underperformance from even Trump in 2016. The 6th district, which I sort of refer to as sort of the wealthy suburbanite district, there are places like Fountain Hills in there, generally a much wealthier area of Arizona, contains some of the wealthiest neighborhoods of Phoenix and Arizona in general. But we also see Democratic dominance here with Hiral Tipirneni over David Schweiker. And this is a testament to the suburban shift, especially among these rich, major metropolitan suburbanites away from the party. And so there's that. And then finally, you have something like the 8th district, which contains a lot of senior citizens. And that's a constituency that's also been turned off, especially by Trump's response to the pandemic, which has really turned away a lot of seniors from the Republican Party. And so even Debbie Lesko is not doing as well there. Those three things, I think, major, especially, this really has to do with the Caucasian demographic. They're really turning away from Donald Trump. And I think that that's one of the reasons why Arizona is going to be going blue, in my opinion.
I would agree with that take. I mean, we have seen Maricopa, which accounts for a vast majority of Arizona's total votes, it has now swung 12 points to the left. So if there really is any bright spot for the Democrats, it's here. And I think it's definitely an exemplification of that suburban swing. The Democrats have still been strong in the suburbs tonight. I'm sure if Kratz puts up his swing map, you'll see many of the suburbs around these key American metro areas. Atlanta is a good example. Is a great example in Atlanta of overall. I mean, it's loading right now. We'll be able to see, but Biden's still doing pretty well in these suburbs. So obviously he's really underperformed in South Florida with Hispanics along the Rio Grande, huge underperformances with Hispanics, but doesn't seem to be impacting him in Arizona. And once we get New Mexico results certain, I don't really think it's impacting him there as well, since Biden's already been projected to carry New Mexico. And one other place where Biden appears to be doing fine with Hispanic voters is in Colorado, in the Hispanio counties. Along the southeast and west of Colorado, you can see there Biden actually making some improvements. So, Kraz, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think tonight that Biden's success has been with Hispanic voters has been geographically varied?
Well, I think it has to do with a number of factors. Mainly, I think you can talk about urbanness. Arizona and Colorado both are very urban and suburban states. You see the areas of major underperformance for Joe Biden, with minority voters in a lot of rural areas, along the Rio Grande, in the Sand Hills, more rural parts of the Sand Hills. Now, granted, Joe Biden also did underperform with Hispanics in Miami-Dade, but I think a lot of it just has to do with outreach efforts, urbanness, and partly, I think, geography and state parties too. I mean, we covered a lot of national elections, and we tend to, I think, minimize the importance of good, coherent state parties. But obviously, there's been a lot written and a lot said about, the quality of the Florida GOP, for example, or the Nevada Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. And you look at states like Colorado and Arizona, and I think most observers would say it's pretty clear which state party has the edge in those states right now. The Colorado GOP has had a really hard time winning statewide races. the Arizona GOP has been racked by, internal fights, along with, a couple of tough losses. So I think basically, I think there are a number of factors, and I think more about this will come out later. But I don't think there's any one factor necessarily.
And we're going to be having some breaking projections coming out now in multiple states in both the presidency and the Senate that inch both candidates closer to 270 and have some major implications. One of them is in North Carolina, where, as someone just pointed out on Twitter, Thom Tillis is currently leading Cal Cunningham by more than he beat Kay Hagan by in 2014, which is pretty significant. So here we go. Stand by for more projections as our map of uncalled seats in the Senate and the presidency gets smaller. So as you can see now with the presidential map, both Trump and Biden have picked up states. So in North Carolina, which is now over 95% reporting, we have projected Donald Trump will carry the state of North Carolina. A hold from 2016. North Carolina has not voted Democratic now since 2008. North Carolina, again, currently President Trump is leading 50.1 to 48.7 with over 95% in. I'm going to have Eric specifically talk about some of the major factors that played a role in tonight's results reporting and some of the more interesting results in terms of trends for both the Republicans and the Democrats as soon as I finish going over the projections. And in the Senate as well. Looking at the Senate, Thom Tillis is underperforming Trump, but Cunningham is also underrunning Biden. So overall, we've got a competitive Senate race. Again, it's about a 2-point lead for Tillis. He's now winning the race, this race, by more than he won his 2014 Senate race by. So we've projected that race as well, and we'll get to that on our Senate map. But on this map, we've also projected a good night for Biden in Arizona. Biden will carry Arizona 11 electoral votes. Finally, the trends manifest themselves in Arizona. We saw Maricopa trend towards the Democrats in 2018 when Kyrsten Sinema defeated Martha McSally in that contested Senate race. Today, it looks like in Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and it's about an 8-point lead for Biden. And most of this has come from Maricopa. Biden's currently up by 10% in Maricopa, the state's most populous county, making up a hefty majority of its votes. And this is a 12% swing. It was about a 3-point Trump victory last time. Voted Democratic in 2018 for Senate, and now it's finally gone Democratic for president by 10 points. And we can't speak yet. It's the first election, but I think this is what we're going to start seeing in Arizona for the next few presidential elections. I think this is the beginning of a new trend in Arizona. So again, an update here. The amount of states we have open is shrinking. 223 electoral votes for Biden, 219 electoral votes for Trump, and we're getting closer and closer tonight, although there's still a lot of doubt of whether or not we'll be able to do this tonight, of projecting who the nation's next president will be. In the Senate,
look at this,
Eric, I want to quickly go over our Senate projections. Obviously, we projected Thom Tillis defeating Cal Cunningham. We also projected Mark Kelly will flip the seat in Arizona, defeating Martha McSally. Why? Because we projected it for president, and at this point, Kelly's just doing even better than Joe Biden is by a small amount, by about 1.5%. So it doesn't seem statistically possible at this point that McSally can somehow come back and win the race. So we moved it, and it is now a projection for the Democrats. So what does this do in the Senate? 45 Democratic seats to 46 Republican seats. Losing North Carolina is a critical blow to Democratic attempts to take back the Senate, because North Carolina was viewed as a more winnable target than Iowa. And without winning either of those, the odds of them taking back the Senate go down heavily. If somehow Susan Collins managed to win, and Collins is still currently outrunning Trump, I'm not saying she's going to win yet because Maine's been slow to report results, but this could turn into a full-on disaster for Senate Democrats who are expecting essentially to take back the chamber. And now there's a potential for them to not even take back the chamber. The Republicans, for a majority, the Republicans need 4 seats and Vice President Pence. For a Trump insurance-proof majority, they need 5 seats currently with 46. How could they do this? Winning the Alaska Senate race, 47. Winning Montana, 48. Winning Iowa, 49. Then it gets a bit trickier. They could win the Georgia regular with David Perdue. That would be 50 seats. After that, it gets even harder. If they lose New Mexico, Minnesota, and Michigan, their 51st seat could be Maine. If they lose Maine, and Trump loses the White House. That means that the Senate control would be decided on a special election between Kelly Loeffler and Raphael Warnock, which would leave Kelly Loeffler deciding the Senate majority for the next 2 years at the least. So that's the way it's going right now. So Eric, I want to throw it to you first. North Carolina, what happened essentially?
So what happened is what usually happens. People look at the results early on in North Carolina, and they look good for Democrats, and then gradually over the night it gets closer and closer. The question always is, can Republican votes overtake that early vote Democratic advantage? And right now it appears they have. If you look at the vote totals in right now in North Carolina, it's around 94% of the votes in. Tom Tillis leads 48.7 to 46.9. What does that mean and what does that look like? Well, he's flipped counties like Scotland and Pasquotank, which haven't voted for Republicans in literally decades. He's avoided, or he did manage to ultimately pull back in Wake County a little bit. He's now Cal Cunningham's now under 60% in Wake. But if you look at some of the stuff in particular, it's really fascinating. He's winning Davidson County, which is home of Lexington, the hometown of Cal Cunningham, with 69% of the vote. Neighboring county, which is, pulling it up right here. I have a lot of maps pulled up right here. Neighboring county of Randolph, 73% of the vote. In Western North Carolina, yeah, he lost Watauga and he lost Buncombe, but he won everything else. He's held his margins in Union County. Cabarrus and Alamance have been disappointing for Republicans, and New Hanover does appear to have flipped. But overall, it seemed like he just won with Election Day turnout. Democrats said before the night Republicans needed to win the Election Day vote by around 63% to win. Well, right now, Tom Tillis has 544,000 Election Day votes, and Cal Cunningham has 282,000. It's safe to say Republicans hit that 2/3 mark. That's it's just honestly a really impressive performance overall, and the same can be said for Donald Trump. It looks like a handful of Democrats are going to hold on. Roy Cooper obviously has won the gubernatorial race narrowly. Josh Stein appears to have a small advantage. He has a 12,000 vote lead. Beth Wood managed to hold on against the literal criminal, and Elaine Marshall has held on, but that's literally 4 members of the Council of State with so many offices open. Democrats wanted to take back Labor Commissioner. They wanted to take back the Superintendent of Education. They want to take the Treasury back. Not only have they got none of them, it's honestly astounding what I'm looking at here, where the votes have come from. I thought Scotland County is right next to Robeson County, right between Robeson and Richmond. It's a very diverse county. It's one I could have seen flipping in 10, 20 years. It's flipped right now. And that's because I think what we're seeing is a rapid and sudden shift, realignment in a lot of these areas where urban minority or rural minority voters have become more willing to vote for Donald Trump, at least, and in this case, Tom Tillis and other Republicans, while urban and suburban white voters have become more open to voting for Democrats. Normally, this process can take decades. This seems to have taken 4 years. I mean, you don't see a 60-point swing in counties that often, but we're seeing it.
Can I say something real quick to just sum up how the Democrats are seemingly underperforming right now in House races? I mean, we still have to wait for – that's one. I'm going to get to that in my House update, and I know Kraz is going to be happy. But New York 19, Delgado's only winning by 1% over Kyle Vandewater, someone who not expected even have a close race.
Trump is crushing it upstate. You look at the presidential vote. That's why. Katko is winning, it looks like. If you look at this presidential vote, he's around 38%, but he's winning Franklin County, Clinton, Essex. He's ahead in Erie.
No, I'm still going to have to wait in a ton of these states. Not Florida, North Carolina, but the rest of them for all the votes to be tabulated. Yeah. But
New York has a lot of those votes.
Even still, it's surprising that someone like Delgado is only beating Vandewater in Election Day votes by 1.5%. That's not good. It shouldn't be that close on Election Day votes.
F-tier candidate.
In a district that was rated as likely Democratic. Same in Maine, too. I mean, Jared Golden's only at 54% of the vote, I think.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's examples of Republicans on the other side. Right now in California, Biden is at almost 60% in Orange County, which is stunning, to say the least. But winning more votes in California is not going to win you the presidency. That's just not how it works. He could pull Trump under 30%, and it literally does not matter.
New York 18 is also, I don't know if I believe this. There has to be something out. There has to be Democratic early votes that aren't being reported here. There's no way Sean Maloney is losing re-election. Yeah, no, I'm just not gonna take a big look at New York until we get more votes. And it's like Virginia. I'm adjusting leaders on the House update, but in terms of actual likely winners, not looking like the time to decide.
I mean, even right now, not everything's in, but looking at a place like Clinton County, New York, this is probably going to be potentially one of a few counties actually flips towards Trump from 2016. So I think we're going to see quite a few of these, probably even more than we even expected.
Look at some of these Minnesota results in the House. I mean, Republicans are doing very well overall. They lead in the 8th by 8 points. In the 7th, Michelle Fischbach is up by 10 over Colin Peterson. They lead in the 1st, and right now Tyler Kistner has a 0.2% lead over Angie Craig with half the votes in. This is according to the New York Times. I mean,
I'm gonna say we have to wait for the pre-democratic mail-in ballots to come in to boost Democratic totals, but still, it looks like the Democrats are underperforming. I mean, it's pretty clear they're underperforming with Election Day vote.
Yeah.
A lot of these districts should not have been as close as they were with the raw Election Day vote.
And look at Nebraska. Look at how Don Bacon is up 52 to 45 in the 2nd district with around 65% of the votes in. Nebraska
Interestingly enough, though, District 1 is more Democratic than 2, and we had 1 as safe hard.
Yeah, and Fortenberry before this, all he was known for was getting mad at someone for making a sign that called him Jeff Fartenberry with googly eyes on it. Only up by 6 over Kate Bowles.
To be fair, Fortenberry has taken his race seriously this whole campaign, so he must have known it would be like a contested race like this, or at least competitive in this sense. I mean, Bowles getting 46% is pretty solid. So Fortenberry, honestly, this race could have been even closer if Fortenberry hadn't picked himself up by his bootstraps and really said, this is going to be closer than my past races.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I'm going to have another update at like around midnight-ish for the House. I'm just updating the big board for the House right now.
What?
Wow. Interesting. Connor Lamb's losing now. Yeah, I think but again, I mean, it's just because of this. They haven't counted the heavily Democrat. Obviously, I mean, I think a lot of the reason you see so many lopsided Republican leads in House races that should be Democratic right now is simply because of the pre-election day vote, which is heavily Democratic, hasn't really come in yet or been counted yet. So next few days, I think we'll see a lot of these races decided for sure. But again. Fascinating stuff, though. Yeah. Sharice David's only winning by 10 points, honestly, is closer than I would have thought.
I mean, I'm looking at sort of a scattering of counties throughout the Midwest that really sort of defied my expectation, like Mahoning County, Ohio.
Voted for Trump. It flipped.
I'm shocked, frankly. I mean, Trump lost it by 5 in 2016. I think a lot of people expected that to be a stealing.
Lorraine flipped as well up north.
Right. Yeah. That's also surprising. So clearly Democrats hadn't hit a floor in some of these areas, even in 2016. That's evident here.
Yeah. But in other areas like Delaware County and Montgomery County and Hamilton County, Democrats have improved. So, but in those traditional working class areas like Lorraine and Mahoning, they've really fallen off. But they've somewhat made up for that loss by improving in Delaware and Montgomery. I mean, overall, Ohio was closer this time. But so, I mean, we're going to talk about it with more projections. Trump still does have a path to 270, but it's unlikely that it'll be decided tonight because it would involve Michigan and Pennsylvania. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Let me keep updating the house model. Not the house model. Yeah, so I think that the Virginia incumbent who's going to have the most difficulty making up right now is Spanberger, because if you take a look, I still am bullish that Cameron Webb could win once all of the Virginia pre-election ballots are counted, because Good is only winning 53-47 right now with 72% reporting. And that's just the election day vote, which is supposed to favor Republicans. So I think our pick for Cameron Webb could still be true. In fact, right now it's looking like Cameron Webb has a better shot at winning once the pre-election votes are counted, because Spanberger is actually down by 20 points right now against Nick Freitas. And even in the second district, Elaine Luria has been incrementally recovering and is now below, I think, about 9.5 points down, which is plenty to recover from once the pre-election ballots come in. Anyone else have any points? I know it's getting late, but I mean, at this point,
So Michigan results pretty early still, but there are some interesting things to see. Oakland County, of course, is blue, and it's going to most definitely vote blue, vote for Biden, vote for Gary Peters. But one place to look is actually Genesee County, home of Flint. Republicans, it's around 50% of the vote, or the estimated vote reporting now. But Republicans are actually holding up fairly decently, almost double digits in there. And this is a traditionally Democratic area. So I was surprised to actually see this.
Another thing that's important in Michigan, a couple things. Again, Kent County, Grand Rapids, this was a Trump +3 county. Right now it's Trump +11 with 60% in. Oakland County, this was a Clinton +9 county. The Biden camp knows that to win Michigan, they have to win Oakland County, and they are. But they have to win Oakland County by more than Hillary Clinton won it by, because they're not making up for it in Macomb County. Macomb County's half in, and Biden's losing by 35 points. Oakland County right now is a Biden +7 lead, but honestly, it's not enough, because if you look at Wayne County, Biden's only at 55% in Wayne County with 30% in. That is a massive drop-off from Hillary Clinton's total there. And keep in mind, Hillary Clinton's total was already a big drop-off from Obama's total. So if it drops any more, it's really hard to see a win in Michigan. I mean, Hillary Clinton still got 66% in Wayne County. Biden got Obama got 72% in Wayne County. If Trump's really legitimately only getting 55% here, that's not good news. I mean, it's still early. Let's keep in mind that it's possible, and let me share my screen real quick. Looking at these Wayne County results, it's possible that Detroit City isn't fully reporting in yet, which could be why it's a reduced margin for Biden. Because if you look here, Wayne County, you have more affluent suburbs up here like Grosse Pointe, a Detroit suburb that swung towards the Republicans. Actually, sorry, I got it backwards. Swung towards the Democrats in the last election. But still, again, you have Republican areas down here in the southern part of the district. Swing, work. I think my election atlas is frozen. But the point I'm trying to make here in Wayne County is this is the Republican part of Wayne County in the south, and it's getting more Republican. So if Trump's expanding his margins and growing the Republican base here, then it's undercutting African-American turnout in Detroit City, which is dangerous for Biden's statewide margin if he's not making up for it in Macomb County, Kent County, Genesee County, and more importantly, Oakland County. I'm genuinely worried about Biden in Michigan. Unless the pre-election ballots come in like we expect them to do in Pennsylvania, and they're good, really good for Biden, I think that Michigan could be pretty tight. It's dangerous. He's walking a fine line at the moment with the election day vote.
And I don't think it can be underestimated that Trump has gained considerable appeal, especially among African Americans. And I'm not sure exactly which precincts have reported in Wayne County, but it is quite possible that Trump, even with these early results, has made demonstrable gains among this demographic that usually votes heavily Democratic.
Again, I mean, it's important to remember these are election day votes. Not all of these are pre-election votes in all of these states. But another interesting county is Wisconsin, and that's Kenosha. It was another Obama-Trump county. Narrowly voted for Trump. Right now, Trump's winning it by 30 points. So early. I mean, again, I don't want to pontificate too much on these trends right now because they're not really trends until we know for sure how the mail-ins influence the results. And it's important to note that the mail-ins are just now beginning to be counted in a lot of these states. Virginia has just started counting pre-election ballots. How do we know? Because Trump is now down in Virginia by 7 points. So we should start seeing that impacting some of these House races very shortly here as they begin to count some of the more favorable votes for Democrats. Another House race that's fascinating, and I'll get to this in my update, but 70% in now in Indiana 5, and Victoria Spartz is up by 8 points over Christina Hale.
Wow.
That was considered a must-win race for Democrats. And right now, it doesn't seem like they're winning it. Meanwhile, in Missouri 2, 34%, and Jill Shoup is clobbering Ann Wagner, apparently up by 14 points there, which, as Eric mentioned, well, it was. Missouri 5 has just now overtaken it as more Democratic. And the final one, and again, Illinois is another state where we have to wait for the more Democratic pre-election votes to be counted. But looking at Ohio, my mind's melted. Looking at Illinois 17, Esther King is currently leading Sherry Bustos.
Wow.
4 points with 54% in. So I don't know what to think. I mean, we need to wait and see for the rest of these ballots to come in. I think the House Democrats will claw back quite a few of these seats once those ballots come in. But until they do, there's not really much we can do except keep following these races for House. Obviously, the House, a lot of these races are going to be the hardest ones to fully project, which is why we use a 3-tier system to show who's favored without outright projecting something that is uncertain.
This has just become a real shocking. It's a real shocking night. It's going to be close. You know, we still have mail-ins to count, of course, but it's going to be close across.
Honestly, I mocked Tadeusz Mrozek for moving Ohio 13 to leans Democratic, but right now it's 53-45. I mean, that's pretty damn close, honestly, with 90% in, given that Trump lost Mahoning. I guess I don't know. I guess Ryan definitely underperformed there for his last result. Bad night for Ohio Democrats overall, though. Kate Schroeder is currently down by 8 points. We moved Shabbat about 15 minutes ago. I moved him to likely winner in that race. He'll probably be projected full winner barring any changes, at least by late tonight or tomorrow, but we're going to have to see. At the moment, though, he is the likely winner in that race. Victoria Spartz, another one who's also been moved to likely winner in that Indiana 5 race. Again, Spartz is up by the same margin as Shabbat. About 70% of the vote in there. Spartz is up by a 44.1 margin. Obviously, we're going to want to see, looking at Indiana 5, looking at the county level results in Indiana 5. Victoria Spartz is actually still managing to get 34% of the vote in the Marion portion. But what's sinking Christina Hale right now is she's only getting 41% in the Hamilton portion. Joe Donnelly got about 45% in that Hamilton portion. And that's really what's really heavily damaging her ability to win right now. And I think it's going to be very difficult for Christina Hale to win what we viewed as a pretty winnable race if Hale can't move 4 or 5 points up in Hamilton County.
Yeah, that was expected. I mean, Indiana's fifth with Victoria Sparks and Christina Hill. That was expected by many to be very, very
us.
close.
I mean, we expect it to be one of the more expected ones.
Yeah, but it's Victoria Sparks has a considerable lead at this point, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking like Missouri. Missouri 2 is definitely looking like the better of the. I mean, we considered Missouri 2 and Indiana 5 to be kind of a similar class of seat with Georgia 7, but it appears that we may have overestimated Christina Hale in the 5th district at the moment. I don't know how many votes are still out from the Marion portion or the Hamilton portion, but at the moment, it looks difficult to see Hale netting 8% with just around 25% of the vote left to be counted. So again, guys, I'm going to keep working, but I'll have a full house update for you soon. We're going to have quite a few new projections, both likely winners, actual winners, and leader changes.
So if I have to say anything right now, guys, Tom Tillis is going to win North Carolina. Georgia is 74% in right now, but Fulton County is not going to count any more ballots tonight. So we're going to have to wait on this one until tomorrow. I don't think we're going to actually know what happens in Georgia until tomorrow. Arizona looks pretty likely to go to Mark Kelly. Montana is the real interesting one right now because only according to the New York Times, only 26% is in right now. But Steve Bullock has a 53-47 lead right now over Steve Daines, the incumbent. So that's certainly one to watch, especially with Republican wins. And it's looking more and more likely in Iowa too. Where it seems to be working out for Republicans across the Senate and just across the seats they need to win there. So that's kind of really the real interesting thing right now with there in the Senate.
Like the Democrats effectively have blown the Senate if they lose.
It feels like it, doesn't it? I mean, it really does feel like it.
Yeah.
It really does feel like it. I mean, you have it. I don't know if we saw this, but in the House District 1, Abby Hinson has taken a lead over Abby Finkenauer with 86% of the results in.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, still, we have to wait for the pre-election votes to come in, but overall, it looks like House Democrats have significantly underperformed expectations. I don't know how much the mail-in votes can end up affecting the election once we get all the results counted, and this goes for all levels, but definitely, looks like the North Carolina race really is a letdown for Senate Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again,
and
way
Iowa, same thing for president and Senate in Iowa. I mean, you have Story County, Polk County, Johnson County almost fully counted right now. It's pretty much just the rules left to slowly run up the Republican margin. Another blown race there. I mean, I guess the Seltzer.
And I do want to mention. Sorry. I do want to mention something to our followers, which is that unfortunately, for some reason, our Twitter account seems to have been suspended. I'm not sure why. C-Analysis, another election forecaster similar to us, has not been suspended. We've not made any calls. We've not that have not been made by other outlets. We mentioned, for example, that that Doug Collins had conceded to Kelly Loeffler. So I can't imagine that would be a call. All we've done is mention election results as they've come in. So I've contacted Twitter to try and figure out what's going on. Hopefully we'll get this resolved. But for now, you can still find our information here. You can still find us on the stream.
Yep, and they can't censor the stream. So we're going to be having some more updates here. We're going to have an update to our House big board, as well as a revisit to our Senate and presidential big boards to talk about the paths for both parties left to winning 270 electoral votes and winning the Senate majority. So stay with us as we hit the 6-hour mark here and enter the final 2 hours of our coverage tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting now, folks. It's really come down to it. We're waiting now, and here we go, basically. So, just kind of waiting for the trudge now, the deluge. We are starting to get results out of Nevada. Very preliminary results from the world, but we are starting to see results from Nevada. I mean, It's just the night has gone not the way we expect, and I think that's just the story tonight.
Yep.
This night has not gone the way any of us have expected. The polls, in the end, have inevitably missed. They clearly missed Hispanics. We thought that was something the polls might do.
I'm starting to get frustrated with polls. I mean, how many times can the polls miss things before we stop believing?
Miss them in the way that we thought they did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a really, really interesting night. We're gonna keep it going right now.
Yep.
Who really knows what's going to happen at this point? But it's going to be a tight race. Whoever wins it, either way, it's going to be one of the.
I'm just going to say tonight that
it'll be incredibly close electoral college.
It's highly unlikely that we project an outright winner in the presidency tonight, given the fact that the winning coalition for either candidate would depend on Michigan and Pennsylvania, which have not finished counting. It's also unlikely that we project and we finish projecting the House races for either party to the fullest extent, given the fact that many of these House races are currently being led by Republicans, but Democrats are still expected to win them once we get pre-election votes fully counted into the totals there. One thing we may be able to project tonight, though, is the Republicans retaining the Senate. That is possible. We're going to have to wait and see how the map plays out. But again, the Republicans on our current map would need 4 more seats. And at the moment, the most likely scenario seems to be the Senate being decided on the Georgia runoff election between Kelly Loeffler and Raphael Warnock. That seems to be an increasing possibility if the Senate races break the way I'm thinking they're going to. But stay tuned. I'll have a House update for you shortly. I'm just updating our big board with all the changes. And then after that, we'll get back to analyzing the presidential results.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see some more come in. Alaska is certainly still one to watch. We potentially see a competitive Senate race there. So, hey. It's going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sorry that I'm not talking as much. I mean, it's a combination of getting tired and also I'm focusing really hard on making sure I'm doing the big board correctly. So, because we've got a lot of fascinating House races, just fascinating results right now.
One thing I do want to point out is the Iowa results continue to come in. Most of these urban areas have been exhausted, and lo and behold, the Seltzer poll may have been right.
Yeah, I'm going to go through the House races in Iowa in a second, but if you want to discuss the Senate race, I think that would be really pressing to yours.
So other outlets have actually started to call the Senate race and the presidential race, I believe. Right now, Joni Ernst has a lead of around 4 percentage points over Teresa Greenfield. This is with 80% of the votes in. Almost all of the big urban areas are in. Places like Dubuque, Ernst is winning. I mean, she's doing a very good job overall. Running, I think, a little bit behind Trump, but we're talking like a point or two. We're not talking a massive
significant. So you could also reword that to say Teresa Greenfield isn't really outrunning Biden by as much as we expected.
Yep.
Joe, any other points you can make in the meantime before I start the House review?
I think I can't really make any more than what Eric said. Ernst running very even to Trump, and that's helping. Really the only thing you can have to look at is, what's going to happen with Montana. What's happening in Montana right now. Like Bullock is heavily outrunning Biden right now in Montana, and that's a problem for Republicans. Even if they hold on to Iowa and North Carolina, suddenly you've got Arizona and Montana switching. It's going to be a very, very, very close race into the Senate here. And then you've possibly got, what's going on in Maine, who knows what's happening there, in Michigan, who knows what's happening there. Georgia, it's very, very confusing right now. New Mexico even, we still really don't know. So that's kind of just where we are right now in the Senate, and just in general. And now we're hearing stuff that Arizona is too close to count from the governor.
Yeah, I think some people in Arizona are pushing back on that, on calling the state too early.
I think if there's one race that the Democrats are blowing tonight, it's Texas 23. I mean, that underperformance. Sure? What?
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it's one race the Republicans if it's one spot the Democrats have underperformed, it's in the Rio Grande Valley tonight on the presidential level. And Biden's frankly atrocious performance has completely lurched into the down ballot races. I mean, the 23rd district was considered a likely Democratic race. Even in 2018, it was considered that there was a possibility it would flip. It was very contentious, and Will Hurd won re-election. Now it appears that just like Trump managed to pull Republicans over the line in the case of Jimenez against Powell in the 26th district, and Salazar over Shalala, however you say it correctly, in the 27th district.
Oh my gosh!
You're seeing Gonzalez leading Ortiz Jones now by 5.5 points in the 23rd. So that's one we're going to be watching closely as that last 20% of votes come in. And in the neighboring 21st, Chip Roy has also taken back the lead now. Currently, he's up by 8 points over Wendy Davis.
Wow, this is big.
So those are two.
Like Texas, you have shocked the nation.
Oh, we already called Texas.
I'm talking about the House races, Harrison.
Here's another thing. It looks like, in a surprise, Ray Russell in the 93rd district in North Carolina, representing Appalachian State, has lost.
Wow.
Most outlets had that, along with Joe Sam Queen. Both of them appear to have lost, which would, I mean.
And apparently Ashley Hinton is going down tonight.
Going down?
Going down. I mean, Abby Finkenauer is going down tonight.
Guys, look at this. Wow. Holy shit.
What?
Texas 15 is within 3 points. Vincente Gonzalez is Texas 15, one of the fajitas. Vincente Gonzalez, I've been talking about this being a possible upset.
And Cuellar's seat, too.
Blake Farenthold in 2010. Queller's already been projected. He's up by 15, but Gonzalez is only up by...
I'm looking at New York Times, sorry.
No, Vincente Gonzalez is only up by 3.5 points, which is really, really close right now for that district. So that is
I am just
level upset.
Stunned by Texas 23. That might be the most. If Republicans keep that is the most stunning keep of the night.
Imagine if Republicans.
No, we're looking at different things. New York Times seems to be a bit behind on their House races. Right now, from what I'm looking at on the House on DDHQ, they have Gina Ortiz Jones pretty comfortably ahead. But Vincente Gonzalez in the 15th is interesting because Democrats are obviously underperforming a lot there.
DDHQ is behind because CNN has Gonzalez at 130,000 votes around. DDHQ slowed down a bit. But the real shocker here is, I mean, Texas 28 and 15 are within 3 points right now. And these are considered safe Democratic districts. I mean, it's fascinating. I mean, it truly directly lines up. I mean, I would have never expected to see this. If someone had said that at 12:07 a.m. on election night, districts 28, 15, and 23 would all have this potential of going to Republicans, and districts 26 and 27 had already flipped to Republicans, I would have not believed them.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. This is why Gonzalez and Vincente Gonzalez is only winning Hidalgo with 61% of the vote. That's 123,000 votes. In Guadalupe, De La Cruz Hernandez is up 64%.
To quickly,
Miles just said this, but Will Hurd shouldn't have retired.
Yeah.
And comment on Texas actually. I do have a map update if you guys want to see it, but
yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think one of the reasons this is going to hurt Democrats in Texas down the line is one, they now have to contend with rapidly shrinking margins in the Rio Grande, which is a problem they didn't have before. They can't just rely on expanding suburban margins, but more so, there's going to be a lot of pressure from some Democrats to not invest in Texas anymore. There's going to be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking here, where people are going to say, "Why did Joe Biden go to Texas?" A couple days, why did Kamala Harris go to Texas a couple days before the election? And so I think that'll be an interesting conversation in the party. But to get to our map update, there's some interesting results coming in. Starting to filter in from the west now as we get later into the night. So hopefully you guys can see that. There we go. So this is the state of the presidential race right now as of 12:09 a.m. We're getting some more results filtering in from California, Washington, Oregon, and then some scattered results. So we should be getting results from Nevada pretty soon. I believe polling stations were ordered to be kept open for an extra hour. So we might have a delay there. To look at the shift map, again, I mean, we've said it all night. It's been something we've been saying over and over and over again.
I'd just like to briefly connect. I mean, look at the Rio Grande swing. It directly connects to the exact reason why Cuellar and Gonzalez are in competitive House races in districts that would normally be safe Democratic.
Yeah. Yeah. I also would like to point out, too, that Joe Biden is still doing worse than Hillary Clinton in a number of heavily white rural counties. I mean, this is not an isolated incident to just, heavily Hispanic or, heavily non-white counties. This was something the Democrats have put millions and millions of dollars and many hours into, trying to win back these rural voters. And again, there's going to have to be a conversation with the party. Do they continue down that path, or do they simply go all in on cities and suburbs, so to speak? I don't know what the answer is, but it'll be interesting to see. But just some quick notes. Looks like shifts are actually panning out pretty well for Biden out here in Colorado. You can also see some solid shifts for him in California. Might be a bright spot for Democrats tonight. And you can also see some shifts around here in the Atlanta area. We expect more votes to come in from this area. And naturally, the state of play in Georgia is edging closer to a toss-up race again. So we will see where that stands. But I mean, look at this performance in Iowa. I mean, this whole strings of rural Obama-Trump counties that trended Republican from 20 to 2016, they're trending Republican again. So whatever the answer is in rural America, Democrats do not have it now. So they're going to have to figure that out.
Wow, Lindsey Graham is livid right now. Livid in his winning speech. Clearly, he's frustrated about the attention of the race. He said to all the pollsters out there, "You have no idea of what you are doing." To all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics. Honestly, I can't disagree with him on the second point because it really doesn't seem like the money did anything.
They wasted all their money in Kentucky and South Carolina and lost both.
Throw it into Iowa. Throw it into North Carolina. Throw it into Maine. They like.
Well, now the Democrats.
Jamie Harrison is at 42% right now.
Now the Democrats will have to look back and say, maybe we didn't have the right strategy looking at how to win the Senate, because right now it's looking increasingly unlikely that they do win the Senate, especially if they don't win the Iowa Senate race. And I mean, I'm not trying to attack the Democrats at all. I'm just being honest. I mean, it's not looking like a good night.
Well, look, it doesn't have to be an attack, but I think there is a fact that this is now the second presidential election in a row where, Democrats really thought that they were going to win a lot of reach states, and maybe it wasn't unjustified given the polling. I mean, we've all seen the polling.
And how much are we supposed to trust polls going forward now that we've had another election?
That's another question is going to have to be dealt with. I mean, I think going into this election, there was it's hard because we're going to have to reckon with that too. But going into this election, I mean, you had firms like the New York Times who are, to their credit, I mean, they missed in a couple races, but to their credit, They are transparent about, their methodology. They're transparent about their weighting. They are transparent about, what benchmarks are used for different demographic groups. So it's not like, these organizations, all of them are hiding the ball and just, pumping out numbers, at random. But that being said, this is now the second presidential election cycle in a row where Democrats have poured a whole lot of money and time and effort into states that come election night just fall completely flat for them. And so that's a question I don't know the answer to, and I don't think they do either, but they're going to have to figure it out.
Just what a night, right, ladies and gentlemen? Just what a night.
And Elections Daily can project two more races, one in the Senate and one for the presidency. We can project in the Senate that Republican Senator Joni Ernst will win re-election over Democrat Teresa Greenfield. Ernst currently leans Greenfield by just under 6 percentage points. We can also project that President Trump will carry the state of Iowa by 6.2 percentage points. Overall, Joe Biden is actually outrunning Greenfield by almost 1%, around 0.6% at the moment. Trump is slightly outrunning Ernst, but Greenfield is slightly underperforming Joe Biden. So at the end of the day, Greenfield is not outrunning Biden like we expected, and this Senate race will not be nearly as competitive as we expected it to be prior to the release of the Seltzer poll. So that adds two more states to the Republican camp in both the U.S. Senate and the presidency. So that gives the Republicans 47 Senate seats right now, Democrats 45 Senate seats. To get an outright majority, the Republicans need just 4 more Senate seats. And for the presidency, going to Donald Trump, that puts Trump narrowly ahead in our electoral count right now. Donald Trump with 225 electoral votes, Joe Biden with 223 electoral votes. So a very tight race that's going to come down to quite a few states that we haven't called yet. Currently on the board still, we have Alaska, Hawaii, which have not closed yet. And we have Montana, Nevada, Nebraska's 2nd District, Maine 2nd District, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. It's unlikely we'll see a Michigan call. It's unlikely we'll see a Pennsylvania call. Pretty much near impossible tonight because we still got to count on the pre-election votes, which are expected to lean towards the Democrats. On top of that, in Georgia, as Joe mentioned earlier, Georgia's pretty much done counting the ballots for the night. And we're not going to have a definitive answer in this presidential race. We're not going to have a definitive answer in the Senate race, the regular Senate race, I should say, and we're not going to have a full definitive answer in the 6th or 7th congressional districts as well. So I doubt we're going to know who's president tonight, and we have a couple hours left in this live stream, but I doubt we'll be able to project with certainty who the next president of the United States will be. Although we do expect to call quite a few more states on this map. We think it's going to come down to 3 or 4 states that I just don't see us calling tonight, given the way that their vote counting is going. So what do you guys think about that, the new call in Iowa, and how does that impact Democratic chances to take back the Senate chamber?
Well, at this point, you got to think their chances are either reliant on Joe Biden coming much closer than expected in Montana and Bullock pulling out a win, or on both Georgia seats going to runoffs and them winning one or both.
And obviously one is already going to a runoff. So
If you look at the map right now, I mean, if you exclude Minnesota and New Mexico, which will probably go for Democrats, even though we haven't called them yet, that leaves a 47-47 Senate with the toss-ups being Georgia 1 and 2, Alaska, Montana, Michigan, and Maine. Maine has not been called yet. Montana has not been called yet.
It's still amazing, though, because I think what was underestimated, Biden's winning the state of Maine by 5 points right now. Susan Collins is winning by 15. That's nearly a 20%. That's a pretty solid overperformance right there. And I think a lot of people expected polarization to take its toll on Collins and end her ability to really get that crossover appeal. But I mean, granted, it's only 30% of the vote, but if this holds, this is disastrous because Sarah Gidgen was one of the top recruits. And by my own opinion, and by our own race ratings, considered the third most likely Democrat to flip a Senate seat. I'm not writing Gidgen off now at this point, but it's definitely much better than Collins than I would have expected coming into tonight. And ranked choice voting will play a role in that race unless Collins just ends up getting over 50%, which would be shocking. Frankly, shocking. I mean, what do you think about this main race? I mean, are you guys surprised by the lopsidedness of it at the moment?
A little bit.
I mean, it's very surprising.
I mean, I didn't expect this going into tonight, quite honestly, but hey.
I've expected very little of what's happening tonight, have I expected.
But it is just a night, and it is a day. I mean, I did not expect – I'm going to be completely – I mean, I did not expect tonight. I was expecting doom. I was expecting many bad things to happen. So, I mean, we're going to – some house races that are going to happen are going to absolutely stun me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wait, you just reminded me, Joe. I'm going to go through the house races when you're done.
Because we all thought it was potentially going to be a double-digit Democratic gain in the House this cycle. Now it's looking like Republicans could gain a seat or two. Definitely not to the point where they can take back the House, but it looks more and more likely that Republicans are going to gain seats.
Yep, and honestly, it makes us look better than that we were had one of the smaller net gains for Democrats among the forecasters. We only had, I think, a net of 9. Some people were projecting up to 15 or more overall. But again, give me about one more minute, and I'm going to go give you guys a rundown of the House races as they stand at this moment.
Eric, how are you doing right now? Are you doing okay right now, Eric? How are you feeling right now, buddy? How are you feeling?
I'm annoyed at Twitter, and I'm tired.
Yes. Hey, me too.
I can't wait to just keep sitting at this desk all day tomorrow till 12:05 p.m. when virtual school ends. That means I have about 10 hours left sitting at
my
the
classes
desk.
tomorrow for my spring semester in college. I have to get up at like 9:30 to pick my classes.
I'm just not going to bed. I'm not going to just. Why would I go to bed at 4 to wake up at 6?
Exactly.
I canceled my work tomorrow, so I'm just going to sleep I'm just going to sleep all day tomorrow.
I'm seeing. Is anyone else seeing this? That Fox may have retracted their call on Arizona.
I don't know what. I mean, Maricopa's still.
Yeah, I'm hearing. Yeah, I'm seeing it too.
Maricopa's still Biden plus 10, though. I don't really see how Trump's going to make up 8.
It's probably the election day. I mean,
but I don't know. I mean, again, though, I don't know how. Unless Arizona goes against the grid, unless it goes against the grain, wouldn't you expect the mail-ins to just help Biden? I mean, he's already up 9 statewide.
I have heard that I've heard the same thing. I've heard they've retracted the call.
Yeah, I want to see more evidence if we ever would change our call, because at the moment I don't see how the mail-ins are going to massively help Trump if the election day vote did not break for Trump. If it was within 3 points, that would make more sense. But it's an 8.6% lead right now. But I guess this is a good time to start going through the House races as soon as I finish updating the results here. I'm honestly surprised that Jesse Jensen is ahead of Alex Skarlatos, but would have thought it would be the other way around. But I guess this election has flipped everything upside down and then smashed it into a million pieces. So fascinating. It's amazing. I find this election truly fun. It's been fascinating results.
Yeah.
Truly, I mean.
So what is going on with this needle in Georgia? It seems that the needle seems to really like Democrats right now in Georgia.
I love the House, and it's just fascinating results right now. What are you talking about, Eric, with the needle?
Georgia, New York Times seems pretty bullish on Georgia for Biden.
Really?
Yeah. Needle gives him a right now it's giving him a 67% chance.
That's going to be so weird seeing Georgia blue and everything around it red. It looks awkward. but we'll see. I mean, right now, that is one of our states that I'm going to say right now we're not projecting a winner in any other races in Georgia tonight because it's just hard to imagine. They've stopped counting ballots for the night. I'm pretty
And
sure.
apparently Ann Wagner may have come back in Missouri too.
Yep, she did. I'm about to talk about that. I'm just filling in California races.
Gotcha.
That would be another. If they blow that race, that would be failure. Failure. Honestly, I mean, again, a lot of these House races are probably going to swing back to the Dems once we get some more votes in, but we're going to have to see. Okay, we're almost done with these. Okay, California. And once I fill in the California seats, this should be enough to really put the Democrats over the line to retain the House majority. Obviously, the House majority was never in question, but the Republicans do stand at this point to actually be the ones making a net gain, which would contradict predictions of a Democratic net gain, barring some major changes as soon as we get pre-election votes counted. I will say, interestingly enough, Devin Nunes is actually down in the 22nd, and I'll get to it, but down to Arballo, the Democratic opponent, or Arballo. But I'm not going to, knowing California and knowing how many races switched days after Election Day in California in 2018, I don't plan on calling any of these close California races tonight. I'll just report the results to the viewers. I mean, Valadeo was up by about the same amount he's up now in 2018 and still lost. So
Joe Biden is preparing to speak tonight, by the way, guys.
I saw that earlier.
So we're not going to guess a concession or anything, but he is planning on speaking tonight.
God, if we conceded, that would be dumb to concede at this point.
Don't disagree.
No one should concede before the mail-in ballots are counted, especially in Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Telling you, New Mexico is looking pretty close too. If you look at this,
did you see that New Mexico Senate race right now within 3 points?
Yeah, it's actually, if you look at New York Times,
I never realized
it's 3.2. Yeah,
I never realized this. I mean, I feel like people just consider Ronchetti a meme candidate. I never realized he was actually this capable. This is the closest New Mexico Senate race we've seen in a long time. And again, I don't have it memorized in terms of which states have already begun counting their pre-election votes. So again, I mean, I'm taking some of these results with a grain of salt for now. But yeah, still interesting. I'm almost done with my House stuff, and then I'll give you guys a rundown. Okay. I was hoping we get to do one of the Young Kim memes, but Young Kim is not leading at the moment, so.
yeah. California is kind of looking like a bloodbath right now.
Yeah, California House is like a dumpster fire for the Republicans, which is honestly, now that I mean, it's not that surprising. But we'll get to that in a second. I'm about to start. All right, so it is confirmed now at Elections Daily that the Democrats are getting. Okay, so let me just share my screen now so I can go over these House races real quick. And this will only take like 10 minutes. Okay, so this is the current big board for the House races. As I told you guys before, tilts are who's leading, no projection. Lean ratings are likely winners, meaning that we expect them to win and they could be moved to projected winners shortly, but it's not officially certified yet. And then obviously dark colors are officially certified results. So theoretically, if the Democrats were to win, which is highly unlikely. All of the seats that they have in their column right now, they'd have a majority. Republicans obviously not expected to win all the seats they have in their column right now. So I would really look at the solid color and the lean color in terms of projected winners. These seats that are in the tilts are effectively close seats with leaders that could change rapidly over the next hour. So I'll just run through some of these races here that are interesting. So Jared Golden's race is the first one. And we could probably change some of these because some of these were updated a little while ago. So looking at Jared Golden's race up here, the Golden race, I'm confident enough at this point to project Jared Golden as a likely winner, not a for sure winner. This is still an underperformance for Jared Golden. If you look at the polling, though, he's still only winning by single digits. He was expected to win by double digits. Still impressive that he is winning because if you go over here and look at Maine, the second district in Maine, I thought I just saw it. I don't know where it is. I guess it's not. Let me go on Decision Desk. Yeah, I don't care. Wait, where is it? Can someone tell me what Trump's doing in Maine 2 right now?
I can't find that.
Let me see. Oh, yeah, Trump is winning Maine 2 by 6. So obviously still impressive that Jared Golden is managing to surmount that. But again, I mean, it's still somewhat of a competitive race, somewhat of an underperformance. But I mean, it's definitely an underperformance. But still, I would say that he's the likely winner at this point. I also would go ahead and move Chris Pappas to a likely winner for a second term. Not a certain winner yet. And looking at Kuster, her results, highly unlikely that Trump would win this district, given the fact that he's lost the state. I'd say that Kuster has officially won re-election. We can project New York, the next state. Let's see what we can clear up in New York. All right, so let me see. Nope, that's not a good idea, actually. Let me just go back. Sorry, guys. Let me go zoom into New York here. All right. New York. So, looking at New York tonight, Decision Desk is a bit behind CNN, so I'm going to stick with CNN for now. Wow, that's still impressive in Rhode Island, too, that Lancia is still ahead of Langevin with half the vote in.
That is ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's even more ridiculous than the fajita districts being close.
Well, you see the presidential race right now, according to DDHQ.
Yeah, I saw it earlier.
I think there must be some mail-ins that are waiting or something because that's just I cannot
There's no way.
envision that.
Yeah, I think New York's waiting on a lot of their mail-ins right now, so I don't think we can.
That's that exactly.
Anything,
No, I'm not calling anything in New York. I'm updating leads.
Yeah, I mean we can't really, I think, really extrapolate too much until we really know what's going on with the mail.
No, that's why I'm saying I'm just waiting here for a lot of these votes. Updating leads is really all I'm doing at the present moment, but I'm not changing.
All we really can do right now.
Yep, that's all I'm doing here with this is updating the leads. So again, Claudia Tenney and John Katko are currently leading. Obviously, those results not fully decided at this point, waiting on mail-ins. Delgado and Maloney are in competitive races at the moment, or races that at least appear competitive, but I doubt that Maloney's will end up being particularly competitive at the end. I think what you're seeing here is very strong Republican election day turnout, from the last few days. But we have to wait and see once the mail-ins come in. I mean, that's part of the reason why Tom Suozzi is down right now as well, in a district that should be an easy grab for the Dems. So we're not projecting any of the competitive races in New York. So you can see the leaders in the competitive races right now with election day voting. But I think the fact that Delgado is still ahead with the election day vote, which is clearly skewed towards the Republicans, I think that's a very good sign for his chances at winning re-election. If you look at Brindisi's down about 11 points. Obviously, big lead for Katko, 19 points. Gordon, only 10, 11 points. And Max Rose, again, down by like 15 points or so. So the Democrats are looking at these and saying, well, mail-in votes, I would almost guarantee you right now, mail-in votes are going to tighten these races right up and make them pretty competitive. The question is, how far down can you be and still survive with mail-in votes? Could Dana Balter be done? Could Spanberger be done if they're both down by more than 20 points in their respective districts? Obviously, people like Elaine Luria has actually taken back the lead, because if you guys haven't realized, they've actually started to count in Virginia, started to count mail-in ballots there. So Luria is back in the lead. Theoretically, someone like Rose, who is in a similar position to where Luria was a little while ago, could still win, or at least have a very tight race. New Jersey at the moment.
Have you seen this in the 8th district of Pennsylvania?
I have seen it, yeah.
There's 80% of the vote in, and Jim Bonnier is still up on Matt Cartwright.
Yeah,
Wow.
I know. Yeah, we're keeping it at that point. Again, yes. So the 8th district, Jim Bonnier, that is a district that currently is being led by the Republicans. Scheller is up over Weil. That's being led by the Republicans. Fitzpatrick, I don't see Fitzpatrick losing even with the mail-ins being counted, so I'm going to move him to likely winner. That's one of the few races I feel confident enough to move into the projection column here. New Jersey 7-2. Even though Van Drew's up by around 6 and Malinowski's up by 10, both these districts are going to tighten up. I mean, New Jersey 2's already begun to tighten up. But I would say these races are not going to, particularly the 2nd district, wouldn't be fully decided until next week, because we've still got a ton of votes out. You can see barely a very small amount of votes have been counted here. So I would wait. And I don't know the official breakdowns of those votes. So for now, 7-2 remain undecided. 7, 8, 10 remain undecided in Pennsylvania. And 17 is another one that remains undecided as well. Moving on down, looking at Virginia's 10th district, this is a district that I feel confident to move to an official projection. I highly doubt at this point. I mean, Wexton's only been going up as they've begun to count mail-in ballots. Wexton's leads up to about 13 points now. I don't see a universe in which Republicans could possibly beat Wexton. And it appears that the Virginia Republicans, the Virginia House Republicans, have hit their ceiling, and their candidates in all 3 competitive districts here are probably only going to decline as mail-in ballots are counted. We've already seen it in the 2nd, where Elaine Luria has taken the lead over Scott Taylor in that congressional race. And we've seen it in the 5th district, where Bob Good is now in a 6-point race that was previously a 20-point race. The one fear for Democrats right here is the 7th district. Freitas is still up by around 20 points over Spanberger. But unlike the 5th district, in the 2nd district, where well over 80% of the vote has been counted, in the 7th, the margin hasn't changed, because you haven't seen any new mail-in votes really be counted yet. So, again, the word's still out on the 7th district. It's still a bit too early there to know. We haven't received updated counts there, so we're not really worried about or declaring the end of Spanberger yet.
Well,
What, Eric?
Apparently Cameron Webb has just conceded to Bob Good.
Actually,
Wow.
well, there's another race. There's another race flushed down the toilet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, David Young has conceded to Cindy Axney, which backs up the results there.
And
Actually,
that's crazy because we're still waiting on the final numbers to come in from
why are these candidates conceding?
And it is so close right there right now.
The 3rd district in Iowa, I would not concede that race when you're only down 1.4%. I mean, it's not like Bob Good, who's up by 6. I mean, there's still 13% of the vote to be. I wouldn't even concede if I was Webb, but we'll get back to that. North Carolina, Butterfield won re-election in a closer than expected race. We also projected that Richard Hudson and Dan Bishop will win re-election. Moving down to South Carolina, we have Nancy Mace still in the lead in what could be an upset victory in South Carolina 1, which was predicted to stay Democratic. 86% of the vote is in, and this race was previously within 0.5%. Now, however, it's starting to inch towards 4.5% in terms of a lead for Mace. So definitely not what Cunningham wants to see, especially with about 90% of the vote reporting there. That is not what he wants to see there. And that's starting to look like it could very well be a pickup for Republicans. Cunningham could lose that race, which would be one that we would get wrong. We have McBath right now as the likely winner, but obviously I'm not changing anything else in Georgia tonight. There probably won't be any major updates out of 7 or 6 tonight. McCormick with an early lead. So McCormick leads, and McBath is likely winner, but no other changes. Florida, you already know. 2 of the only real confirmed pickups here. Carlos Jimenez narrowly beating Debbie Mujer Powell, a very close race, and Maria Elvira Salazar defeating Donna Shalala there. And, those are 2 important Republican pickups that were largely stimulated by Joe Biden's collapse in Miami-Dade County.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to later in Texas. But just for the viewers here, looking at Ohio 1, we're officially moving Ohio 1. Shabbat is moving from likely winner to official winner. This has been confirmed by the Associated Press. So the Ohio 12-4 gerrymander has officially held for a whole decade. Kate Schroeder losing. That's actually a race we got right. Now we move up to Michigan. A lot like Virginia, even though I really haven't seen Michigan fully beginning to count these pre-election ballots yet, we can definitely expect House races up here to begin to shift towards the Democrats in Michigan once they start to count the ballots that they need to count. So let's move up to Michigan and take a look at the results as they stand now. So at the moment, Hoadley and Meyer are both likely winners. I want to see just how significant the early vote is for Democrats in Michigan before I move them to safe winners. But again, they have effectively been projected likely winners, along with Victoria Spartz here, who has pretty much held the lead as 5% more of the vote has come in. So again, Victoria Spartz also a likely winner. It seems like Democrats have blown that race as well.
Mm-hmm.
2 more races to look at, the 8th and the 11th, both likely Democratic races. If any races rebound for the Democrats because of early vote, I think it'll be these 2 races. Despite that, I think they'll end up being closer than we expected once we get the final count tonight. At the moment, the leads are pretty lopsided against the incumbents, but again, you can see slowly but surely the Democrats have begun to trickle up. And I think that what you're going to see here is that Democratic numbers increase in Oakland County. You're going to see both these districts begin to shift back towards the Democrats. I'd be very surprised if Democrats lost those districts, given the fact that we still have them rated as likely Democratic.
Mm-hmm.
Moving left. So looking at Illinois, another interesting state. So Illinois' 6th district right now. Again, Illinois is another one of those states where a lot of the Democratic votes, the early vote, I don't think has been counted yet. It's kind of why you're seeing a lopsided Republican advantage here. Despite that, Sean Casten is still up by about 5 percentage points. So, I mean, this is a safe Democratic race. So I expect Casten to win, and I'm confident to move this to him being the likely winner. Because at this point, if you're a Republican candidate in a somewhat competitive House district in Illinois and you're not up right now, then kind of like Michigan and Virginia, well, it's only going down from here for you. So at this point, it doesn't seem like Gene Ives has a possible path to victory, which is part of the reason why that race is going to be rated that way. Here in Illinois 13 as well, I've already projected Davis as a likely winner, not a certain winner. Lonergan appears to be greatly underperforming her 2018 margin, and, well, it's possible that this could just be a misinterpretation, and there's still a lot of votes that haven't been counted here. 62%, down 21 points. I'm not sure if that's really a feasible path back to victory, even with a super strong performance with the mail-in ballots. And that leaves 2 more districts in Illinois to look at. Illinois 17, really close. This is one that I definitely think, along with Illinois 14, will be greatly affected by the mail-in votes, because the Democrats should rebound in these districts. They're both likely Democratic. Lauren Underwood should beat Oberweis, who has a narrow lead, and Sherry Bustos, who's the DCCC chair, should come back and defeat Esther King. Again, those are both races that they would be ridiculously embarrassing if the Democrats lost them. So I highly doubt they will. But again, I guess we can't say never at this point, because I doubted the Republicans would flip those 2 in South Florida. But again, these are seats that I expect to go back to the Democrats. They're both likely Democratic. We just have to wait and see how the mail-in comes in. So we're continuing to move along this House map here. This is probably our second to last House update for the night. You get over to Wisconsin here. Tight race between Ron Kind Another race that I think Democrats will grow in as more votes are counted, kind of similar to Illinois 17 across the border. In Illinois 14, you still got a lot of votes out here. But definitely a race that I would put as only tilt Democratic at this point, because Van Orden still seems to be doing better than a lot of people expected. This was a lot like Maine, too. A lot of pundits wanted to move this seat to safe Democratic, but at this point, it doesn't seem like the wisest decision to do that. Now, let me go and look at Iowa, another close race here. So Ashley Hinson appears to be in the lead, and Iowa, unlike Wisconsin, unlike Michigan and Illinois, Iowa's going to have all of its votes counted probably by the time we end this live stream in a lot of these key districts. So we should be able to project winners here. And it looks like Abby Finkenauer may be going down tonight. This was a race that we had as leans Democratic. Obviously, the Seltzer poll, R plus 15 lead here did not pan out, but it's looking like Hinson, barring any changes, will end up winning this seat. So we're going to keep that at tilt R for now, but it's very possible you see Hinson go to become a likely winner as the night goes on in the next half hour or so. Really close race tonight in Iowa 2, ridiculously close. Marionette Miller Meeks could still win this race. This is her third time running for Congress. If she wins, it'll be her first time winning. It's an open seat, and this is probably the seat that's competitive that still has the greatest amount of the vote out. So again, I would say that this is a seat that stands real potential to a greater extent than 3 to potentially go Republican. So if there's any seat that's going to stay Democratic in Iowa right now, the one with the best chance of doing that is Iowa 3. It also happens to be the seat with most of the vote counted out of the other competitive ones. And David Young actually already called, the former Congressman David Young called Cindy Axne to concede this race. And for me, the fact that he conceded, the fact that we're at 96% here, which is more than 1 and 2, and the fact that Axne is doing better than Rita Hart and doing better than Ashley Hinson, than Abby Finkenauer, it makes me confident enough to the point where I push this race to likely winner. So not official projection, but Cindy Axne is now the likely winner for re-election in Iowa's 3rd district, and that's what it's looking like right now there. Across the border in Nebraska, Jeff Fortenberry has officially moved from likely winner to official winner. And looking at the results in Nebraska 2, it appears Nebraska 2 has tightened up. Don Bacon still holding that status as likely winner. So I think we can definitely make projections tonight here. We're projecting tonight that Pete Stauber will win re-election officially. We're also projecting another Republican gain, and that is in Minnesota's 7th district, where we can project officially that Michelle Fishbach goes from likely winner to official winner over longtime Congressman Colin Peterson, chair of the Agriculture Committee. That's a major pickup for the Republicans at this point, and it was probably the target that they were most expected to flip tonight. And it's definitely successful for them looking at how they've fallen statewide in the Senate race and the presidential race in Minnesota. Looking at Minnesota's 2nd district right now, Tyler Kistner has an incredibly narrow 0.4% lead right now over Minnesota 2, over Angie Craig. And unlike the 7th district, where Peterson would have to surmount a near 13-point lead over him, Craig would only have to come up about 0.4% with 60% reporting. And the 1st district race also very competitive. So we're not going to have a call out of Minnesota 1 or 2 for a while here, but 7 and 8 we can have decided there officially. Moving down, Missouri 2. I'm getting tired. Missouri 2 is another one. Jill Shoup. These results are outdated here. Decision Desk has a more up-to-date count. It has Ann Wagner in the lead by a couple points. Still too close to call, though. I think it was around 2.5 points here. Yep, really close race there. We're going to be waiting on that. And we want to move down, looking at Oklahoma 5. Oklahoma 5 is another one of the seats we predicted to flip, and it's looking increasingly likely that it will flip. Kendra Horn is down by 4 points right now with 95% reporting. Looking at that, this race is not nearly as close as a race, for example, like Iowa 2, which is within a percentage point, or Minnesota 2. Oklahoma 5 and South Carolina 1 are both looking like R+4 races at this point. In Oklahoma 5, over 95% of the vote is reporting. That makes me confident enough to justify our race rating and move Oklahoma 5 to likely winner for Stephanie Bice. So another Republican pickup tonight. Already looking like a pretty decent night for Republicans in the House, especially for a party in the minority. Texas. We'll update you all on Texas now. Looking at Texas, Beth Van Dunn still ahead of Candace Valenzuela. I don't know what's going on in that seat in terms of votes being counted, so I'm going to keep it at leans, but it's definitely not a seat I'd project now. Roger Williams is safe enough to move to officially projected to win, even though he had a closer than I think many people expected race. It ultimately seemed to move back into his favor, and he won by a decent amount. Looking at the two House races here, Mike McCall, if we look at Decision Desk, here, Mike McCall currently has a lead, and Troy Nales currently has a lead. Their media sources are contradicting how much of the vote is left here, so I'm not going to officially move them to likely winner yet. I want to wait a little bit longer. One thing I can do tonight, though, is talk about Texas 7. Texas 7 is, if I can pull it up, competitive. So Texas 7's
You were just over it. Yeah.
Yeah, Texas 7's competitive. It's one of those seats that, unlike Texas 32, which was less competitive, we were able to call it. Texas 7, Wesley Hunt has done surprisingly well tonight. I think a lot of people crossed Wesley Hunt off the board, so we're going to have to wait and see how that goes there. That leaves us with two more races.
Republican Wesley Hunt, yep.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They crossed him off the board against Leslie Pinnell Fletcher. I probably made him slipped up and said something. I'm tired. Texas 23, Gonzalez still appears pretty far ahead of Gina Ortiz-Jones at this point with 84% in. And at this point in Texas 21, that's over 90% of the vote reporting. I'd feel confident. Decision Desk is updated on 21. They're still behind on 23. CNN has more votes, so I would ignore Decision Desk on 23 and take a look at CNN there. But Chip Roy, again, on both media networks, has a pretty decent lead at the moment. So I would be willing to actually move Chip Roy at this point to likely winner. He seems to actually have passed Michael McCall and Troy Nels in their respective races in terms of likelihood to win. So this seems to be another blown race for the Democrats. And looking at the two fajita seats, still pretty close. I'm going to wait till more of the votes are counted here before I declare likely winner. Even Henry Cuellar is having a competitive race. Moving along, Torres Small appears to be losing by quite a significant amount against Yvette Harrell. We're going to keep watching that race because there's still a lot of vote out. Definitely not a good sign, though. That could be one that we miss. But I am happy that we got Ben McAdams right, because McAdams is still leading Burgess Owens at this point. Lauren Boebert is ahead. Tom O'Halloran is ahead currently. And Hirel Tiperneni is actually still ahead of Dave Schweikert, largely from that swing in Maricopa County. But Arizona's been a bit uncertain, so I'm not going to project 6 officially now. But I do feel confident enough to move Tom O'Halloran from likely to official winner there, as both parties' official counts tick towards 218, the required amount for a majority in the House. Nevada, still no updated results. So it looks like right now Pete DeFazio, with quite a large amount of the vote in, has defeated Alex Scarlatos to win re-election. So it looks like that race is done. So Scarlatos ended up drawing a lot of last-minute attention this cycle, but it doesn't look like it has panned out. So Pete DeFazio will win re-election. Jamie Herrera Butler will win re-election in the third. The Montana race is still very, very tight. It has just flipped over to the Rosendale camp. Rosendale with a narrow lead. And the eighth, interestingly, Jesse Jensen actually performing better at the moment than Scarlatos, which is something we didn't expect. But our great contributor, Kraz Grenitz, actually predicted this race could be close, and it turns out it was pretty close. Definitely not a likely race, more of a lean race. We still got that race right in the end, though. So Kim Schreier, however, I forget exactly how her name is pronounced, but she will move to likely winner, not official winner yet. And we finish up our probably the last full house update of the night. I'll bring you any more projections we have and before the stream ends, but we have our final result updates in California. At the moment, TJ Cox has taken the lead over David Valdeo. That's a race where we have Cox favored to win. A really, really tight race right now in California 22, but Devin Nunes has taken back the lead right now over Arbalo, which in my opinion is kind of surprising. I did not expect that race to be particularly close. Another top surprise tonight is in the 50th district. Quite competitive at the moment. Quite competitive. Daryl Asa is down at the moment. Really just completing the wipeout of Republicans in Southern California. If there's one bright spot for Democrats, it's here. At the moment, looks like even Mike Garcia may potentially be done, given the results coming in. In fact, Young Kim appears to have lost. Cisneros will be moving to the likely winner. Michelle Park Steele, who is down by 10 points, will be losing. So at this point, the Republicans have three really tight races. They have competitive, narrow leads in 22 and 42, and are down narrowly in 50, 25, and 21.
Mm-hmm.
So
while we're on California, do you want to go over two of the referendums that are pretty big deals there?
Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, so California has two. Obviously, they have a lot of referendums. They range from things like kidney dialysis, which apparently that's been a particular annoyance to Californians that I've noticed. I've heard some say they never want to hear the words kidney dialysis ever again. Apparently, a lot of people are spinning on that one. But at the moment, it looks like specifically a few measures are very close and a few measures are not going the way that liberals have wanted. So Washington Post has projected that California voters have approved Proposition 22. This will keep app-based ride-hailing drivers and food delivery workers classified as independent contractors. Big win for the for Uber, all of those companies who have put a lot of money into this contest. Another race at the moment that appears to be very close is but leaning towards the no camp is the Proposition 16, which would end the ban on affirmative action in California. Right now, that is winning with 54% of the vote compared to 46% of the vote for the yes camp. Restoring felon votes is ahead easily. That's going to win. Primary voters at age 17 seems to be down a little bit. Property tax rules. This is a pretty big one. Or not property tax rules. Which one was it? Yeah. The dialysis referendum has failed, apparently. So whatever that was supposed to be, people did not like it. And cash bail referendum, which would remove cash bail and replace it with risk assessments, appears to be losing with around 53% of the vote.
And we have a new projection to make in the House. In Virginia's 5th District, Bob Good has moved to likely winner following Cameron Webb's concession speech and a call to concede there. It is now estimated that over 99% of the ballots have been counted in Virginia 5, and Cameron Webb has underperformed expectations. Bob Good wins there by about 6 percentage points, 53 to 47. So Bob Good, the likely winner, but it's fairly certain that Bob Good will eventually be upgraded from likely winner to official winner, meaning Bob Good will be the new U.S. representative from Virginia's 5th District. Do you guys have any thoughts on Bob Good?
Bob Good survived.
I can't believe Bob.
Doesn't mean he's not Bob bad, but
I can't believe
Reelman
Bob
would have easily won this thing.
I can't believe Bob Good actually did it.
Yeah, this is way closer than it should be, but the man survived. So I guess we got to give that to him at the very least.
Should have been closer than this. 6-point win for Bob Good. Completely.
I'm still shocked with what's happening just around the nation. Like, I'm seeing Republican gains. I mean, it looks like Ann Wagner is going to keep Missouri 2nd District. It looks like Victoria Sparks might hold on to Indiana's 5th. I mean,
well, we actually have Victoria Sparks as likely winner right now.
yeah.
I mean,
We don't know what the heck's going on in Iowa's 2nd. That could still very well flip if the results go in. Michigan, we don't really know what's happening. Michigan, we're going to have to wait. Pennsylvania, we don't really know what's going on. There's some crap. I mean, if John Katko holds on,
it's a good night for Republicans in the House.
then all the stuff I said about Kevin McCarthy and Tom Emmer, I take back if how tonight ends.
Yeah, maybe we were just all idiots. Maybe Tom Emmer had some secret strategy that's clearly working. Maybe Tom McCarthy's actually Tom McCarthy. Jesus, maybe Kevin McCarthy's actually a genius.
Like if Republicans somehow hold on to Texas 23.
Imagine if they flip a fajita. Imagine if they flip a fajita district. They can make Tom Emmer chair again if they do that.
Oh, I mean, Roger Williams is going to win at this point. I mean, he's going to win.
Yeah, we've already projected Williams the official winner.
Beth Van Dwyne is going to somehow survive this. I really don't know how, but
we have her as the leader right now, but it's possible she goes to likely winner soon.
All these suburban seats that we thought were almost
like the Democratic strategy
Democrats
it failed.
Have not turned out to. It hasn't happened tonight. Just hasn't happened.
And we have what appears to be a good call for Democrats in Virginia, something that they will be happy about, and that is in Virginia's 2nd District. We can now project that Elaine Luria is the likely winner there. Not the certain official projected winner, but the likely winner. A lot like Virginia 5, around 80% of the votes have been counted in the 2nd District now. And those mail-in ballots are benefiting Elaine Luria, who has now taken around a 3.5 percentage point lead over her challenger, former Congressman Scott Taylor. So that leaves Virginia 7, which Freitas currently leads in, as the only Virginia district where we haven't seen mail-in ballots be counted. And that also, by extension, makes Virginia 7 the only Virginia House race that's competitive that hasn't been called as either likely winner or projected winner at this point. Still only a lead for Freitas, but still a toss-up, too close to call, according to our results.
Yeah. Welcome to the new age, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the new age.
Yep, and we can project that Bob Good will be moved from likely winner to official winner in Virginia 5. We can also project that likely winner Brian Fitzpatrick will move to official winner in Pennsylvania 1. And we can project that Fred Upton in Michigan 6 will move from likely winner to official winner in Michigan 6. So that gives the Republicans 177 seats in the House now, compared to Democrats' 195 seats. So already Republicans doing better than expected tonight in the House. And we do have one more update that will benefit the House Democrats, and that is Cindy Axne, for a similar reason to Bob Good, has been moved to official projected winner on our big board from likely winner. So at least one Democrat in Iowa's House delegation will be going back to Washington next year. Hi, Jared.
Hi, everybody. Good to be back.
I'm so sorry. I think you might have been sitting there for like a long time.
Not a problem. This has been very interesting past few hours, when I was on and then I left. But lots of House races that actually have turned out nicely for Republicans. I mean, looking around the country, and especially in Texas, I mean, those fajita districts, people didn't really think of them as likely targets. But I think as the presidential results show, I mean, these are districts that, in their current form could be quite competitive.
I mean, to me, again, I'll mention what I've mentioned earlier a few times on here. If you look at this realistically, the fajita seats the idea was that you can't pack Latinos into the same seat. If you have a 90% Latino seat based entirely in Hidalgo County, that's racist and it needs to be split up so that there's not packing in a seat. What that's resulted in is in this election, it's resulted in 2 or 3 competitive House races where there should have been none. Again, if you have a seat based in Hidalgo County, which can happen, you can have a seat based entirely in Hidalgo. It would have been safe. There wouldn't have been any risk at all. It would have been 12 points, which is not really at risk. But because they're drawn this way, they draw on these white voters. All it takes is a little bit of a shift with Hispanic voters, and they become a lot closer than they should be. I think what Drew Savicki said on Twitter is correct, which is that if Jessica Cisneros had won that primary over Henry Cuellar, that seat would probably have flipped Republican. I mean, Biden's only winning around 4 points, 4.5 points. The fact that Cuellar was the one in that
the same thing. If Cuellar had lost his primary, the seat would have flipped.
Yeah, Biden's only ahead by 4 points in that district. You think they really like a Medicare for all, going to take your guns, entirely 100% pro-choice all the time person? Probably not.
Maybe Tom
nobody would have that on the radar. None. Nobody would have predicted that.
Yeah, I think this sort of.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Eric. Go ahead.
No. You go.
I was going to say, I think this, what we're seeing, at least for the results right now, is that the social conservative brand that we've seen with a lot of these Hispanics, especially in the Rio Grande Valley, I think it's really, really become advantageous for Trump. He's really been able to capitalize upon that clearly with his voting totals. And regardless of what happens, from now until everything is counted, clearly there has been a massive shift, no doubt, a massive shift from Clinton towards Trump with these voters.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is a clear trend across the United States at this point. Obviously, we're waiting for states like Arizona and California, but specifically with these ones in the Sun Belt, even New Mexico to a degree, the Senate race was way closer than it had any right to be. I believe it's been called at this point for the Democrats by most outlets, but this is a race that was within 3, 4, 5 percentage points or 6 points right now, according to Decision Desk. It should not have been that close at all.
And we have a new projection in both the Senate and the presidential maps, as well as one House projection. We can project that Joe Biden will carry the state of Minnesota 10 electoral votes. That moves Joe Biden to 233 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 225 electoral votes, with 80 electoral votes still up for grabs. And on the Senate map, we can project that Senator Tina Smith will defeat former Republican Congressman Jason Lewis to win re-election to a full term in that Minnesota Senate seat. 46 Democratic Senate seats now, 47 Republican Senate seats, 1 seat heading to a runoff in Georgia, and 6 seats still up for grabs in the Senate chamber. And in the House, we will be moving Ann Wagner, who is expected to lose to Jill Shoup, from narrow leader, will be moved to likely winner at this point. With almost 80% of the vote cast, she maintains a 4-point lead over Jill Shoup. And obviously, Donald Trump has performed very well in Missouri. Clearly, that Republican operative was smoking something. And I don't know. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Our electoral college ratings were incorrect.
Yeah. I mean, Georgia is apparently still counting ballots, which we didn't expect tonight, but they're still counting ballots. Wisconsin is doing pretty good with counting ballots tonight. Texas is almost done. Arizona is still counting ballots. Nevada's just getting started. We're, of course, waiting on.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, guys. We came pretty close. If Biden wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, the only states we missed are North Carolina and Florida.
And I was, and you know me, I was actually lobbying behind the scenes to consider, moving the race based off that early voting numbers. I should have pushed a little bit harder on that in hindsight, but
but it doesn't. Even though we got some of the margins, Missouri didn't turn out to be a lean R race. We still kept it in the Republican column. We still got Iowa, Ohio, Texas. If Georgia stays R, we've got that state, but that's uncertain. So best case scenario for our electoral college ratings is only North Carolina and Florida end up being incorrect.
It is just slowly starting to drip away for Democrats in some rural seats, you guys. I mean, you look at, in both the Senate and the House, you look at District 1 and District 2 in Iowa. We already pretty sure of Ashley Hinson. You look at Montana, Matt Rosendale and Steve Daines both have leads now in Montana. Greg Gianforte has already won the governor's race there. It is.
If there's one candidate who's really done well tonight in Iowa, it's Cindy Axne.
Yeah.
Cindy Axne had another razor-thin race against David Young, but Axne was able to capitalize strongly in Polk County. That's all. To win the 3rd district as a Democrat, you need to win Polk County by double digits, and she has clearly done that again. Reliable. She'll be going into the redistricting cycle as possibly the only Democrat in the Iowa congressional delegation.
Yeah. And that was something I was always very concerned about when I'm a Republican, when the Republicans renominated David Young in Iowa's 3rd district. That was something I was concerned about with the margins.
It looks like, looking at members of Congress who are making bids for seats they lost in 2018, Scott Taylor's another one that we've already projected has lost his race to Elaine Luria.
Voters don't like losers.
Karen Handel, another one who has been projected as losing that race on our board to Lucy McBath, the incumbent. So those are three. All three of them have run rematch bids and lost. And again, still some fascinating race results here. And again, we're going to have another update. We'll keep bringing you updates to our house ratings, not house ratings, sorry, our house election results, and we'll eventually have, hopefully, a good picture of how big the Democratic House majority will be following some unexpected Republican gains later in the night by the time the stream ends and into the morning tomorrow. And again, thank you to the viewers who have stuck with us. We've had a pretty reliable set of viewers who have stuck with us for 7 hours now. So thank you guys. We really appreciate it. Only 2 hours more to go, guys. 2 hours left. Less than 2 hours at this point. An hour and a half, I think. But thank you so much, guys.
This is, I know this is something that's exciting, but this is just coming down to the absolute wire because we just don't know.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that the story of the House Representatives, and we have yet to see what is happening with the rest of them, but it conveys a picture that the preconditioned narrative that Democrats were expected, that they were going to automatically gain seats in the House, has really been challenged by what we've seen tonight. And so I think that, looking forward, it's a sign of caution for us, before we make these overarching claims about what's going to happen, you know, with all these districts in any given election.
Wow, here's another one. 97% of the vote in Illinois 17. Esther Joy King has pulled up 1,000 vote lead. This is according to the Associated Press.
I was looking at that one too. That is very much unexpected. I know that that was a seat that was expected by pretty much all forecasters, ourselves included, to be favored towards a Democrat. But that is a razor thin margin.
Mm-hmm. Well, both sides are spending here, so they saw vulnerability. It seems like, all things considered, just looking at the totals that have been going on in Illinois, it's not been like
I was on mute, but I was just reminding everyone that that's a really tight race, and we have to wait and see for the mail-ins.
That's what I'm saying. Is those mail-ins?
Definitely.
Yeah, it's not like Iowa. In Iowa, for example, the Republicans are pretty much about to win districts 1 and 2, pretty much with 100% of the vote counted. But in Illinois, you still got a lot of votes out.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we'll wait for those to trickle in before.
Oh.
And we have another projection on our Electoral College map, actually 2 projections at the moment on our Electoral College map. We can project that Nebraska's 2nd congressional district will vote for Joe Biden today. Joe Biden currently leads 52-45 there. Despite Joe Biden's lead in the district, Republican Congressman Don Bacon is still managing to hold a pretty reliable 2.1% lead in the 2nd district. He is still our likely winner there and favored to retain the seat, significantly outrunning Donald Trump in the 2nd district there. But that is 1 electoral vote for Joe Biden. It's a pretty historic win. It was close in 2016, but narrowly won by Trump. Not only is it fascinating to see Don Bacon with this crossover appeal effectively getting enough votes to secure re-election to his seat, even as Joe Biden wins the 2nd district, Joe Biden is also the first Democrat since Barack Obama in 2008 to win the 2nd district. And that is 1 electoral vote, not entirely significant electorally, but an important result nonetheless for Joe Biden. Joe Biden has also won the state of Hawaii with 4 electoral votes, obviously a decidedly Democratic state. And that puts Biden at 238 electoral votes, President Trump at 225 electoral votes, with 270 needed to win and 75 electoral votes still up for grabs. Thoughts, guys? The map's narrowing. There are fewer and fewer uncalled states.
Yeah. For sure.
I mean, I'm not surprised by Nebraska, too. That could end up becoming a real player, depending on how some of these next couple hours go. But, hey, c'est la vie. Such is life. Show goes on and all that.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, and we've seen, this is a much closer election than a lot of people had anticipated. And so every electoral vote counts. And so maybe that 1 electoral vote in the Nebraska 2nd could make a difference, but we have to wait and see what the other results show up as.
Yep. And just a quick overview, if I'll share my screen to show the viewers our big board right now. We'll quickly review the state of the map according to our projections. These are our projections right now for the presidential race, and we'll quickly go over Senate later as well. Currently, we're going to shade the remaining electoral votes by which candidate is leading. At the moment, Donald Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, a narrow lead. He also leads narrowly in Maine's 2nd congressional district, in Georgia, in Nevada, and if I checked last time, he also has a lead right now in Montana. So, taking a look, that's not right. Sorry, wrong map. Sorry, guys. Getting tired. Here, he also leads in Montana. So it's important to note that these states are leaning states. So if you look, Trump currently has a lead in all of the remaining states currently. Now, it's important to note that the Election Day vote is skewed towards the Republicans. But the question is, will the mail-in vote really be enough to pull Biden back over the line in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, especially states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. And I wanted to ask you guys what you think. Obviously, these states are still uncalled on our map, but the path for Trump to get to 270 really just includes holding his leads where he currently is leading. In at least most of those states. What do you guys think? What do you think about that, Joe? How likely do you think it is that the president could get to 270 within the next day or two?
In the next day or two, I don't know, because we don't know how Michigan, how Pennsylvania, how those two states are going to count. You know, I mean, again, like Jaron mentioned, this second congressional district in Nebraska will become really, really crucial.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still waiting on 3 electoral votes from Alaska. We're still waiting from any results from Alaska, I think, at all. We haven't seen anything, and the polls closed there about 18 minutes ago now, so we're still waiting on some early results there. But it is just the path is there. We didn't know if it was going to be there, but the path is pretty clearly there tonight for Joe Biden, for Donald Trump, for the president. It's very clearly there. I don't think we really know how it's going to happen, but the path is there. And again, I still think it goes to Pennsylvania. But of course, the real confusing one is Georgia.
Georgia, just as an update, Georgia is still counting ballots tonight. So that was actually a change that's occurred.
Very good on them. That's very good on them.
Georgia is going to continue to count ballots tonight. So earlier we reported they were stopping, but they are continuing, just to let the viewers know. Mm-hmm. So that's a significant development. But if we don't have certifiable results in Michigan and Pennsylvania, which I expect at the earliest later today or tomorrow, it's unlikely we'll be able to project a winner here out together. I mean, we may be able to get Montana, Nevada, Alaska, Georgia, Maine second, but we've still got those 3 Rust Belt states that really decided 2016 and are going to decide 2020.
Mm-hmm. This has just been a really surprising race, election in a lot of ways. One thing I think it proves is ticket splitting is not dead. We've actually seen a lot of ticket splitting here in some unusual places, specifically Nebraska. I want to actually point out Nebraska here real quick because it's a very interesting state right now. At the presidential level right now, Donald Trump is winning at 56-42. This is in part because Democrats are doing really well in places not only Omaha, Douglas County, but also Lancaster County, which is home of Lincoln, Nebraska. It's why the first congressional district is somewhat competitive right now. Ben Sasse, on the other hand, who represents the traditional conservative wing of the party, is winning the election right now with 65% of the vote to only 28% for the Democrat. And there's 6% going to a libertarian. Presumably that might be anti protest votes from angered Trump supporters. That's one example of pretty clear ticket splitting. You also see Nebraska too. Don Bacon is leading even as Joe Biden is winning that congressional district. We're seeing it to Maine to a degree. We don't know if it's enough for Susan Collins to win, but it is enough right now for it to be competitive, whereas many thought it would not be competitive going into election night. Just a lot of stuff overall. It's really fascinating. That's going to be really interesting to dig into after the night is over.
It almost makes me wonder at this point how Trump would have done in this election if coronavirus had never happened.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you look at this, like Texas, Cornyn is up by 10 points now over MJ Hager, even though he's underperforming a little bit with the Hispanic voters. There are a few areas where ticket splitting has not, I think this would have boded well for him overall.
He's still doing pretty well with Hispanic voters. I mean, when we say underperformed, we mean he's underperforming Trump's astonishing margins that have never happened.
Like Trump won Zapata County. Trump is winning Zapata County, whereas Cornyn is losing it. But
Trump
he's also doing better in Fort Worth County, and he's doing better in Dallas and
in Tarrant County, another one that Trump won Tarrant, but it was only a 1-point win or less than a point win, whereas Tarrant and Collin were much more Republican on the Senate level.
Yeah, for sure. Another is North Carolina. Ticket splitting has actually enabled some Democrats to win down ballot, even as Republicans have been fairly dominant. In the statewide vote, it looks like Republicans are going to claim, if I were to go back to the Board of Elections here, it looks like they're going to claim the Supreme Court seat that's up for election. Democrats wanted to make a 7-0 Supreme Court, and that doesn't appear to be happening. But on the other hand, Democrats seem set to retain the Secretary of State office, the auditor, the governor, and the attorney general. So even in North Carolina, where Republicans are winning, most of these races, you still have a lot of these fairly close races down ballot. I mean, if you look at the Supreme Court, two Supreme Court seats up right now, Republicans are up in both. That would move the court from, if I recall right, that would move the court to a 5-2 instead of a 7-0.
And we can project another Republican pickup in the U.S. House of Representatives. We can project that Iowa's 1st District will flip to the Republicans. Challenger Ashley Hinson, who has been considered the best Republican candidate among the Iowa Republican candidates for competitive House races this year. We can project that Hinson is the likely winner, not the official winner yet, but we can upgrade her from leader to likely winner against incumbent Congresswoman Abby Finkenauer. This was considered the greatest liability seat, the most vulnerable seat for much of the cycle, but most spectators, including us, rated the seat as leans Democratic. At the end of the day, it appears, though, that Hinson will win. Looking at the total vote count recorded from Decision Desk, with over 99% of the vote in now, near 100%, Hinson has an 11,000 vote lead out of 412,000 votes counted, which equates to a narrow victory, but not so narrow that we can't project her to be a likely winner. So 51.3 to 48.7. So that is one flip. So Cindy Axne will be losing a colleague in Abby Finkenauer right now, which means with Dave Loebsack's retirement, Steve King's primary defeat, and Abby Finkenauer's general election defeat, Cindy Axne will be the only current member of the Iowa congressional delegation that will be returning to Congress next year. Otherwise, the delegation will be having a complete turnover, regardless of who wins in Iowa, too. So that's a fascinating fact there. But again, that's another likely race that's been upgraded to likely winner in Iowa 1. So that's a race to watch. In Iowa 2, since our last House update, the Republicans have actually taken a lead in the seat of Dave Loebsack, the retiring congressman there. Right now, this race is incredibly close, too close to call right now. Marionette Miller Meeks, in her 3rd bid for the House of Representatives, currently leads Rita Hart by only 280 votes out of 393,000 votes cast. So a truly fascinating race. We love elections. I love personally close races are the most exciting elections. I love races like this that are tight down to the wire. So it appears that Rita Hart now could potentially lose this race. It's a complete toss-up. Over 99% of the vote in. Currently, that would those 280 votes would show Marionette Miller Meeks flipping the seat, picking up a seat in a similar manner to Jim Hagedorn in 2018, in that Jim Hagedorn won his seat on his 3rd attempt in the general election. Meeks would win a congressional seat on her 3rd attempt if she does win. The reason why we're only considering Meeks leader and not projecting her likely winner at this point is because of the margin. The margin here is simply just too narrow that I would rather wait until it's officially certified, because a 280 vote lead is not significant enough. Then this stands to potentially be the closest House race of the election. So again, this is definitely a race where we want to wait and be careful, but we do want to report to you that the lead has indeed gone over now to Marionette Miller Meeks. We also have some news to report. Pretty important news right now out of Illinois. In the state of Illinois, they have begun to count mail-in ballots, and it's helping Democratic House candidates at the moment. In Illinois' 17th district, Sherry Bustos has regained the lead with 70% of the vote reporting. Still in a tight race, way closer than expected for a likely Democratic race, but Bustos leads 52-48, a 4-point lead right now for Sherry Bustos. And in Illinois' 14th district, as more of the votes have been counted here, we're getting close to full count in Illinois 14 here, and Lauren Underwood now leads Jim Oberweis, who had previously led the race by 10 points. So an important lead for Underwood there. And one race that seems to be acting up on. Yes, so that is a decision desk error. It looks like Brad Schneider's still up in Illinois 10, but the Democrats have regained the lead in 14 and 17 there. So those are races now that are back on the path to the Democrats, both likely Democratic races. Nonetheless, though, it's very clear that Republicans have overperformed expectations throughout districts in this the so-called driftless area running down the center Rust Belt. Wisconsin 3, close. Dan Thean has likely lost his race again to Jim Hagedorn. Ashley Hinson has obviously lost, Abby Finkenauer has lost re-election. Currently, even with the mail-in votes started coming in, Sherry Bustos is in a close race, and Marianne Miller Meeks is ahead and stands to potentially flip that seat. So overall tonight, Republicans have really exceeded expectations in terms of their ability to win House seats, and they were pretty underestimated. Obviously, they're not going to take back the House. It's not possible statistically at this point. But the Republicans do stand to make a net gain in the House, which would make predictions of a Democratic net gain incorrect. So we're going to have to see. We still have overall quite a lot of House seats to be officially projected, even the ones that likely winner, over 40, but we'll be getting those down to you as soon as we can. And I promise you, I'm only moving things to likely winner into full winner when I'm 100% certain they're correct, because I want to make sure we keep our 100% accuracy rating. Up to this point, there have been no mistakes. So stay with us, and I'll continue to update you on live updates for the House to see which party will control the House and by how much.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating results, though, definitely out of Iowa.
And we still don't have any type of House calls out of Michigan because of the expected mail-in counts. But, we're going to see Republicans keep their House seats there. We're going to see, obviously, we've already called it for Ashley Hinson. It looks like we might see Marianne Miller Meeks flip a House seat there, too. Yep. It's beginning to look more and more like
Fred Upton. Fred Upton was also called as well.
Wow. I mean, we're going to probably see what happens with Victoria Sparks.
That race was called too.
Yeah, I mean, the Republicans are going to get way closer to 200 seats than I could have ever dreamed tonight, and they might blow past it because they're going to keep what Texas is going to look like. New Mexico's second, Colorado's third looks fine. Oklahoma
It's an unlikely scenario, but if the Republicans somehow won all of the seats they're currently leading in that are competitive, they would end up with 214 House seats.
That would be pretty based.
Unlikely, but it's possible. Currently, for each party, let me calculate real quick. Currently, if we count,
Susan Collins looks to be in a really good shot right now.
So currently we have 205 seats for the Democrats, and that includes projected winners and likely winners. And we have 186 for the Republicans. So we're getting closer. Yeah, there's a serious problem with polling in American politics nowadays in presidential years.
Oh, absolutely. And that's going to have to be reassessed big time, especially or regardless of the result, but especially after this election. I mean, polling is going to have to really start to take even greater strides to try to reflect sort of the undercounted or secret vote.
Am I going mentally insane, or is a Democrat actually leading in California's 8th district with half the vote in?
Which one?
The 8th district. Somehow a Democrat is winning with half the vote in.
What's the 8th?
The big one that has like 5 people in it in the Inland Empire that's like Trump plus 80.
I don't think it's Trump plus 80, but
it was. No, I was joking.
That's weird. I'm going to look at Decision Desk what they're saying on the 8th.
I was not serious. It's not actually Trump plus 80. It must be San Bernardino County that's driving it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these California results are coming from non-rural.
Actually, it's Inyo and Mono. It's Inyo and Mono. Those are 2 liberal counties at this point. San Bernardino.
It's strange.
San Bernardino is narrowly for the Republican in this one.
Yeah, I mean, like Victorville is usually a pretty Republican city, and that's one of the reasons why it has a Republican tilt. It's weird right now seeing that district, the Democrat ahead, but in the 21st, actually David Valadao is slightly ahead, but obviously we do not know what's going to happen at this point.
Leave it to New Jersey to not be able to finish election results until not even start to count the rest of the ballots until next Tuesday. Yeah, Kansas Senate really did turn out to be fool's gold. It's literally Marshall plus 13. I can't believe Susan Collins is actually going to win re-election from what it
I
looks
wouldn't
like.
say going to, but she's in a much better shot than.
I mean, Eric, seriously though, if Collins is able to garner this much crossover support, it's not a good sign for Gideon. I mean,
No, it's not.
We're not saying anything official yet, but I mean, the fact that it's effectively Biden plus 7 on the presidential level, but Collins is winning it by 11 is pretty important.
So Fox News is now saying not to expect calls for Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or North Carolina tonight.
I mean, that pretty much lines up with what's going on here. We have a few more calls probably for, we're probably not going to get a ton of calls. Not even Maine too, because Maine's been really slow to count tonight. Yeah, which means we could have some updates for House, New Mexico Senate, and, well, pretty much just looking at how the results so far in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania are mirroring the last election.
Yeah, I tried to push it for Lean R, but I think because since we put back on Lean R,
I think Joe's celebrating.
A compromise. I really, that's one of the ones in my personal ratings that I had. Yeah.
Oh, I want to shout out. Oh, I didn't see. So my friend Ryan was watching this show, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for watching, Ryan. I hope you enjoyed it, so thank you.
You know, I was thinking, you had those a lot of the major election prediction networks had those odds, for the general election. What's the chance Biden wins the election? What's the chance Trump? And they all sort of hovered around, 80s, perhaps 90s for Biden, and sort of even single digits for Trump in some cases. And I just don't think that what we're seeing tonight, regardless of result, speaks to any sort of landslide election or any sort of demonstrable win or cataclysmic win for Biden. I mean, it is close. And so I think again, sort of speaking back to the previous topic with the polls in a sense, have really underestimated, I do think, the Trump vote in many ways, regardless of if Biden ends up winning the whole thing.
Right now, I'm going through and marking which House races that we've got right so far and which ones we screwed up in terms of projected winners. I'll show the viewers that are watching still right now. So yes, we don't have final margins yet, but I made a list of all 83 House races we picked for competitive races. If it's green, that means we've projected it for the person we picked. If it's red, that means we projected it for the person's opponent. So, for example, we projected Hinson, Spartz, and Wagner all victors in their respective races, or at least likely winners. We haven't officially projected them yet, but the likely winner column means that they're 80, 90% likely to win. It's just not 100% certain. So that's what we would use if it's like 95% of the vote, or at least above 80% of the vote, even if it's not 100% of the vote in. But again, at this point, I mean, a lot of these races aren't going to be decided tonight, but so far we've gotten a few of these right and we've gotten a few of them wrong. I don't know what else to say, but I'll go through this list and we can see what we got. I mean, a lot of these races, the votes are still being counted, so we don't know yet. And we won't know actual final margins for a couple days. We'll know the outcomes, but the final margins are subject to minor changes as votes are counted and results are certified. Joe, are you still there?
I am still alive.
Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on in Pennsylvania? Because CNN says 66% in, and it's just odd seeing Biden down by so much.
Here's the big thing: is that for some reason Donald Trump is still up in Chester County. Again, a lot of stuff in Pennsylvania is mail-ins right now. Have not really been counted in certain states. Still waiting for a lot of them. So, wait, be patient. Pennsylvania is going to have some weird stuff happen these next couple of days. So we got to wait and be patient there, guys. That's my thing with Pennsylvania. We got to wait and be patient, okay? That's my biggest piece of advice is that we have to wait and be patient with Pennsylvania. Okay?
Yep.
That's what I'm going to say to everyone who's still watching. That's what I would say if I
an update in Michigan, though.
To everyone is that it's just going to be going to be close.
So I guess one bright spot for Biden in Michigan, despite underperforming in Kent, Wayne, and Macomb, is the fact that he's now winning Oakland County by the same margin as Hillary Clinton, about 9 points, with about 80% in. And it looks like he's approaching 10 points in Oakland. So the campaign should be happy about that, and that should definitely help Democrats in the race for the 11th district and the 8th district. He's also doing very well in Ingham County, winning it by nearly 20 points. That's another key part of the 8th congressional district, and Alyssa Slotkin should be happy about those numbers. Haley Stevens should be happy about the Oakland numbers. And hopefully we'll start getting accurate counts in those House races as they begin to finally count the mail-in ballots. And it looks like they're already beginning to finally count these mail-in ballots. In District 8, Paul Yunga's lead is down at this point to only 4 points. He was previously up by around 11. Now he's only leading by 4 over Slotkin. And Stevens was at about 41% of the vote. Now Stevens is at 45% of the vote. So I think as we get more of those ballots counted, you're going to see Stevens and Slotkin go up. We do have one projection to make, though, a change. We can project officially that Peter Meyer will move from likely winner to official winner in Michigan's 3rd district, which means at the minimum, Republicans are not expected to lose any seats in Michigan right now, meaning the most likely outcome once mail-in ballots are counted are Democratic holds in Districts 8 and 11, meaning a hold in the state's House delegation. We can also project in Arkansas's 2nd district that French Hill will move from likely winner to official winner, winning now by 10 percentage points. And in Oklahoma 5, we're waiting on more results updates, but we can project that Stephanie Bice will be moving officially from likely winner to official winner. As I said earlier, we're going to have to wait on more results to get the final margin, but we had earlier projected Stephanie Bice as the likely winner. Now Stephanie Bice is the official winner. And I'm just going to take this moment to say to all the people who shat on Elections Daily for like a month for moving this race to leans Republican, turns out we got it right in the long run. So this is one prediction that I'm personally proud of us getting right, because this is one race where the other forecasters didn't get it right, but we got it right. So I want to thank our team for really being on the ball with that Oklahoma 5 race, guys. Good job.
Well, we're coming down to the end here. It's almost 2 a.m. Slowly but surely, we are coming to an end. But seriously, what a night. A night it has been.
So we predicted 3 seats, as you can see with my screen share flipping to the Democrats. 3 Democratic seats flipping to the Republicans in the House. And the last one that we have to wait on is New York 11. We have gotten Minnesota 7 and Oklahoma 5 correct tonight, which I think is good. Overall, so far, accuracy looks pretty solid. So again, good job, guys. I'm pretty proud of everyone at Elections Daily. I think this has been a great first cycle as we approach the end here. And it looks like we're going to be wrapping up the stream at 2 a.m. today in the next 17 minutes, mostly because we're only going to be really having small house updates tonight. And I would like for everyone to get a little sleep tonight since we're not going to have calls and some of the key Senate races or presidential contests until tomorrow. We're going to be on tomorrow as well. In fact, we'll probably do a review stream tomorrow night to go over some of the new results, and we'll be on Twitter all day tomorrow, assuming our Twitter gets restored, updating results there. And eventually, when this is all certified and said and done, about next week or so, we will have, for however long it takes, we will have an article reviewing our race ratings and how accurate we were, what we got right, and what we got wrong, and talking about some of the most fascinating trends in this election. And that'll officially conclude this election season, which I think has been very successful, and we can open the book on the news cycle next year.
It looks like as far as teams coming in, I mean, we still have yet to really see a lot of the West Coast. That's going to take some time. I mean, especially with the California races. But I think that we've just seen a lot of surprising results. And again, Republicans doing well in districts that were not deemed to be even remotely competitive, or at least competitive to an extent that it could be flipped. In this type of political climate, but I think that expectations in that regard have really been shattered to a certain extent.
And we can project. We have two projections actually. The first one is in the Senate. We can project Ben Ray Lujan will win a surprisingly closer than expected race against Mark Ronchetti, the weatherman. Proved to be a very strong candidate and outran Trump significantly. It was a tight race. Ballots are still being counted, but we are projecting that Ben Ray Lujan will win that Senate race, becoming the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Mexico next January, the junior senator there, serving with Martin Heinrich. So that puts the Democrats at 47 Senate seats, the Republicans at 47 Senate seats, with 5 more Senate seats up for grabs to get to a majority. Right now, it's looking increasingly unlikely that either party gets a straight-up majority here, assuming the current trends hold and Susan Collins and Steve Daines win re-election, and Daines is in a very tight race right now. You could end up getting a Senate that gives the Republicans 50 seats if they win Montana, Alaska, and Maine. All the Republicans would need to do then is win Georgia, whether in a runoff or outright, and that would give them 51 seats. Right now, he's at 51%. So the question is, can these last 10% of votes in Georgia actually stop Perdue from getting over 50? Right now, he's at 51. So that is the ideal scenario for the Republicans. They win Maine, where Collins is doing way better than expected with crossover appeal, Montana, Alaska, and Georgia. If they lose Maine to Sarah Gideon, they can only hope for Kelly Loeffler to beat Raphael Warnock in the runoff. But that is the battle for the Senate right now. Looking at the state of the Electoral College, we're probably not going to have any more projections until tomorrow, which leaves 75 electoral votes up for grabs. And in the House races, we have quite a few House races, but we are done making official projections in the House tonight. We will update leads, but obviously we have races where mail-in ballots are still being counted or haven't even been counted that are going to play a significant role in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Virginia, lots of these key states. And then on the other end, we have races where all the ballots are counted, but we don't know for sure if it's certified in terms of results in seats like Iowa's 2nd district. In Iowa's 2nd district, in Iowa's 2nd district, Meeks is currently up by 280 votes according to Decision Desk, but according to our projection system, until it's fully certified, a 280 vote lead is too small to be safe, and we don't want to get that race wrong. So unlike the Cindy Axney win by about 1.5 and the Hinson win by 1.5, those margins are big enough to where we can make a decision, and we have projected those respective races. But in Iowa 2, it simply remains a really fascinating race, just a bit too close to project tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think as Harrison says, folks, I think that may almost do it for us tonight.
We do have one last projection, though, and that is we can officially move. We're going to clear out the likely winner column, and I'm going to start pushing some of the likely winners into the official winner column just to clear it out because it's official they've won. So looking at Iowa 1, we already projected we already projected Hinson as likely winner. We can project Hinson official winner along with Cindy Axney. The results have been fully counted there. In the 2nd district, Meeks maintains a 280 vote lead with the results fully counted. Again, though, too close to call in my opinion. I will leave it as leads for the Republican, but again, at this point, we just have to wait and see how the final results pan out. In Nebraska 2, we can officially move Don Bacon from likely winner to official winner. Truly amazing what Bacon's done there. He's won by 4 points over Kara Eastman, even as Joe Biden carries that seat by, I think, around 5 percentage points, which is just fascinating. Don Bacon is definitely able to get a significant amount of crossover appeal, and he will be officially reelected. I think it also makes Kara Eastman look pretty bad, honestly, given that she lost by more this time, even with DCCC help. I guess the last 10 minutes, we can just keep clearing up this House map and really making decisions on a lot of these races. I mean, we have a lot of more races that we can decide. So Ann Wagner is moved from likely winner to official winner on our map. She's currently leading by 7 points. And another race that's interesting, in Indiana 5, I'm going to wait a little bit longer till I move Victoria Sparks to official winner. Victoria Sparks is likely winner right now, and she's up by 6 points. But there's still about half the vote out here, and I don't know how much of it is distributed between Marion and Hamilton County. But at the moment, we've still effectively projected Sparks winner. Just not official winner, but rather likely winner. But again, we've projected that race will stay Republican. So 2 of the races that Democrats really needed to win, Missouri 2 and Indiana 5 look like they're staying Republican now. Looking at some other races tonight, Minnesota 2 House, we have it as leans Republican right now. The Republican Jim Hagedorn's leading with 83% of the vote counted. We'll be officially moving that to likely winner Jim Hagedorn there. It appears that Hagedorn has won re-election. He leads by about 3 points with 86% of the vote in. In that race, we feel confident enough to move to the likely winner column. Hopefully we can move it to the official projection by tomorrow. Minnesota 2 right now, Tyler Kistner is now narrowly down according to the Decision Desk totals. Tyler Kistner down by, we've got another squeaker race here, just like we've got a squeaker race in, just like we have a squeaker race in Iowa 2 by 280 votes. We have a squeaker race in Minnesota 2. Craig is currently up by only 154 votes. So that race is back to tilt Dem in terms of lead, but for the exact same reason as Iowa 2, since the leader in Iowa 2 is only up by Meeks is only up by 280 and Craig is only up over Kistner by 180. Obviously, both of those seats are going to be too close to call tonight, so no winner will be projected. Looking at Wisconsin 3, around anywhere from 80 to 90% reporting right now. Too close to call. I'm waiting for full votes here because Ron Kind is significantly underperforming what we would have expected him to do. He still has a lead, but again, I'm going to wait until we get the full vote count here. At the moment, tilts towards the Democrats. Same in Illinois 17 for the same reason. And in Illinois 14, we actually are projecting that Lauren Underwood will move from leader to likely winner in that seat. She's only been going up as the mail-ins are counted, and we can only expect her to continue to go up in that likely Democratic race. And likewise, we can project Sean Casten will win re-election to his seat, right now by a smaller than expected margin. But similarly to Underwood, we expect him to expand his margin, so he will move to official winner on our map, clearing up some more races. In Illinois 13, we'll be moving Rodney Davis from likely winner to official winner. 40% of the vote is still out, but Davis is up by 20 points, and it's hard to see Lodrigan making that up with mail-in votes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I think that was Jared.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. We're almost done here, so we're going to go through the rest and see what I'm going to wrap up here before we hit. I'm going to go to try and get some sleep after this. So Michigan 11 and 8, still Democratic leads. Obviously, we're waiting on the mail-in votes in Michigan, so nothing decided in those districts tonight. Moving over here, we can project tonight in Virginia's 2nd district. We already have Elaine Luria as likely winner, but we can project that she will be the official winner for re-election to another term in Congress. In Virginia's 7th district, we still only have about half the vote counted. We don't really have any of the mail-ins that have started to come in yet, so Virginia 7 is another one we won't have decided tonight. Looking at the New Jersey races. Looking at New Jersey tonight, we're going to have to wait on Andy Kim will remain likely winner, not official winner, and Malinowski and Van Drew will have to wait for more ballots, possibly up to a week till we can make an official decision here. In Pennsylvania 17 right now, a very lopsided lead for Parnell, but at the moment we're not going to call any other races in Pennsylvania tonight. They're going to remain where they are for Republican leads. We're not projecting anyone in Pennsylvania or New Jersey because there's still a lot of ballots out and the outcome of these House races is unknown. In New York, same thing. I know it looks lopsided right now with percent reporting, but to be honest with you, we're waiting to see what the mail-ins say. So we will not be projecting any other races in New York tonight until we get more official tallies from the mail-in votes. Maine is still counting, so we will not be officially moving Golden, who's underperforming expectations still. We're not going to officially move him to official winner yet, although he is the likely winner. Chris Pappas will move to official winner. He's currently up by more than Golden. So that really begins to clear up this House map. We can start to see how it takes shape. These, obviously up here in this corridor, the tri-state area, or Pennsylvania doesn't count as the tri-state area, but the Northeast right there, a lot of House races up for grabs. Briefly, we'll touch on the South before we wrap up. Georgia's still counting ballots. We have over 99% in, according to Decision Desk, in 6. We already declared McBath as the likely winner. Not the official winner yet, but that's a call that we're planning to make shortly. I'd be confident enough to move McBath to official winner at this point. Joe Biden's doing very well in the 6th district. If you look at the counties that compose the 6th district, Cobb County in particular, a very big swing. Overall, doing better in Georgia than he did last time. So we can project McBath will win re-election. And in the 7th district, also over 99% in here at the moment, according to DDHQ. But obviously, we've had some problems in Fulton. So with vote counting, so I'm just going to leave Georgia 7 there as a lead for the Democrats. If the Democrats have one bright spot and a seat they need to win, it's that one. But we will not be making a call here until tomorrow, and we will alert you on Twitter once we do. But just to wrap up, South Carolina 1. At the moment, with 99% in, we really don't see a path for Joe Cunningham to come back. It appears Nancy Mace has won the district. Currently, Nancy Mace leads by around 4 percentage points with almost all of the vote cast. So we will be officially moving Nancy Mace to likely winner. And at this point, I don't see why we couldn't move it to official winner because Mace is up by the same margin right now as Stephanie Bice. So that's a surprise. Joe Cunningham losing. I guess we overestimated Joe Cunningham. This election is House Democrats have really let down, that dropped the ball, or they blew up the ball, if that's even possible. But getting there at this point. So we're almost done. So Texas, currently in the 24th district in Texas here. I don't know what's going on there. The count's still messed up on here, so I'm just going to leave it here. I would expect Van Dunn to win. We're not calling it tonight. We're going to have to wait until tomorrow. Looking over here, Fletcher's another one we're going to have to lead till tomorrow because it's surprisingly close. I will project, though, and this lines up with the results we've seen here, which are actually swing to the right from 2018. Troy Nails and Mike McCall both win. So they're projected as official winners. Their margins are both greater than 6%, which qualifies for official winner status. But district Fletcher remains likely winner, not official, and Van Dunn here remains the leader, but not the official winner yet. We're still waiting on that one. Currently looking at the 23rd district. Decision Desk is behind on this district. CNN is ahead on this district. But given the disastrous performance of Biden along the Rio Grande, I'm going to make the bold call here and put it to Gonzalez. I can't believe it. I really honestly can't believe it. But from the data that I'm getting right now at CNN, it looks like Gonzalez is going to be a likely winner here. And I'm confident when I make that prediction at this point. Chip Roy has already won. Officially moved Chip Roy to the winner there. So there's a possibility at this point that Democrats gain no seats in the Texas House map. Looking at the two fajita districts down here, again, Decision Desk, I'm pretty sure, is slightly, just a little bit behind here compared to or actually, no, they're ahead of CNN, so that's good. So that means Henry Cuellar has won re-election. Vicente Gonzalez still in the close race, though. 116,207. All right, so yeah, a close race for Gonzalez. I'm going to go ahead and project Gonzalez as likely winner. Still way too close to call in a fajita seat like that. Would not expect it. Moving west as we finish up for tonight. It's looking pretty bad right now for Torres Small. Only half the vote is in, so I'm not going to call it yet, but Yvette Harrell currently leading. Looking at Lauren Boebert with 99% in, we can project that Lauren Boebert will win her race in Colorado's 3rd district there. Utah's 4th district, this is one that I really fought for during our race ratings. It's still a bit too early, but it looks like it's a pretty good call at the moment. McAdams is up by 4. We're going to have to wait, obviously, but at the moment, again, looks good. He'll be leading. In the 6th district in Arizona, currently I'm not sure how much of the vote is still out, so I'm going to leave it at that tilt rating. Nevada House 3 and 4 early results have Democratic leads in both, but nothing more, so we'll get more results there in the morning. And to wrap up here, I think we just have, essentially up here it looks like Schreier is going to move from likely winner to official winner. And going down to California to wrap it up. California right now, again, a lot of these races are simply too close to call. I mean, after 2018, I don't really trust Republican leads in California. House districts could very much vanish overnight. So we got the 25th district, slightly for the Democrats. The 8th, actually, as well. It's probably San Bernardino. Daryl Issa has regained a narrow lead. And 2 more calls we will be making now. The 39th district has tightened up a little bit, so still competitive. I would not call it yet. I would be able to say at this point that a likely winner in here. Ken Coward's likely winner. Cisneros is a likely winner, but not quite out of the woods yet. Don Young is currently leading in early results, but it's too close to call. Yep, there we go. And I just realized I wasn't sharing my screen, so let me share my screen now just so you guys can see. And then we'll be ending the stream. So here is where our house ratings stand, or our house projections on the big board stand at the moment. Solid and lean colors are projections, either dark, meaning official projection, or lighter, meaning likely winner. And the light colors are leads for respective candidates. Overall, Republicans doing better than expected tonight, but we'll keep you updated on the House tomorrow with another stream earlier in the day so we can actually sleep. Or probably whatever. We'll see what happens. We'll be covering things on Twitter. But in the short term, I would say that we're not going to get any more calls tonight from Elections Daily. So after 8 hours, that brings an end tonight to our coverage. And we're really happy to the last 5 people who have stuck with us here as we wrap the coverage up. So again, guys, truly thank you. And we hope you follow us as we call the remaining House races over the next few days, Senate races, and obviously the presidency. So thank you and good night.